Well, good morning, Ventura County. I am going to call the Board of Supervisors meeting to order for August 12th, 2025. Will the clerk call the roll?
Supervisor Levere.
I'm here.
Supervisor Gorell.
Here.
Supervisor Long.
Here.
Supervisor Lopez.
Here.
Chair Parvin.
Here. Next item is Pledge of Allegiance. Will you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Hand over heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And next we have our moment of inspiration, and it's the Free Clinic of Simi Valley. And with us today, we have Fred Bauermeister. He's the executive director and co-founder of the Free Clinic of Simi Valley, which provides medical, dental, and legal and counseling services to individuals and families regardless of their ability to pay since 1971. He also serves on the executive board of the California Association of Free and Charitable Clinics, which he co-founded, representing clinics throughout the state. And from 2008 to 2017, Fred was a member of the board of directors for the National Association of Free and Charitable Clinics, the only national voice for free clinics in the United States, where he served as treasurer for 3.5 years. In addition, he's a member of the advisory board for the Center for Nonprofit Leadership at California Lutheran University and chairs the Leadership Simi Valley Steering Committee. Among his many honors, Fred has been named to the Pacific Coast Times Who's Who in Nonprofits and Foundations in 2017 and 2018, received the Legacy Award from Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce, and on July 16, 2002, he had the honor of carrying the Olympic torch. Can't wait to hear about that. So, Fred, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Parvin. Thank you to the members of the Board of Supervisors. Pleasure to be here, Dr. Johnson, on this August the 12th. I'm looking right at Brian Miller over there because whenever I see him, I remind him of what the date is because I want to thank him every time I see him because he was the person that made it possible for us to get this building. If I push this, will it show up? Ah, there. This building is owned by the County of Ventura. It's at 2003 Royal Avenue. And Brian was instrumental back 5 or 6 years ago in helping us enter a lease agreement with the County of Ventura to provide our services there. Since moving into that building, through the support of our many supporters, we've invested $2.2 million in renovations in the building. And thanks to our friends at Direct Relief, we recently also added a $415,000 worth of solar panels and a battery backup system to this building so that our 140 volunteers can provide services there to those in need. And they provide services around medical, dental, optometry, tattoo removal, legal aid, individual and family and child counseling in this site. But this is not why I'm here today. I just want to tell you a story that goes back to the early 1970s when we were busy providing services to young folks in the Simi Valley area. And of course, as was back then, we were a volunteer-based organization. And one of our volunteers was a young woman named Maria Pilot, who was a high school student at Royal High School. And during the time that she volunteered at the Free Clinic, I got to know her and I got to know her family, and we became good friends. And over the years that she was volunteering and attending high school, we had many conversations about her future. And it was one of those conversations when she shared with me that she would like to become a physician. So Maria is a bright young student. She graduated from Royal High School and was accepted to UCLA. And she went to undergraduate there and was accepted to UCLA Medical School upon graduation. After completing her training as a physician at UCLA, she came back to the Free Clinic of Simi Valley as a volunteer physician. And that day changed my life. Because up until that day, I thought all we were about was helping the people who came through the front door. I never thought about the people who came about through the back door. So when Maria came back to the clinic, I asked her for one thing. I said, would you just do me one favor and sign a prescription? So she did. And she wrote out to me, and it says, the fulfillment of our dream. And she signed it, Maria Pilot, MD. Well, when we, through the generosity of the County of Ventura, acquired this building, one of the things that we wanted to do was put like a time capsule. So I thought about what I wanted to include into that, and I decided that I would include Maria's prescription. So in the walls of this building at 2003 Royal Avenue is Maria's prescription to me, the fulfillment of our dream. Now, 54 years later, we've inspired 125 physicians, over 80 marriage and family therapists, countless nurses, medical assistants. We are connected to every university in Southern California. 3 of our former volunteers are student healthcare coordinators at all 3 Ventura County Community Colleges. When you see this building, think of the over 500,000 people that we have served and provided care for, and the young future healthcare workers that we inspire. Thank you.
Thank you, but you didn't tell us anything about the Olympic torch.
Invite me back.
He'll be back. Okay. All right. Our next item, we're going to go to item 65, recognizing the state's 175th anniversary. And let's see, as we gather, it's a truly remarkable historic milestone, the 175th anniversary of California's statehood. On September 9th, 1850, California became the 31st state to join the Union, beginning a journey defined by resilience and innovation. This year-long commemoration not only honors our past, but also invites all Californians to look ahead, celebrating creativity, civic engagement, and unity as we move forward towards America's 250th birthday, with pride in the history and hope for our future. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Ventura County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim September 9th, 2025 as California's 175th anniversary of statehood. So now I'd like to turn it over to, let's see, we have Vishesh and we have Sky Connors. Come on up.
Thank you, Board. And I'm not going to have us sing happy birthday today, but please, on September 9th, when you wake up in the morning, make sure you look in the mirror and wish yourself in California a happy birthday. We're proud to be the 4th largest economy in the world, and we couldn't do it without counties like yourselves. And so thank you for recognizing us, and thank you for the continued partnership. I know you have a full agenda, so we won't take too much of your time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to give you the proclamation, so if you'll stay right there.
Perfect.
Can I just say one
Yes.
thing? Visesh, thank you so much. You and the governor's office have reached out to Ventura County numerous times, unfortunately, and it's been very, very supportive, and want to say thank you so much for just helping us do the best we can for our constituents. And I really do appreciate the partnership. There's so much that goes on between state and counties, and really do want to say thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, now we're ready. I think we're all proud Californians.
Yes.
Yep. All right. Okay, our next item is agenda review. And before we begin the agenda review, I'd like to ask any board members if they have any Levine Act disclosures on the agenda.
No.
None. Then Dr. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, supervisors, staff, and all in attendance today. The agenda review for today, August 12th, 2025, is as follows. Item 4, Moment of Inspiration, Free Clinic of Simi Valley. A PowerPoint presentation has been submitted. Item 8, General Public Comments. General public comments, citizen presentations regarding county-related matters not appearing on this agenda. 6 public comment letters have been submitted. Item 11, Board of Supervisors. Recommendation of Supervisor Parvin to appoint Debbie Cohen as a member of the Ventura County Election Advisory Committee. 3 public comment letters have been submitted. Item 12, Board of Supervisors. Recommendation of Supervisor Gurrell to appoint Herbert Elmer Gooch III as a member of the Ventura County Election Advisory Committee. 3 public letters have been submitted. Item 62, Healthcare Agency. Receive and file a report about the emerging threat of Kratom use and opioid overdose. 2 public comment letters have been submitted. Item 64, Supervisor Parvin. Presentation proclaiming the week of July 20th through 26th, 2025 as Probation Services Week in Ventura County. A PowerPoint presentation has been submitted. Item 67, Auditor Controller. Receive and file the County of Ventura Single Audit Report for the year ended June 30th, 2024. A PowerPoint presentation has been submitted. And lastly, item 69, Supervisor Lopez. Receive and file a presentation on the community impact of recent federal immigration enforcement actions in Ventura County. 235 public comment letters have been submitted. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes agenda review.
Thank you. Our next item is the...
Chair, we need a motion to
Yep.
approve the agenda as
We
modified.
do, don't we? I'm sorry, I'm really trying to move through here.
Item number 5, agenda review, motion to approve the agenda as modified. Moved by Supervisor Lavier, second by Supervisor Long. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you.
That was very quick. The next item is item 6, consent calendar, items 9 through 61.
We do have public comment on that.
Here,
Yes, we do.
would you like to take public comment?
Yes.
Okay, we currently have 17 speakers on our consent agenda. Item 11, we're going to call our speakers. Our in-person will speak first, followed by our Zoom participants. We'll have Scott Harris, followed by Victor Solis and Sandra Aldana.
Yeah.
We have Scott Harris?
7.
No Scott Harris? Okay, we're going to go to Victor Solis, followed by Sandra Aldana. Victor Solis or Sandra Aldana? Okay, moving right along. We're going to transition over to our Zoom participants.
Wait,
We have somebody walking in. Okay, perfect.
Good morning, supervisors. So nice to see so many faces again and so many new faces. I would like to go ahead and make a public comment this morning related to the appointment of advisors to the Election Advisory Committee. I realize that this is not necessarily an item that is on the agenda, but I would like to take a moment to just introduce myself briefly. I'm the former governor's appointee to the State Council on Developmental Disabilities, representing 7 counties of the Central Coast, including Ventura County. I'm also a current member of the advisory committee at the USC University Center of Excellence in Developmental Disabilities at CHLA, where I represent the Central Coast as well. I'm also a recent senior fellow at the UCLA Tarzan Center Leadership Academy for Disability Rights Leaders. I would like to urge you to consider delaying any appointments to the recently proposed Elections Advisory Committee. I respectfully ask that the parameters of the committee be more fully developed. I have been a member of the Voter Accessibility Advisory Committee since 2016 and am at a loss to understand what our committee and the Language Advisory Voter Committee have not done yet. Our meetings are all public and often intersectional. I've worked in collaboration with the team at the Elections Division, both with Michelle Ascension and her predecessor, to ensure that all vote opportunities in the county are operated on the principles of universal design. That is, that they are accessible to all voters, not just individuals with developmental, intellectual, acquired, chronic, or learning disabilities. Both myself and the representative from Disability Rights California have participated with Dominion Voting Systems in their beta testing of their accessibility features of their vote machines prior to their use in California. Not only did we expand the accessibility features, but we discussed and advocated for security features as well. These types of discussions continue to occur at the meetings here with the County Elections Division committee members that come from agencies and service providers throughout the county. I would greatly appreciate it if you would consider attending one of our meetings and learning from us what it is that we do and how it is that we can work together with any new committees that are emerging. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have a Scott Harris or Victor Solis here in person for public comment?
Victor's on his way.
Okay. Victor Solis? Okay, Victor Solis, you can proceed to the podium. Hi, Victor. You have 3 minutes to give your public comment.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors and officials. Thank you for having us. I've been a citizen of the United States since I was born. I've been a resident of Oxnard for the past 2 years. I was born in LA County. I'm a volunteer with 805 on DocuFund. I'm a volunteer with 5051 Ventura County. I'm a volunteer with Indivisible Ventura. So I have been dismayed that my emails and phone calls to many of your offices have gone ignored and unanswered. Many of the folks here are representing our organizations as well, so I defer to their comments on the specifics of what they have witnessed. I'll tell you what I've witnessed. My friends in Camarillo at the front line were shot at with rubber bullets. They were hit by tear gas. This is the CS gas that was also banned by the Geneva Convention for Use in Warfare. However, that seems to be used by the tactical team of the Ventura County Sheriffs in their support of DHS, ICE agents, in their raid of the Glass House Farms in Camarillo. And I think many folks here today can attest to the collection of those munitions, chemical munitions that were used against US citizens. My friends were hit by those rubber bullets, pellet bullets, munitions that I would like you all to think about your value of public safety. And what is the role of the Ventura County Sheriff's Office? What is the role of citizens in performing oversight? I think some folks here would like to know about the next steps to have a Citizens Oversight Committee over the sheriffs. I know what you supervisors are able to do, and I know the work that Supervisor Lopez has done, as we've been honored and privileged to have her speak at our many demonstrations, peaceful protests, peaceful assemblies by many folks across from East County all the way to Ojai and beyond. So I'm glad that Supervisor Lopez has stood with the community and has offered to give her recent salary increase to support the legal defense fund for these communities that are impacted and all the ripple effects on those of us who are citizens, those of us who are longtime residents of this county. I implore you to think about your values. Think about what you think public safety is, what you think law enforcement is, and what you think you should be doing in your jobs for these people who voted for you. We remember, and we will remember when you are up for election again. Thank you.
Okay,
If I may, this is, right now, we are doing public comments on items that are listed on the consent agenda. Mr. Solis, your comments were more of a general public comment nature, so we'll include that to the general public comments. For right now, the public comments are for items that are listed on the consent agenda. Also, under the rules of decorum for the boardroom, we'll ask for no audible clapping or booing or cheering when people are speaking. If you are in support, you can do thumbs up, you can do thumbs down if you're against an item. But this is so that everybody has an opportunity to be heard without any interruption when they're speaking. So thank you.
thank you, Ken Council. So we are going to transition to Zoom, and then we'll come back to Scott Harris. Paul Johnson. Okay, so it looks like Paul Johnson is not on Zoom at the moment, so we're going to transition over to Bruce McVicker, followed by Adrian Roberts and Stephen Causel. Bruce McVicker, I see that you've been promoted. If you unmute your mic, you'll have 3 minutes to give your comment.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you. Debbie Cohen is the most qualified candidate you will find for the Election Advisory Committee. She knows the U.S. Constitution, California Constitution, and election code better than anyone in the room today. She has volunteered countless hours educating others on these subjects. During election season, she spends more time than anybody I know as a volunteer election observer and knows all aspects of the process. And she is tech savvy. I fully endorse Deb for this committee. She is a patriot that our founding fathers would be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is going to be Adrian Roberts, followed by Stephen Causel. Adrian, I see you've been promoted. If you unmute your mic, you'll have 3 minutes to give your comment.
Hello, thank you for starting the Ventura County EAC. I believe that it will be good for everyone. So get on board and let's get started. Bring your candidates in and let's get it going. I know that Simi Valley has nominated Debbie Cohen, and she knows the Constitution of California and the U.S. Constitution, and she pledges her life, fortune, and sacred honor to uphold the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. On the other hand, the other gentleman who has been recommended, Dr. Gooch, after watching what he puts online, it is clear that he doesn't believe that we even need an election advisory committee, because in his mind, everything is honky-dory. And why would we vote for someone who doesn't even think that we need this process and protection? How effective can an individual be who thinks that everything is fine? He obviously knows how to turn a blind eye. So that's my comment on the two individuals up for election today. And I quote on another topic, free and fair, honest elections unmarred by fraud, errors, or suspicion are fundamental to maintaining our constitutional republic. The right of American citizens to have their votes properly counted and tabulated without illegal dilution is vital to determining the rightful winner of an election. Under the Constitution, state governments must safeguard American elections in compliance with federal laws that protect Americans' voting rights and guard against dilution by illegal voting, discrimination, fraud, and other forms of malfeasance and error. Yet, the U.S. has not adequately enforced federal election requirements that, for example, prohibit states from counting ballots after the election day, or prohibit non-citizens from registering to vote, dated 3/25/25. I am asking you, our Board of Supervisors, to call for IDs when voting, one-day voting with 100% hand count. I understand that presently you feel like you need to use the machines because of the governor's mandate. If the machines are absolutely fail-safe, then 100% hand count would confirm that belief. It has been done in one day. It can be done again.
Adrian,
Let's-
thank you for your comment. Our next speaker joining us today on Zoom is Stephen Kozel. Stephen, I see you've been promoted. If you unmute your mic, you'll have 3 minutes to give your comment.
Good morning. Thank you very much, supervisors and the CEO's office. I'm responding to this particular consent item because a couple of months ago, I commented on the process to select these committee members. And I was assured that they would undergo the same vetting that a Brown Act member would undergo. They would have a background check. They would also be vetted from the standpoint of qualifications. In reading the letters notifying the board, I only noted a letter of notification. I didn't notice any other information. I would have expected, at least in the packet, to see a CV or other documents that would support the nomination. I didn't. I applied for the position myself, not because I think I'm particularly well qualified from the standpoint of background, but I am a scientist, I'm a retired health professional, and I'm very evidence-based. And I think this committee needs to have folks that will just look at the evidence and the documentation. And I have not heard, other than an electronic acknowledgement of my nomination, anything from the county and or Supervisor Burrell's office. I would think that my observation is if you want citizens to be involved and to get to support the process of governance in the county, you would at least stay in touch. I could have expected at least to have received a letter saying, we reviewed your application, you didn't meet our qualifications, we've selected another person, thank you very much. I haven't heard anything. I would have hoped to have had at least that acknowledgement. That concludes my comments, other than I would like to clarify for the record, my name is pronounced Kozel, long O, and my title is Dr. Stephen Kozel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go back to in-person public comment. Is Scott Harris available? Oh, wait. Okay, our next speaker is going to be James Greenfield.
Good morning, supervisors. I'd just like to come out and speak in support of Debbie Cohen being appointed. She's dedicated, very well qualified. I'm concerned with Mr. Gooch and some of his comments that he's made and concerns, and will it be beneficial to the committee? And I think it's important to just state that there's much larger issues with our elections than this committee can even address in a timely manner or solve. And so look forward to this board taking action. Thank you.
Supervisors, if I may, just really quickly to address something. The process is there's a background check and it's vetted before it goes back to your office, letting you know it's all clear. Until the board approves appointment, we will not send out anything to individuals that may have applied, because if for some reason the board does not approve that appointment, we would go to the next individual that may have applied for your consideration. So just wanted to provide clarity for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item for public comment is going to be item 12. We currently have 8 speakers for item 12. We're going to start with in-person public comment, followed by Zoom. Our first speaker is going to be Scott Harris, followed by Victor Solis and Sandra Aldana. I'm not seeing Scott Harris. Victor Solis. Victor Solis. Okay, we're going to move on to Sandra Aldana. Oh, okay, so she says that she's indicated that she's already gave her public comment. We're going to go to Cynthia Godinez, followed by Mary Gallegos and Bruce McVicker.
Good morning. I'm commenting on the decision on choosing the candidate for the advisory committee. I am aware that the doctor has many accolades. However, there were 3 other candidates that Mr. Gorell had a choice of who I feel were more qualified in this position. These were people who have had many experiences observing the election division and understanding the laws that are made for the elections. And I am just, at this point, disappointed in Mr. Gorell in making the decision that he chose, because I do feel that there were some more qualified people that could have been very helpful in this process. And I was just hoping you'd fight for us a little bit more. Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Mary Gallegos, followed by Bruce McVicker.
Good morning. I'm here to state my opinion against the nomination of Dr. Gooch for the Election Advisory Council. Indeed, Dr. Gooch has a very impressive background, a PhD in political science from UCLA, and he's a professor. And I applaud his success. But that does not mean he's qualified to be a member of the Election Advisory Council. In a September 22 presentation to a church group regarding voters and voting issues, he made the statement that vote counts and recounts are getting better, but that mega people say votes are getting shuffled around. That statement told me he does not understand the current voting issues. It is well understood that there are documented issues with counts and recounts, and that indeed votes have been reshuffled. His statement also showed me that he has a clear bias against conservative voters in Ventura County. I believe we can do better. There are various people in the district, in District 2, that have a much clearer understanding of the voting issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is going to be Bruce McVicker, followed by Adrian Roberts.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, great, thanks. Designing election processes and procedures is independent of partisan politics. It is independent of any political party or philosophy. It's just a basic fact of system design. Input and outcome are independent of philosophies or anything non-mechanical or procedural. The cursory search on Dr. Gooch reveals that he is completely philosophical and partisan in his opinions on election outcomes. For this reason, I do not endorse his nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Adrian Roberts. Adrian, I see that you've signed up to speak on items 11 and 12. We are trying to send you a prompt to be promoted for item 12. If you accept that prompt, you'll be able to give your public comments. Adrian Roberts. Okay, we're going to move on to our next speaker. It's going to be Dr. Kozal.
Hi. I feel that I gave my comments on the last time. I was able to fit everything in that one.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Kozal. If you unmute your mic, you'll have 3 minutes to give your comment.
I went back and forth there. I was muted and then I was muted again. I'd like to thank the CEO Johnson for her comments. I would just have a process improvement suggestion. You can certainly wait to dismiss all other applicants. However, you could still communicate with them and say, would you be willing to remain should the current selected individual not be able to fulfill their obligation or accept the appointment? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. So I'm going to go back to our in-person and see if we have Scott Harris here or Victor Solis. Not seeing them, so we're going to move on to our next consent item, item number 14. We have public comment from Gabe Turan.
Hi, good morning, Chair and members of the board, members of the public and staff. My name is Gabe Turan, and I didn't plan to speak on this item, but as I was perusing the agenda, I also serve as a board member on the Board for Community Action Ventura County, and I appreciate Supervisor Gorell in searching for an appointment for that board. Just one thing that I wanted to check in and clarify was in reading the board letter and looking at the proposed person, I thank her for her interest in serving on the board. We do some amazing work, but I look at our bylaws and I believe that the appointees from the Board of Supervisors must be either an elected official or an appointed official. And I just wanted to put that out there to ensure that we don't get caught on a technicality there for the appointee who's here on the agenda. And so I just wanted to put that on your radar for consideration to ensure that if she is already appointed to another commission or something for the county, then she would meet that that requirement based on my interpretation. But I just wanted to make sure that that was clear for folks. And if so, I look forward to working with her. And thank you again, Supervisor Gorell, for finding someone on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next consent item where we have public comment is item number 21. We have James Greenfield, who's joining us here in person.
Good morning. Almost $4 million for a workforce development grant that goes to public trade unions for training. I served a 3-year apprenticeship with a local trade union here. For every hour you work, money goes in from the employers into the training fund. Why are we spending almost $1.4 million of our money on funding trade unions training programs? And it's a huge conflict of interest when you have all these unions support political candidates. It's a conflict of interest that my money and our money should not be funding. And I urge you to vote no on this and to reconsider this type of funding.
Okay, our next consent item is item number 32, where we have public comment. Our speaker is going to also be James Greenfield.
So just real quickly, just commenting on the out of control healthcare public funding. It's just ridiculous increases going on, and it just seems like not enough oversight, not enough questions being asked and answered, and these kind of things are just rubber stamped continually.
And our next consent item is item 37. We have public comment. And that is going to be from Adrian Roberts, who's joining us today on Zoom. Adrian, you have signed up to request to speak on item 37. Please accept the prompt to be promoted, and you'll be able to give your public comment. Adrian Roberts.
Again, I stated everything I had to say on those 3 things, all in one 3-minute session. So I'll speak again later when you get to 69. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. And I believe our last item for consent is item number 57 that we have public comment on. And that speaker joining us today is going to be Victor Solis, who's joining us in person. Victor Solis, if you're in the boardroom, please proceed to the podium. Victor Solis. Not seeing Victor Solis. Chair Parvin, that concludes a public comment for our consent agenda.
Thank you. And thank you to all the speakers. Yes.
Can I have a clarification on the Gold Coast item? Are we providing money to Gold Coast, or are we receiving money from them?
We are excitedly receiving money.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted clarification on that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Consent agenda, item 6, motion to approve, moved by Supervisor Lavier, second by Supervisor Long. Please vote.
We have a yes from the background.
All right, and that passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay. Our next item is the minutes. The minutes of our meeting held on June 24th, 2025.
Item 7, motion to approve, moved by Supervisor Lopez, second by Supervisor Long. Please vote.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have general public comments.
Thank you, Chair Parvin. We currently have 19 speakers for this item. And as a reminder to members of the public who wish to address the board today with live public comment on any agenda item, please visit ventura.org/BOS comment for participation information and instructions. For in-person public comment, please check in with the deputy clerk at the entrance of the boardroom. If you wish to make comments, you must be in the boardroom, or if you're participating remotely, you must be connected to the meeting via Zoom or telephone before the close of the public comment period for that agenda item. Requests to make live public comments on an agenda item will be accepted until the public comment period for each agenda item is complete. For our remote participants, please accept the prompt to be promoted and unmute your mic when it's your turn to speak. For all public comments, the in-person speaker present in the boardroom will be called upon first, followed by remote participants. At the discretion of the chair, general public comment regarding county-related matters that are not listed on the agenda but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board may be moved to the end of the meeting. And since we are coming back from a recess, I do want to remind our public comment participation and rules of decorum to members of the public. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to participate in meetings by addressing the Board of Supervisors in connection with one or more agenda or non-agenda item on topics that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors. To maintain public meeting environment conducive to welcoming and receiving public comments from all members of the public, the audience is discouraged from engaging in displays of support or opposition to staff reports or public comments, including clapping, yelling, booing, hissing, or cheering that may create a disruptive environment to members of the public wishing to participate, including when entering and exiting the boardroom and the Hall of Administration. If you did bring a sign today to raise, we ask that you move to the back of the wall, not to obstruct the view of the audience, and please do not obstruct the view of any of our other participants. Any person who disrupts or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting will be instructed to cease the disruptive conduct. This information, as well as information on how you may augment your comments, can be found on page 3 of our meeting agenda. And with that,
Thank you,
we
Ms.
have
Martinez. One moment, I would like to ask the chair a question. Madam Chair, it is 9:20, and we do have 3 9 a.m. time certain. So I'd like to understand if you'd like to move to the time certains now, or if you'd like to do public comment.
Let me look here. Time certain.
We have 3. The Kratom.
I'd like to do time certain.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Now that we've told everybody how the policies on behavior. Our first item under time certain is item 62, to receive and file a report about emerging threat of Kratom use and opioid overdose.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. For the record, Dr. Loretta Dennering, your County Behavioral Health Director. Thank you, Chair Parvin, members of the board, CEO Dr. Johnson. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on our collaborative efforts. As you know, the department has been integral in multi-agency efforts addressing the ongoing opioid crisis for over a decade. And despite encouraging trends over the last couple of years, including significant overdoses and significant drops in fatal overdoses, we're here to share today a growing concern about over-the-counter opioid availability and use, especially amongst young people and those facing challenges of being in recovery from opioid use disorder. In 2018, we secured funding from the U.S. Department of Justice for our COAST project, a county-led effort to reverse the growing trends of more potent and lethal synthetic opioids, especially fentanyl. This gave rise to the collaboration among healthcare providers known as Prescribers Care, which is an alliance of health professionals from county agencies to promote safe prescribing and increase treatment availability. The alliance has grown over the last 3 years to include a wide range of providers, the public and private citizens. In the last few weeks, there have been growing concerns about certain products at the federal level, but as you'll hear, the concerns are very local and very much reflect the changing face of opioid misuse. While VCBH has funded and supported trainings, meetings, and messaging for Prescribers Care Alliance, the true leaders of the efforts are before you today. This topic was brought forth in our Coast leadership meetings last year and earlier this year and have gained momentum for local discussion and education. We want you to hear from multiple experts about what we face with these widely available products. Respecting time, each speaker will keep their comments brief and will be available for Q&A. To start off our presentation this morning, we have Dr. Tipu Khan, who is our Chief of Addiction Medicine at Ventura County Medical Center, who will cover fundamentals about Kratom and turn it over to our other health experts. Thank you.
All right. Thank you to the board for having me and for having us and allowing us to speak on this topic. Next slide, please. Oh, I do. Very good. So wanted to start with just a little bit of background for the public and for the board of what Kratom is. So Kratom is a traditional plant herbal extract that's been legal in Asia for medicinal purposes. At low doses, it functions as a stimulant, meaning gives you more energy, kind of like a cup of coffee. But at higher doses, it functions like an opiate. So it's a sedative, puts you to sleep, helps with pain. In the US, it's generally not sold in its natural state. It's processed, refined, manipulated in a concentrate. And oftentimes other additives are present in the over-the-counter product that you're buying. It is important to note that it can have fatal side effects when used with other drugs, and we are noticing not just locally, but nationally, deaths are on the rise secondary to this substance. So where do you get it and how is it sold? The part that's difficult here is that you can get it anywhere. It's sold as a natural herbal supplement. You've probably seen it at gas stations, at coffee shops. We were at Santa Cruz recently, and on the main drag of Santa Cruz, they have a whole Kratom bar where young college kids are coming to kind of indulge in Kratom and use it because it's technically still legal. The part that's difficult, I think, is that it comes in different formulations: powder, liquid, capsules, and it's not identified as Kratom always. A lot of times it's just identified as this natural supplement, as you can see in these images here. So it's difficult to identify what you're actually purchasing and what you're using. And they are targeting, the manufacturers are targeting younger populations. We are seeing them sold as gummies in this bright pink, blue color scheme, bubblegum flavor, all the things that we know tobacco has used in the past to really market and aim for young populations. They're doing the same thing here. And the other thing that's difficult here is that because it's not regulated, potency varies. You can get 20 milligrams in one dose, and you can accidentally pick up another dose that's 500 milligrams. So huge variations in potency because there is no regulation to how these are sold. So why is this concerning and why are we here today? First off, it's unpredictable. It's not regulated, as we mentioned, so you don't know what you're getting, what else is mixed into the product. It is addictive. It has opiate-like activity, like we mentioned. It works on the opiate receptor. So this is an addictive substance, and you can get addicted to this over-the-counter supplement and not be able to come off of it. And it does have an overdose risk. So because at high doses, again, it functions like an opiate, it can actually suppress the breathing system, make it hard for you to breathe. And you combine that along with alcohol or a benzodiazepine or some other drug, and you can overdose. And this leads to an increased risk of death. And as I mentioned, the rates of deaths with Kratom involved are on the rise, and you'll hear about that in a minute. So we really want to make sure to draw attention to the concept that you need to be aware with Kratom. What you don't know can kill you. Product to product, like I mentioned, batch variations, because there is no regulation. Each batch can be different. It's hard to assess true concentration within these batches, which is really concerning because you might pick up something that has 50 milligrams labeled, but it might actually be much higher than that. And in the US, it's not, again, sold in its natural state. It's in its active product that's refined called mitragynine. And that's what they're selling, is the active potent compound. If you use this product back in Asia where it came from, you might only get a few milligrams of mitragynine in the entire cup of tea. But here we're concentrating it down and selling the actual concentrate, which is highly addictive. And then, as I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of additives that are present, a lot of additives that I read these words, and I don't even know what they are half the time. I have to look them up, that we're ingesting and putting into our system and into our body. So again, a lot of risks because it is not regulated. So with that, I'll go ahead and hand it over to my colleague, Dr. Young.
Good morning.
board members, Chair Parvin, Dr. Johnson. So obviously we're here talking about the potential risks of Kratom to our citizens in Ventura. And so when we look at potential public health risks, medical examiner data can be very helpful. It can highlight things that need to be done. And when we talk about Kratom, this is a plant extract, as was just mentioned, the active ingredient being metragenine. And metragenine is the drug that we can test for when we do toxicology testing when somebody dies. And so since 2018, our data shows that 46 people have died with metragenine as a component that contributed to their death in Ventura County, and 6 of those just in the last year. And so to put this in perspective, we talk about the opioid crisis. Metragenine and fentanyl are both opioids, but there's a big difference here. A person could take fentanyl a small amount, single time, and they could die or have an overdose. Metragenine and Kratom are different. These are much less potent, and the risk of death is not as high. It's legally sold. It's pretty much available everywhere. And of the 46 deaths that we had in Ventura County, all but 1 had other substances that contributed to the death. So this is a combined drug overdose with metragenine or Kratom and other drugs that are in the person's system. And so from a public health risk standpoint, my concern from our office is that this is sold to anyone. There's no age restrictions. It's sold everywhere throughout the county. You can get it. It's widely available. And people don't know what they're getting. The labeling, as Dr. Khan just mentioned, there's no warnings. There's nothing there to warn the public of the potential risk. And so this product right here is a perfect illustration. This is, if you look at the label, it says feel free. It says it's an herbal supplement. There's no mention of Kratom. This is something that's sold at my local grocery store. When I'm checking out at the counter, I bump my arm on it as I'm packing up my groceries. People could look at this and think it's an energy drink. It looks like a health product, but it contains metragenine. And if you flip it over and you look at the ingredients, it doesn't say Kratom anywhere. So even if you've been warned of the potential risk of Kratom, you don't see it anywhere. It says metragenine. Most doctors don't even know what metragenine is. So this is a risk because people don't know what they're using. So consider a scenario where somebody's going to a party and they're going to drink alcoholic drinks, and maybe they're on a prescribed drug that's a CNS depressant, central nervous system depressant, and they decide to take some of this with it. Now you have somebody who has 3 central nervous system depressants in their system. That's a setup for an overdose and potentially death. Consider someone who has no idea that this is an opioid that's going to go drive a car or fly an airplane. So they're putting themselves and other people at risk, not even knowing it. So these are the headlines that are popping up across the country. People are dying, people are overdosing, and it's becoming more of a public attention. When I go to medical examiner conferences, it's a topic that's coming up more and more frequently. We're here today to bring this to the attention of the leadership of the county and hopefully promote harm reduction and save some lives. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Supervisors. Dr. Johnson, thank you for your time and opportunity to present on this issue. First question I'd like to answer in terms of regulation is, Kratom is not presently regulated by the FDA. 2 weeks ago, the FDA announced its intention to schedule 7-hydroxymetragenine, which is the more powerful compound. It's the minor compound in Kratom. It's also the major metabolite. That process is expected to take at least 6 months, if not longer. As such, across the U.S., some cities and some states have already banned it. So one of the things that's really key, and you've heard from the other speakers, is whether kratom is an opioid. And it is. And one of the reasons we think it's flown underneath the radar with regard to regulation is that its chemical structure is unlike the other opioids like heroin. Instead, because it acts on the same receptor in the brain as heroin does or other opioids, it has the same risks. That includes dependence, that includes withdrawal, and the treatment for withdrawal and overdose is the same as you would do it so for typical opioids. So we call them atypical opioids. What can we do? One of the things the Prescribers Care Alliance wishes to do is we want to raise awareness among our medical community who are unfamiliar with kratom and its risks. And I'll let the slide speak for itself, but it's really critical that the prescribers talk to their patients to make sure that they are not receiving other substances so that we don't have the synergistic effects that could lead to overdose. In terms of regulation, Assemblymember Dr. Jasmeet Bains, who is a family medicine physician from Kern County, has introduced a bill that's currently in the state Senate to regulate these products. We think the provisions, as you can see, are quite reasonable. It specifically addresses the concerns with regard to products addressing the children, puts in age requirements, labeling requirements, and so forth, but nonetheless, it faces opposition at this time. So we would, in the absence...
Supervisor Levere has a question.
Yeah,
for
Dr.
you.
Vlaskowitz,
Yes.
where's that opposition coming from? Is it like the retailers or?
So yes, it is. I think there's opposition both from folks who've got lived experiences, but there's also oppositions from the folks who are profiting off it. So I think there's a number of different groups that are coming forth.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So in the absence of federal and state regulation, local governments have taken action, and here are some examples that we've been able to identify. At least 3 local governments have banned the sale of kratom. They include, in California, Newport Beach, Oceanside, and San Diego. Oceanside goes much, much further with regulation of kratom and other psychoactive substances. But there's other policy types of regulations that have been proposed or considered. What I very respectfully wish to emphasize is, from the Prescribers Care, is that our consensus is that regulation is key. At present, it's the absolute lack of regulation is what concerns us very deeply. So here are some policy options. I'll let the slide speak for itself largely, but prohibition obviously is one of them. Age restrictions, true labeling, enforcement measures and funding, and registration and testing protocols. With that, I'd like to ask Dr. Khan to share a recent clinical experience that helps illustrate our point.
Thank you. So I just want to end our presentation with a quick example of a case. I think it really drives it home when you hear about a real patient and someone that is living with this. So, and ironically, yesterday in our addiction medicine clinic, we had 3 patients out of our 12 that were there for treatment because of their kratom use. And it was not planned. That's the prevalence. That's what's happening right now. We're seeing it more and more. So I was talking to our fellow yesterday about this in clinic, and we had a patient, his name is Jacob, who's a name, of course, adjusted for privacy. But Jacob is a 19-year-old who I initially encountered him as an overdose. So he came into the emergency department as an opiate overdose, had to have Narcan, the medication we spray in their nose to reverse him. And as time progressed, what I learned from Jacob was that he's a student at Ventura College, young kid going to school, got cued into kratom because he was told that, hey, this is a stimulant. It's kind of like coffee. It'll help you kind of study a little bit better, kind of do better in school. Started using it at low doses, and he indeed got that stimulant effect, but then found he couldn't not use it to keep going. And so he started using escalating doses to get the same effect, to get that stimulant effect. But after a while, it stopped giving him a stimulant effect, and he started noticing he was sleepy and tired. So he wanted to come off of it. But every time he stopped, he had nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, basically dope sickness, right? Opiate withdrawal is what he was dealing with. So he kept escalating his dose so he could finish school and not have to be sick. And unfortunately, he had a dose that was, again, not regulated product, was higher than what he had anticipated he was going to get, that he bought from a gas station, overdosed, ended up having to be reversed, and came into the emergency department. So where is Jacob now? In order for us to treat his, like we do any other opiate use disorder, meaning we put him on medications for opiate use disorder like Suboxone, Sublocade, some of these meds you've heard of. So Jacob has been on Suboxone for about a year, which is a film we use to help treat the disorder, and we've been slowly tapering down his dosage. And yesterday he was down to a small dose, only about 4 milligrams a day. And I'm hoping over the course of the next 2 to 4 months we can get him off of it completely. But he's back in school now and he's doing well. But this is a prime example of what we're facing is this unregulated substance that has these risks that people just don't understand and are either overdosing or getting addicted to. And then that also can become a gateway to other drugs. So we just want to really emphasize the concept of safety and regulation. Thank you.
And just to clarify for our community, so if you do have an opioid overdose, you're saying it could take up to a year or more to clear it out your system and to recover from it?
Yeah, good question. So it depends on what the overdose was. So if you don't use opiates regularly and you have a one-time overdose, that opiate will wear out of your system in a few hours. So you'll be okay. But when you've been using it for a long period of time, what we found with not just opiates, but any other drugs of abuse, it causes changes in the middle brain pathway, which is why my specialty, addiction medicine, exists, is we focus on basically trying to fix that pathway. And that pathway takes anywhere from 12 to 18 months to heal. And sometimes for some people, much, much longer. But especially someone who's young and hasn't had a long exposure, we anticipate 12 to 18 months is how long it takes us to get that brain healed enough that we can get them off of medications.
Thank you. I think that's really important for our community to know that. Thank you.
Supervisor Gurrell has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick comment and then a question following that. But in addition to this, I serve in the Navy Reserve and oversee 153 people. The DOD is outlawed it, prohibited it for all service members active in reserve, and we're tested monthly on it. So there is action on it at the federal level. I'm concerned. It sounds like the FDA process will take at least 6 months, maybe longer. Are there any actions at state levels? I noticed that there was some ordinance created at local levels, but is there any action on this in Sacramento or any other state capitals to take some of the regulatory matters at the state level?
Yeah, and I might hand that over to Dr. Vlaskovich to comment a little bit on some of the bills, including Dr. Baines's bill that he had mentioned.
Thank you. Yes, Supervisor. So there is a bill that's, I believe it's stuck in the State Senate Health Committee. I looked it up last night, that Assemblymember Baines had brought through, and if I can flip back here we go. Here are the details on that one. But multiple states have banned it or restricted it, and some other cities have.
Thank you very much.
For closing comments, I'd like to invite Dr. Oldine Costello, our Public Health Officer, to the podium.
Good morning, Chair Parvin, Board of Supervisors, Dr. Johnson. Thank you very much for bringing up this issue and allowing me to speak. Our goal at Public Health is to bring education and data that may help our community make safer and healthier choices. Kratom and its effect on users is being looked at the state and the federal level. And just as Dr. Vlaskovich mentioned, the FDA announced just 2 weeks ago that one of the chemical compounds in Kratom, 7-hydroxymurtagenine, should be scheduled as a Schedule I substance. This category definition indicates that there is no current medical use. There is a high potential for abuse, and there is lack of accepted safety under medical supervision. Heroin is an example of another Schedule I substance. There actually may be some health values to these chemicals, but just like other substances, say like alcohol, we need to bring awareness to the risks of the chemicals and support standards to keep everyone safe. The proponents of these products, as you asked about, Supervisor Levier, should be the ones that welcome the reducing the harm and the negative outcomes of these products if used irresponsibly.
And as Dr. Velasquez mentioned, there are 3 cities within California that have banned the substance or enacted legislation, sorry. There are actually 2 counties that are looking at this as well, San Diego and Riverside. As with any emerging issue that comes to our community that can have a negative impact, we don't want to sit on the sidelines. We are here as a multi-agency collaboration to help Ventura be a leader to other counties to see how we pivot and adapt to the changing environment in our world. Thank you so much for your time on this subject.
I have a question, but I'm not sure which doctor will be answering this question. But you just mentioned that there's no current medical use for this. Okay. And then you also said, I mean, one of the options was we could prohibit it altogether. We could prohibit it until the FDA actually examines it. It's an option. But I've never heard of it until this staff report. And now I'm mindful of it and frightened that, you know, your grandchildren could pick up something, and now I have to really examine the bottle to make sure of what's in the ingredients. And yet we still won't know if it's in there or not. So that's very scary to me. So personally, Supervisor Levere?
Yeah, thank you. And I completely agree with you. Like Dr. Young mentioned, you see it at these liquor stores and convenience store markets, and it's just right there at the check-in stand. It doesn't mention anything about it. It's just a blue bottle about feeling good. And I mean, this might be for Dr. Vlaskovitz, but you mentioned the opposition coming from retailers. And I get it in the sense that they're trying to make a buck, but they're also, I assume, facing significant litigation from a lot of these headlines that we see. So it seems like something the retailers might come around to. But you mentioned that people with lived experience are also opposing. Can you say a little more about that? Why people with lived experience might be opposing that?
I think you know, as Dr. Castell mentioned, there may be medical uses for this, right? As with anything that comes from nature, there's often great benefits from it. The problem is that as it presently stands, it's completely unregulated. We don't know what we're getting. There's no quality control. This is not pharmaceutical grade, right? There are no controlled trials, okay? So for any of the things that I prescribe, it has to go through a lot of process in order to establish its safety. And its risks and so forth. So let's say, you know, mitragynine in the future becomes a scheduled substance that can be prescribed, as it is in other countries. So for instance, I believe in Southeast Asia, I want to say Thailand, but don't hold me to that. One of the Southeast Asian countries has it under as a doctor's prescription, right? That's an option. This is sort of flown underneath the radar because because if it had a chemical structure like opioids, we would have picked up on it far sooner. It doesn't, but it has the same effect as the opioids. And that's partly why it's sort of flown underneath the radar and why there has been an opposition to it. And people have found it useful. I'm not here to disparage anybody's lived experiences. I wish to honor them. There's people who have found it useful in some ways, but it's completely unregulated. That's our point, and that's where the danger lies.
So it could still be prescribed by a doctor.
Yes.
Even if you...
So can I ask a question on this? We've done in the past an urgency ordinance in regards to the sale of flavored vaping products and flavored vaping paraphernalia similar. Is this something that we can move forward on for this product? Not selling to minors and so forth, and can we have that come to the board so that we can make the first steps before, instead of waiting 6 months, so forth? Is that something that we can move forward with, an urgency ordinance based on our public health and our medical examiners and our doctors saying how important this is? Because I completely agree with you, supervisors, in regards to the seriousness of this. And the fact that it's not labeled and how medicinal items are being sold online without proper labeling and the risks associated is really concerning to me. And so I would like to ask.
Let me answer this best as I can. One of the other team members might also add to it. The answer is yes. We wanted to move quickly to bring this to your attention before coming up with a model ordinance. Is the answer? So if that is what the board wishes, we can quickly move on that to present options to the board.
Thank you. And if I may add, Supervisor, yes, your board doesn't have the ability to act on anything like that today because this is a receive and file report. But if you wanted to give general direction for staff to work on an ordinance to bring forward for your consideration in the future, they can definitely do that.
I would motion to move forward on an urgency ordinance in regard to this item and bring it back to our board as soon as we can.
I would second that.
Chair Parvin, we have public comment for this item.
Oh, well, when it gets there, how about that?
Okay. Would you like to take the public comment now? Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So our first speaker is going to be Misty Brown, followed by Jennifer Grills and Laura Romney. It looks like everybody is on Zoom today, so we're going to ask IT to go ahead and promote Misty Brown and then Jennifer Gillis. Misty Brown, and then Jennifer Gillis, followed by Laura Romney and Heidi Sikora. Misty Brown? Okay, I'm not seeing Misty Brown at the moment. So let's go ahead and go to Jennifer Gillis, followed by Laura Romney. And Jennifer, I see that you have been promoted. I'm going to go ahead and ask you to unmute your mic, and you'll have 3 minutes to give your comment.
Thank you so much.
Hi, can you guys see me?
I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Okay, so we have two of you, so I'm sorry, Misty. And we're going to Jennifer Gillis, and then we'll come back to you. Jennifer Gillis, your mic is unmute. Please go ahead and give your comment.
Yes, my name is Jennifer Gillis, and I have been a Kratom consumer for the past 6 years. I was diagnosed with transverse myelitis in 2005, and as of that day, I became a chronic pain patient for the rest of my life. For many, many years, I went through pain management and various things to manage my chronic pain. Unfortunately, due to DA cutbacks and new guidelines and regulations, I was no longer able to get that pain medication anymore. And in 2019, someone introduced me to holy Kratom powder, and I decided to give it a try because I was pretty much at my wit's end. I mean, I was miserable. It's changed my life. I'm able to go to the store. I'm able to go to field trips with my kids. I'm able to be an active, member of society now that my pain is controlled. There's a lot of people like me out there that are using it responsibly and are getting their life back. But I do want to say I fully agree with regulations. I think there should be age limits. I think there should be more education around the synthetic 7-OH products versus the holy Kratom powder. The 7-OH products are, chemically made in a lab, whereas, Kratom powder is the natural, leaf just taken off the tree and ground. That's all I really had to say. I just wanted to share my story, and I appreciate my time letting me speak today.
All right, thank you for your comment. Okay, we're going to go back to Misty Brown, then followed by Laura Romney and Heidi Sikora. So Misty, hi, I see that you're connected. Please unmute your mic, and you have 3 minutes to give your comment.
Hi, are y'all waiting on me?
Yes, we are. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Misty Brown, and I'm a Kratom advocate, consumer and activist from Colorado, which is pretty much like a mini California over here. I would like to read y'all my testimony. I was addicted to FDA-approved pain pills, benzos, and muscle relaxers for 11 years straight from 2008 to 2019. I got fired from chronic pain management in April of 2019 because I didn't show up for a per-contract pill count. I was 11 pills short, and my drug dealers didn't have any pink Oxy-10s. After that, I went to the streets and started doing cocaine while I was searching for a new pain management doctor. In June of 2019, while in cocaine withdrawal, I watched that documentary, A Leap of Faith. My journey with Kratom began the very next day. Kratom shut that I need one more snort, one more pill, one more escape noise off in my brain. It allowed me to work on my whys of addiction. I have not been back to pain management in over 6 years now. I'm a functioning member of society again. I'm a thriving mother again. I pay taxes again. I am no longer a burden to my kids. I am now a first-time grandma. I will be forever grateful and thankful that I accidentally found lab-tested whole leaf powder Kratom. I now pass on my journey, wisdom, and science to help those struggling with addiction, chronic pain, anxiety, and depression. What you guys have to do, I am an advocate, and we 100% support regulations that we need. We don't need it being sold to minors. We don't need to be accessible to minors. Y'all need to know how to differentiate between synthetic 7-OH and whole leaf powder. What the FDA did 2 weeks ago on July 29th was put the alarm on the synthetic 7-OH products that are out there being flooded to the market. That's what people are coming in with problems on. That's what Narcan can knock off the opioid receptor because it behaves like a full agonist opioid. Whole leaf Kratom powder doesn't. So if you guys learn how to differentiate between synthetic 7-OH and whole leaf powder, you will have one blooming and blossoming community over there. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is going to be Laura Romney, followed by Heidi Sikora and Stephen McIntosh. Laura,
Hello,
I see that you've been promoted.
Again, my name is Laura Romney, and I'm really grateful I could speak to you today. I'm actually with the International Plant and Herbal Alliance, and I'm a Kratom educator. And I know I sent each of you an email this week offering you some Kratom education where most specifically you learn the difference between the synthetic products, the 7-OH products, and the traditional natural products. As you did mention, the FDA has come out with this, has urged the DEA to schedule 7-OH as a Schedule I substance, but they specifically said, Commissioner McCary said, we are not targeting the kratom leaf or ground up kratom. We are targeting the concentrated synthetic byproduct that is an opioid. And that is his direct quote. And interestingly enough, the 7-OH products started becoming available on the shelves about 2 years ago. That is when we started seeing a lot of the problems creeping up in the communities with addiction. It has a very high addictive profile. It is a full opioid, whereas kratom is not. And it actually is 14 to 20 times stronger than morphine, and it absolutely should not be on the over the counter and sold to the public. American Kratom Association and IPHA are all about kratom education and regulation. There is a good way to do this. I was very happy to see the legislation, slide that talked about all of those. We agree with that 100%. But I just want to reinforce that some of the comments in that PowerPoint talked more about kratom in general, where really that entire PowerPoint should have been, focused on 7-OH and not kratom, because 7-OH is what's causing these issues. There is a way to do that. I, again, 100% agree with that regulation. I would be happy to work with you in the future. I am a chronic pain patient myself of 13 years. I have what they call the suicide disease, which is trigeminal neuralgia, and I've been taking kratom for 8 years. It's truly been life-changing for me, and so that's why I became a kratom educator. And again, I just reinforce that please educate yourselves before you enact local policies that will impact so many people beyond what you even think. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Okay, our next speaker is going to be Heidi Sikora. Hope I said that right.
Sikora.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Dr. Heidi Sikora. I'm a retired nurse practitioner and healthcare executive. My career was cut short because of multiple rare neurological disorders, including a Chiari malformation, tethered spinal cord, Ehlers-Danlos, very painful conditions. And unfortunately, I have serious adverse reactions to any kind of pharmaceutical that would help my pain. I found Kratom 6 years ago, and it has just been an absolute godsend. It has allowed me to rejoin life, enjoy our grandchildren. And so I really advocate hard for regulations. And again, just like the previous speakers, I'm very much for regulations. The key points, please don't conflate Kratom with 7-OH. It has, the two are completely different. 7-OH is a little tiny metabolite of metragenine. In the natural product, it is at a very safe level, and so it's not a concern. The main alkaloid metragenine is a partial mu opioid agonist, similar and in the same family as coffee. So it is incorrect, to say that it is an opioid, a full opioid. Metragenine does not meet the criteria for scheduling per the 8-factor analysis that was done by the FDA and the World Health Organization. So metragenine will not be scheduled as a Schedule 1. It does not meet the criteria. It does not have the addictive capability to be able to schedule that. Most importantly, the natural kratom plant does not cause respiratory depression. This is super important because what you're doing, if you ban it, those people who use the kratom as a replacement for opioids to help with their withdrawals, they could possibly use something that will cause respiratory depression and kill them. So kratom is a very safe alternative. It's not at all like a classical opioid, which brings me to the presentation. The doctor who talked, I think it was Dr. Khan, who said that he had a patient that came in with a kratom addiction. If Narcan reversed that, it most likely was not kratom or metragenine, because Narcan will not reverse metragenine. That's been demonstrated in animal studies. So the other thing is the cause and correlation of kratom being present during the death. There is no identified mechanism of death for kratom. And so, it just really is, again, conflating the issue. Just because kratom was present doesn't mean that it contributed.
Your 3 minutes
Yes.
for public comment is up, but I want to just encourage you, if you have more to say to the board, please send it to clerkoftheboard@ventura.org. Thank you.
I have lots to say, but
Okay, our next speaker is joining us today via telephone, so that's going to be Stephen McIntosh. Stephen McIntosh, you're going to have to unmute by pressing *6. Stephen McIntosh? Okay, looks like Stephen McIntosh is no longer on Zoom. So that concludes the public comment for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we have comments.
I would hold true to my motion for having an urgency ordinance come to this board for us to review based on the information that was provided today.
And I will second my earlier second.
And then if I just may add, Madam Chair, to not just feedback from the health professionals from the county on a proposed ordinance, but also from the folks who would be responsible for enforcement on the practicality and how to do that. So that would be a measure that I would welcome. Thank you.
Yes.
Right. Item number 62, we have a motion from Supervisor Long to direct staff to prepare an urgency ordinance, and a second by Supervisor Parvin. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, our next item is item 63, receive and file a presentation to recognize the members of the fourth cohort of the County of Ventura's Leadership Development Program, LEAP, Leadership Excellence and Action Program for Managers, Fortitude, who graduated in June 2025. We have Ms. Hollinger.
Good morning, Chair Parvin, members of the board, Dr. Johnson. My name is Betsy Swanson Hollinger. I'm the manager of Learning and Organizational Development here with the County Executive Office in Human Resources. This morning, it gives me great pleasure to recognize Fortitude. Woohoo! Oh, sorry, no clapping. Wait, I take that back. I apologize. Who are our fourth graduating cohort of our LEAP for Managers program. This is our county's in-house leadership development program that was put together with the support of your board and our county executive office several years ago. It uses nationally recognized gold standard models as in leadership development throughout the content. Also, we use local and internal thought leaders for faculty of this program. I'm just going to do a brief sketch of what the content is. I know we're running behind, so we will not do individual names at the end. We will do a group picture with our board. So we start out with a little bit of employee engagement. We want to know how to retain our good employees. Actually, what drives them? What motivates them? And how do we ask those questions? We move into strategic leadership. Then we do a seminar on community belonging and disability access for managers. We need to recognize where our biases show up, what they are, and how to be aware of them. Then we do a dive into emotional intelligence, understanding our default set patterns when we're under stress and in conflict, followed by 3 days of crucial accountability. This curriculum teaches problem-solving skills in working with an employee who is having lower performance or not meeting expectations. And then we end with a 360-degree assessment because we need to know and own our impact on other people. At the very end of this program, we do what's called a personal case history, where everybody writes a reflection essay about what parts of the program they have been able to integrate into themselves, who they are as leaders in our county, and what actions they have been able to take and drive with their teams that have made an impact and change on their teams. I just want to highlight 2 sentences from one of our graduates who was reflecting on crucial accountability. And this is what he said in his personal case history. The Crucial Accountability series did more than teach me about leadership. It gave me the tools to live by. By developing a communication style grounded in empathy, clarity, follow-through, I've become a more effective professional, developing executive leader, more grounded parent, and more consistent human being. That was written by Ben Fischetti, who, when he was going through the program, was a manager in our public works agency. At the end of the program, he went for a promotion, and I believe he got it. He's now one of our deputy directors of public works. And that sentiment is common for the participants that go through the program, that do the inner work and use the tools on their teams to make change. So at this point, I'd like to just have all of Fortitude go ahead and come down to the front of the dais. When you get here, we will give you a round of applause, and then we will pose for a picture with our board standing up in the back. So come on down, Fortitude. Don't be shy. So stand back there and face this way. We might need 2 rows of folks. Here are our graduates and the programs they are from. These are our leaders. Congratulations, Fortitude. Oh, okay. Okay, since they're not going to, we'll have to layer them right. Can we have some folks? What'd you say? Come to the front of the podium. Come to the front.
No, Tiffany?
Good leadership. It's just a nicer photo covering the podium. And then hold your certificate in front of you.
That's the shortest.
Hold it. And folks in the front with the cameras, if you don't mind for a second putting your cameras down. Here we go on 3. 1, 2, 3. Hold it. 1, 2, 3. Keep
Say
smiling.
42.
2, 3. All right. This all goes up.
Now it makes sense.
Okay, our next item is a presentation proclaiming the week of July 20 through the 26th, 2025 as Probation Services Week in Ventura County. And this week, we are recognizing the dedicated professionals who serve as the backbone of our community in safety and rehabilitation, our deputy probation officers and support staff. As we proclaim July 20th through the 26th as Probation Services Week in Ventura County, we honor them for their tireless work in transforming lives and enhancing public safety. Guided by this year's theme, Heroes Behind the Mission, these individuals supervise thousands. They support victims, assist the courts, and respond to crises, often without recognition, but never without impact. So I'd like to welcome Chief Ronald Miller the second. There's probably a third by now, I don't know. And say some words.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, CEO Dr. Johnson. So grateful to be here this morning, and so grateful that we're following LEAP rather than Kratom. That would have been a tough group to have to follow after. And my son will be very grateful to know that he's not having to stand in this position. So thank you for that. We are so grateful that that you're taking this opportunity to do this proclamation. We certainly recognize that it's coming a little late, and as you well know, there was a lot happening in probation over the last couple of months. So we're very grateful to you for doing this proclamation. So just a quick note about why we celebrate. It's a nationally recognized week to honor professionals, and it does really acknowledge those who are behind the scenes doing the great work with those clients who are sentenced by the court to come to us for probation supervision, where we're kind of doing that balance between rehabilitation and accountability.
Hello, my name is Ulises Martinez.
Sorry. Okay, I'm going to learn these buttons very quickly. So during Probation Services Week, we did a few events around the county. We had a chili cook-off, which was just awesome. A chance for me to interact with a lot of the staff at our juvenile facility. Our PEIO, Sam Cortez, heavily involved in a social media campaign and also doing a lot of work with a statewide organization with CPOC and also Stanislaus County. Is that correct? So a lot of good work happening there.
Hello, my name is Ulises Martinez, and I am a Deputy Probation Officer.
Hi, I'm Louis Vasquez, and I'm a Deputy Probation Officer.
Hello, my name is Sarah Ricker. I'm a Deputy Probation Officer.
Hello, my name is Yamile Rivera, and I'm a Deputy Probation Officer.
My name is Nadia Diaz, and I'm also a Deputy Probation Officer.
Hi, my name is Chloe Shavers, and I'm a Deputy Probation Officer.
Hi, my name is Brenda Rosales, and I am a Senior Deputy Probation Officer
at the Ventura County Probation Agency.
I'm currently assigned to the Oxnard Probation and Post-Release Office, where I currently supervise a domestic violence caseload and do field supervision.
I'm currently assigned to the Ventura County Juvenile Facilities, where I provide direct supervision of our residents and assist with their rehabilitation.
I'm currently assigned to Adult Investigations, where we prepare sentencing reports in conjunction with the court to make the most informed sentencing decisions.
We are currently assigned at the East County Field Services Unit.
Our main focus is rehabilitation and accountability.
I'm currently assigned to Ventura Field Services, where I supervise a mixed caseload, which includes DV, DUI, and miscellaneous felonies.
I am assigned to the Transitional Age Youth and Juvenile Intensive Services, where we work with youth and young adults during this difficult time to mentor and guide them for a better future.
Together, we make a difference.
Thank you for your support.
Stay safe and be well.
We're proud to serve you.
Thank you for your trust.
Happy Probation Services Week.
So there's fantastic things happening in the agency and great work by many of the staff. And just kind of wanted to run through some stats there that you can see. I won't read through those. You can read faster than I can speak. But just the volume, sheer work of volume that's happening. It's always impressive to see what's happening. But more importantly are the people that we're impacting. I just wanted to share one story. They had a 17-year-old probation youth who was doing fairly well in probation. But because of some immigration concerns, his mother and siblings ended up going back to Mexico, leaving him behind. So you can imagine that was a devastating and very challenging moment for him. But the probation officer stepped right into that picture and started to work with both community and county partners to look for a solution. Now, I'm just going to share with you, sometimes in the past, what we've done is we've scooped somebody up and we put them in juvenile hall because we can kind of control the situation there. And then we'll look maybe for a residential placement facility. We didn't go that path. We looked for another way to keep this kid out of custody and to be able to get him someplace where he'd be able to function and hopefully to thrive. So after those phone calls, we were able to find stable and secure housing for him to be in, and that was with a friend's family. He's going to be able to remain there until he's 18, and that probation officer is continuing to work on assistance like health coverage, food assistance, and other things that would be so critical for this youth to do well. So I share you that one story because I capture those one stories because when you move into a department where we're trying to help 5,000 adults and 500 kids, how do we use that to train others in terms of our effectiveness? So we are at a place where the people who generally come to us are facing some significant challenges in their lives. And we as an agency are very effective at getting into that space and working collaboratively with other agencies and other departments in order to come up with successful solutions. So I just want to point out that probation officer support, collaboration, and getting that stable housing, taking responsibility, we now have somebody who's going to be either on their feet or back on their feet for the first time and be able to move forward. So again, I want to thank you for taking the time to acknowledge probation and for the great staff and the work that they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we come down, are there any comments from other supervisors? Supervisor Long?
I just really wanted to appreciate the case that you just shared with us. And I think that we need to do an excellent job of explaining what probation does and to tell the stories and how we do assist our community members to be thriving in our community is exceptional. And I really do appreciate that. Thank you for taking the position and leading us in as a director, and just want to say thank you.
No. I also wanted to take a moment and say how happy you seem to be. I know you're new at the job and you still seem very happy about the job. And I thought your video for your department was really well represented, colorful, and really a great video. So thank you. That was very entertaining. And for the work, for all the men and women and the job that they're doing. Wonderful. Okay, we have a proclamation for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yep. All right, we're back, and we're now going to be going back to our general public comments. And at that time, we had 18 public speakers. I'm not sure how many we have now.
We currently have 19.
Okay.
Chair, if I may, before the general public comment starts, I'd just like to add that this is the time for general public comment for items not listed on the agenda. If there's anybody here that's wishing to speak on some of the immigration aspects, I would ask that you keep your comments for the 3 o'clock item so that they can be part of the record for that item. Today, the public comment right now is for items not listed on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, County Council and Chair Parvin. Our first speaker today is going to be Sheriff Freihoff.
Good morning, Chair Parvin, Board of Supervisors, CEO's office, and staff, and the community. Although my comments are going to be on immigration, it is not necessarily on the item that is on the agenda. It is just more in general. Obviously, from the time the board had their break until now, there's been a lot that has taken place here in Ventura County. So I want to reiterate where the Sheriff's Office fits into immigration enforcement and reiterate that we 100% comply with Senate Bill 54, that we do not participate in immigration enforcement or raids. However, if our federal agencies who are doing raids are being attacked and assaulted and they call for assistance, we will be there to keep the peace. Much like what happened at the Glass House, was that they had called for assistance. We arrived to assist. We did not use any munitions or any gas. Any use of force that was conducted was done so by the federal agencies that were there. We assisted in getting vehicles through an intersection and then created a blockade for them to get their vehicles out. If you saw any of the video, you saw bricks being thrown at the vehicles. There was also nails that were thrown on the ground to disable these federal vehicles to be able to conduct their operation in a safe manner. So we were there strictly just to keep the peace. Once again, as you will hear from me in our Truth Act forum later this year, where I will talk about the communication we are allowed to have with immigration enforcement, and it's specifically for people who are in our custody, who have been held to answer or convicted of serious and violent crimes, period. Unless somebody also has a federal criminal warrant, which has been signed by a judge, then we can make an arrest on that or hold somebody for that. We treat that warrant like we do any other out-of-county warrant. We'll hold the person for 5 days until the federal agency picks them up, and that's it. If they don't pick them up within the timeline, they'll be released, provided they don't have any other charges. Unfortunately, there's a lot of activist groups that are trying to sow discord in our community and try and show that law enforcement is participating in immigration enforcement, which we are not, and that is creating great harm to the long-established trust we've had in our community here. It's important for when people call 911, no matter who they are, that they know help is coming. And if we are doing immigration enforcement, then we're not the help they're looking for. We need to be able to stay out of that, and that is a federal responsibility. If people would like to change the federal law, they need to talk to Julia Brownlee, Salud Carbajal, and then Senators Schiff and Senator Padilla. Schiff and Padilla, Julia Brownlee, and Salud Carbajal is who you need to talk to change the law, and then they can talk to your federal agencies about what they're doing regarding our Fourth Amendment. They're held to the same Fourth Amendment standard that we are. If we interfere with their investigations at all, then we're going to be held accountable for interfering with federal agents. We're put in a very tough spot, but I want our community to know that we are not doing immigration enforcement. If they need help, they can call us, and we will show up. Thank you. Any questions?
I really do appreciate you being here today to make public comment on this item. I think it's important that we're clear, and you did that today. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to just generally express support for our men and women in the Sheriff's Department, and I can guarantee that nobody signs up to be a sheriff and goes through the academy desiring the day that they have to run into and help stop civil unrest. It's just not the reason why people sign up to serve in local law enforcement. But what I've seen from our men and women in uniform over the last number of months is nothing but admirable and honorable and doing their very best work as great public guardians here in Ventura County. So I'm just unapologetic, unwavering, strong supporter of our Sheriff's Department and our men and women in uniform that are doing things that they never expected they'd be called to do, but are doing it admirably. So I salute them all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Freihoff.
Okay, our next speaker is going to be Michael Koslow, followed by Lynn Johnson and Ashley Fox. Michael, you have 2 minutes to give your comment.
Good morning. May I go ahead and provide a executive summary to the clerk?
Sure. Thank you.
Good morning, and today, Madam Chair and board members, I rise as a U.S. congressional candidate in our district to address proposed bipartisan legislation I previously presented to leadership in other city councils to state that in our cities, we are experiencing a contentious environment among Americans, wherein we are working diligently in the new administration to correct the adverse impacts of open immigration laws permitted by the previous administration. In that light, I've been in contact with the Office of Representative Maria Elvira Salazar, Republican Florida, who introduced the Dignity Act of 2025 HR 4393 in the U.S. House of Representatives on July 15, 2025, a bipartisan effort to strengthen border security in the United States, provide undocumented individuals with an opportunity to obtain legal status and work visas if they meet strict requirements, and update aspects of the U.S. legal immigration system. Filing fees for work visas would be offset by tax credits. The bill is divided into the following 3 sections. 1, Border Security for America Act, Border Security and Asylum Reform, Mandatory E-Verify. 2, Dignity and American Promise DREAM Act. 3, Fairness for Illegal Immigrants, Employment and Student Visas. I must further state that the recently introduced Registry Act by one of our senators essentially provides amnesty for undocumented workers. As stated, the Dignity Act does not provide amnesty. The Dignity Act of 2025 is a groundbreaking bill that offers the solution to our immigration crisis, help secure the border, stop illegal immigration, and give long-standing productive immigrants a well-deserved chance to stay and work here. No amnesty, no handouts, no citizenship. Just accountability and a path towards economic stability and a better future. I thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Lynn Johnson, followed by Ashley Fox and Joseph Dobson-Nix. We have Lynn Johnson. Okay, how about Ashley Fox? Do we have Ashley Fox? Hi, Ashley, you can adjust the mic so that it's closer to you, and you'll have 2 minutes to give your comment.
Perfect, thank you. Good morning. I'm here today to speak on the impact of immigration raids and to encourage the board to show support for its most vulnerable, numbering almost half of your constituents, 46.32%. That's nearly 380,133 in 2025, according to the data provided by the Ventura County Public Health Department. And that's just people of Hispanic Latino descent currently experiencing terror. That number excludes other community members that have also been negatively impacted by these raids. I have been to over 100 of my local businesses, and I have spoken to hundreds, if not thousands, of your citizens, documented and undocumented. These people are your doctors, work your favorite restaurants, they're teachers, gardeners, hairdressers, field workers, business owners, and more. But there was a huge disconnect here. So much so that I have been asked on multiple occasions, "You are not brown. Why do you care what happens to us?" It's not said in jest or with animosity. It is entirely genuine, and it breaks my heart. To talk to servers at our local restaurants and watch them break down in tears when admitting they've been too afraid to let their husband leave their home for almost 2 months because she can't handle the thought of losing him. To the business owner that watched a customer get ripped from his wife's arms in front of their establishment. He says, "I'm afraid for myself. I'm afraid for my employees and customers. I've never felt so scared and helpless, but if I don't work, I can't survive." To my friends that called me crying when they saw a suspicious car and left work early with severe anxiety and panic, thinking it was the last time they might see their daughter. These are but a few of their stories. These people aren't criminals. They're kind, dedicated, hardworking, taxpaying community members, neighbors, and loved ones. They deserve the equal opportunity to live their life without terror and uncertainty like the rest of us. They deserve to be supported and feel safe. This is 46.32% of Ventura County's population, and you represent them. Support item 69, join the ACLU lawsuit, Perdomo v. Nome, and demand accountability and transparency from ICE and local law enforcement. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is going to be Joseph Dobzinski, followed by Laura Tribble and Shannon Anderson.
Trust we'll all get the same amount of time to fry off, dude.
Can I just say that something wrong? I noticing that on the timer, last two speakers, it went from 18 seconds down to 0 already. I just didn't know.
Yeah, we're trying to monitor that by giving everybody a little bit more time up front and at the end. Yeah, thank you.
My name is Joseph Dobzinski Jr. I'm a resident of Ventura County and have been serving as an unpaid volunteer for 805 on DocuFund to monitor ICE activity at the Camarillo field office. My observations have made it clear that these ICE agents are not trained for their roles and lack the discipline of other law enforcement agencies. As such, these ICE agents often exploit their qualified immunity and the federal supremacy clause to terrorize our activists and to collaborate with local law enforcement. ICE agents will goad activists into chasing them, then lead them to local law enforcement to claim their safety is at risk, where activists are cited with nuisance tickets, threatened with towing their cars, or ripping out their PA systems for activity protected both by the First Amendment and California state law. ICE agents will also taunt our activists outside their field office after returning with detained community members, using frivolous lights and sirens stating nothing we do can stop them, then calling local law enforcement to harass activists outside, citing the same false concerns with personal safety. I have personally had 5 agents come out behind my car and threaten to say that there's a gun in my car so they could take action. If we've learned anything from the recent cases dropped against LA activists or the recent Home Depot raids, it's that ICE's word cannot be taken at face value and that they are not abiding by the current temporary restraining order. It's clear that we need greater oversight over both ICE and the Ventura County Sheriff's Office. I'm asking the Board of Supervisors to sign on to the ACLU lawsuit, Perdomo versus Nome, to protect our county against unconstitutional actions taken by ICE, as well as passing local policies to require all law enforcement to be unmasked, to identify themselves when asked, to verify administrative and judicial warrants, and to ensure that ICE agents follow all road safety laws in their raid and personal vehicles, including having clear, unobstructed license plates and properly tinted windows. I am also asking the Board of Supervisors to establish a civilian oversight committee for the Ventura County Sheriff's Office in adherence to the 2021 grand jury recommendation. No public safety organization should exist without civilian oversight, or the Ventura County Sheriff's Office becomes just another tool of the federal government under the guise of a mutual aid agreement, placing officer safety over public safety. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is going to be Laura Tribble, followed by Shannon Anderson and Sandra Aldana.
Can I start?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. Good morning to all the board members. Thank you so much for hearing us out. I'm here to speak from the heart, like my previous 2 speakers. The end of the school year in June was terrible. My daughter's school has a predominantly large Hispanic community, and half of these kids weren't showing up for school the last few days. And this was the terror that continued in my community up until there was a TRO placed because ICE agents were violating the Fourth Amendment. So now it's still happening. They're still violating the TRO, but things have calmed down in our community. It was very traumatizing for these kids, and I really want to speak from the heart and tell you that if this TRO is lifted and things continue the way they were prior to it, it's going to be really bad for the community. So in the name of safety for children and for our community, I urge the board to put on the agenda to join the Vasquez Perdomo versus Nome lawsuit that challenges the unconstitutional ICE practices. Most of this community wants to see that on the agenda. This is something that a lot of cities and counties have joined, and I urge you to adopt that. Also, we need a civilian oversight commission for the VCSO. There's a huge problem with public safety regarding the non-trust of law enforcement in our community. For instance, there was an after-school program that my friend was teaching at. She called me. She said, Laura, there are children here that aren't getting picked up because their parents see a sheriff's car parked around the corner, okay? This is really bad for our community. We need public safety. We need accountability. We need the VCSO to have a civilian oversight committee to regain that trust between the civilians and the law enforcement. This is going to be beneficial for everybody involved. Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Shannon Anderson, followed by Sandra Aldana and Cecilia Hernandez.
Good morning, Chair Parvin and supervisors. My name is Shannon Anderson, and I have lived most of my life in this beautiful county. I'm here in strong support of the 805 Immigrant Coalition's call for transparency and accountability for immigration agents in our county. Specifically, I ask that they be made to follow the California Vehicle Code so that they stop endangering my neighbors and me with their reckless driving. I've witnessed ICE run red lights on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. In one instance, an ICE agent drove 55 miles per hour in a 35 mile per hour zone before blowing through a stale red light 2 blocks from an elementary school. TikTok and Instagram are full of videos of ICE vehicles driving through our local parks, scattering park goers into traffic, driving up embankments on the 23 freeway, swapping license plates across vehicles, abruptly cutting across multiple lanes of traffic on the 101, and countless other dangerous maneuvers. Ventura County voted against Trump and his extreme immigration agenda by over 15 percentage points. We wanted a reasonable, moderate path to legal status, not masked agents driving recklessly down our streets, kidnapping our neighbors, all the while endangering our and our children's physical safety. Nevertheless, today is day 68 of ICE's siege of Ventura County. How many more days before we mourn the first casualty of ICE's lawless, risky driving? Please protect us by passing legislation to stop ICE from driving recklessly in our county. Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Sandra Aldana, followed by Cecilia Hernandez, and then Liz Campos. Sandra, you'll have 2 minutes for this item.
I'm sorry. Even people who get old with disabilities have vision issues. Thank you again for indulging me, supervisors. I would like to just make one general comment. I strongly encourage you to consider the amount of contributions made to our community by our immigrants. Sadly, those from mixed status families are experiencing denials of service or denial by delay of services. We must support the members of our community who can legally access services so that they do not face the barriers that exist when basic needs cannot be met. We must ensure that, as Aristotle once said, all who have meditated on the art of governing mankind have been convinced that the fate of empires depends on the education of our youth. Our decisions today will teach our youth for their lifetime much more than anything they could learn in the classroom. I hope we can make it count.
Our next speaker is going to be Cecilia Hernandez, followed by Liz Campos and Gabe Turan. We have Cecilia Hernandez. Okay, not seeing Cecilia. So we'll have Liz Campos, followed by Gabe Turan and Debbie Cohen.
Thank you very much. Respectfully, in as much as I do support Ms. Lopez, Supervisor Lopez proposition, I want to speak about another problem with immigration or with ICE in our county. All the citizens of our county depend on you for your good leadership. But no matter where you stand politically, if you respect people, you have to be disturbed by the ubiquitous videos of people alleged to be federal agents or contractors switching license plates before they move from one location to another, wearing full face masks, tackling our friends and neighbors, men, women, and children alike, with horrific violence. They're standing without identification, and with those masked faces resemble Chilean death squads or the Gestapo. They're not what we expect in our country, and they're definitely not what we need in our county. We heard today you can pass regulations protecting a few people from a drug. There's a lot of things that you can do, but we're talking about close to half the population of our county. The behavior of ICE right now needs to be stopped. And if we demand they comply with California law, they will identify themselves. They will have to come without masks so people at least know what they're being confronted with. The other aspect that I wanted to remind you of today is your fiduciary duty to the county. So much of the immigrant population provides income for businesses, for agriculture, that come right into the county coffers, not just through tax payments, but other money. And by allowing this assault on immigrants, you'll probably find next year a big chunk of income decreased. I know our sales
Ms.
taxes in
Campos,
Ventura
your 2
will
minutes
be.
are up for public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is going to be Gabe Turan, followed by Debbie Cohen and Kelly. Of Gabe Turan.
Thank you to my extra help this morning. Good morning again, Chair Parvin, members of the board, Dr. Johnson, and members of the public and staff. My name is Gabe Turan, and I currently serve as Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Oxnard. I'm here speaking on my own behalf, but I wanted to give the board and county staff just a heads up that the City of Oxnard has passed an ordinance to prohibit the sales of these flavored nitrous oxide devices that you can see here. I found many of them out in our community on lawns, in gutters, in alleys. I have never purchased a single one. I have just about a dozen now. These are, with long-term use, these can cause serious neurological and physiological effects. They are available typically in tobacco shops. And the City of Oxnard, as well as other cities and jurisdictions throughout California, moved to prohibit the sale of these items. And as you can see, they tend to be associated with a younger crowd. Some of them have these bright colors and sweet flavors. All of these actually are flavored strawberry cheesecake. And just know that this is something that is another community and public health issue that we are facing. We heard about Kratom earlier. We still have the ability to be proactive about these. My concern is that in Oxnard, prohibiting these, that the market may just migrate over to neighboring jurisdictions with less or no regulation. I sent a letter to the clerk or an email to the clerk with some additional information if staff would like to review that. In the last few moments I have left here, just for a general public comment, I just took my daughters out across the street to the cafe across the street and had breakfast. And I spent about $67 on that. I'm not complaining. I'm happy to do it. And, you know, they deserve a good breakfast before they go back to school. But I want to point out that I spent less than that to purchase an official looking vest, a hat with an American flag on it, and a gator mask, and created a video where I looked like somebody who would be doing federal enforcement. All I needed was a patch, which you can purchase those online as well, but I wasn't going to do that. But I just want to point out that for less than the cost of my breakfast this morning, I was able to look like an official ICE agent. So just throwing that out there, we need to lobby our federal lawmakers around this and the need for identification. Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Debbie Cohen, followed by Kelly, and then James Greenfield.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I wanted to first publicly thank Supervisor Parvin for nominating me to the newly formed Ventura County Election Advisory Committee. I'm looking forward to serving, and I want to thank the board for approving that nomination. So today I wanted to draw your attention to a presidential executive order from March 25th of this year, where it's titled Preserving and Protecting the Integrity of American Elections. And just want to draw your attention to it and ask if you've read it. It's written in accordance with federal laws, including the National Voter Registration Act and the Help America Vote Act, and it applies to federal races. So this executive order basically is putting forth some directives to federal agencies to work on ways to enforce the citizenship requirement and to make sure that votes are cast and received by Election Day, among other things. Because this applies to federal races, the question becomes for a county and cities and states, how do we conduct these federal elections under these new directives, but still that are in conflict with state laws or local county practices? And that absolutely applies here in Ventura County. So my question to you as a board is, so far, have you had any chance to discuss this with the registrar of voters? What is the plan? Is there a plan of how to respond and employ some of these directives that will be coming down from the federal government? We have an election in 9 months, I think the ballots go out, an election in 10 months. So we need to act quickly. I look forward to reviewing some of this stuff on the new committee. And so I also ask for those of you who have not put forth a nominee yet, please do so as soon as possible so we could get seated and get some stuff done. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Debbie. Our next speaker is going to be Kelly, followed by James Greenfield and Mary Gallegos.
Hi. I was incredibly inspired, and I just want to make sure everyone's listening and not on their cell phones when I'm speaking, just for the public comment, if that could be, if I could restart my time. Great. Thank you. To that point, what I was incredibly inspired by was the probation officer who spoke about the human nature and the human side of what he's doing. Also incredibly inspiring to know that you guys are thinking differently about federal laws, specifically with the Kratom issue and talking about how we can enact local ordinances that will respond to things like that more quickly than the FDA. So to that point, I want to bring up, we're in Reagan country. Reagan set a rule of law, and he also allowed for amnesty of immigration because he understood how important it was. The question I have for you all now is, there is a there's a restraining order now that is prohibiting violation of the Fourth Amendment that is part of Ventura County that we've heard other people speak about. I want to ask specifically our county council, and I want to ask you all, what are we doing to make sure that that restraining order is being enforced and that community members feel supported and like they have an outlet to report or share with you all evidence if that is being violated? I am an activist. We all look very different. I have been on the ground. And what the sheriff had shared with you all, as the daughter of 2 federal prosecutors for the United States Department of Justice Civil Rights Division, is not true. I have witnessed, we have documented, and we have extensive documentation of the sheriffs directly collaborating with ICE, including meetings at hotels and other evidence. So I'm here to speak before you all to say that that is not true. Whether he's aware of what his employees are doing at every time, I don't know. But what we're asking for you all to do is to take some concrete action in the same way you're planning to take concrete action to support whether it's violation of these drugs, different ordinances. What can we do as a county? So Ms. North, I'm asking you, is there a hotline that can be created? Does something exist to allow those of us who have documented violations of this restraining order to submit it to you all to maybe then provide counsel or legal defense to those who are affected by it? Is there something else that we can be doing to support the community so that you all understand these violations are happening? How can we provide it to you in a way that can be documented at the federal level. Thank you, and thank you for putting your cell phones down and paying attention. Appreciate it. We've been here for a while. Appreciate the effort.
Okay, we have a few more speakers to go. I just wanted to acknowledge that there's an issue with our timer, and we do have another timer that we are utilizing. You'll be able to see that timer at the podium, and so when that timer runs out is when your time is actually out. So our next speaker is going to be James Greenfield, followed by Mary Gallegos and Danielle Bloom.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is the third time I've asked for increase in auditing activities. We have the right to know how much the legal residents and citizens are paying to support services not for undocumented immigrants, nor our most vulnerable, but for felony illegal alien trespassers. Each of you took an oath to uphold the U.S. Constitution. It's a crime to aid and abet criminals. The state's legislative usurping of federal law is unconstitutional, and misappropriations of taxpayer funds is wrong. And it's bankrupting our cities and counties. The don't ask, don't tell charades needs to stop. This county and body raises taxes every year, and the bottom line is this unaudited fleecing and illegal taxing of unrealized capital gains is basically to aid and abet felons. It's not about whether these are good or bad people. That's not the issue. If people are here illegally, we need to uphold the law and not support people that are here and they're committing a felony. So nobody should be forced to support the charades. Any funding items should have an estimate of how much of that item is funding services to illegal aliens. That is reasonable, that's responsible, and this board should require that. Just to move on, we have an election emergency. Most of you are uneducated on how vulnerable the Dominion systems are, and I'll be sending each of you a presentation to listen to where somebody, an expert, is manipulating and using the exact system that we have, and you can actually see how vulnerable it is. And it'll blow your mind. So it's pretty alarming, and I hope that you'll listen to it and that together we can take action and secure our elections. So thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is going to be Mary Gallegos, followed by Danielle Bloom, Sarah Wilczewski, and Sidith Marotta.
I've spoken to you before, but I want to reiterate that the Election Advisory Council, we want it to succeed. And that means you have a responsibility to choose candidates that are qualified, dedicated members who can address in a knowledgeable manner election issues in a fair and just manner. You need to choose wisely who you put on this committee, who can understand the election issues that are confronting not only Ventura County, but the nation. It's essential that we get this council to succeed. The second item I have is I want to say I fully support the sheriff and his comments that he made just recently. Law and order in Ventura is essential to our safety. We must keep criminals off our street, and the sheriff must be given the proper authority and support to do his job. Please make sure that he gets that.
Okay, before we go to our Zoom participants, I just want to go ahead and call again Lynn Johnson or Cecilia Hernandez.
I think Lynn Johnson is on her way.
Okay, so we're going to transition over to Zoom, where we'll have Danielle Bloom, followed by Sarah Wilczewski and Siddharth Marotta. So Danielle Bloom, I'm not seen on Zoom. So we'll go to Sarah. Sarah, I do see that you have been promoted. If you unmute your mic, you'll have 2 minutes to give your comment.
Hi, thank you. Good morning. My name is Sarah, and I am a volunteer with 805 and DocuFund. I had planned to talk about my experience at Glasshouse Farms, where over 300 community members were taken. I was tear gassed and shot with rubber bullets, along with many other peaceful protesters. Instead, I will be talking about Ventura County Sheriff's collusion with ICE. On June 23rd, in front of officers from the Sheriff Department, ICE agents violently shoved a woman who was exercising her First Amendment right to assembly and free speech. Instead of assisting the community member who was shoved, they blocked the way of protesters and protected ICE agents. We have witnessed many instances of sheriff's collusion with ICE. And just this morning, we witnessed a known ICE vehicle leave their office at 321 Cortez Circle and arrive into the back of the pre-trial detention center to take someone or multiple people directly from sheriff custody. While I understand there is not much that can be done to stop ICE from these activities, we would like transparency. This activity where they are responding to calls, where they are meeting with ICE agents, where they are directly transferring people into ICE custody, erodes the trust that the community has in the sheriff's department and leads to crimes not being reported. We ask for a civilian oversight commission for the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, as recommended by the 2020 grand jury report, transparency and accountability for ICE operations, identification and warrant requirements for ICE agents, enforcement of road safety compliance for off-duty ICE employees, protection of our right to observe and record ICE activities.
Thank you.
Join
Thank you,
the
Sarah, for
baskets.
your comment. You're over
Thank
2
you.
minutes, but thank you. Okay, so it looks like Siddharth Maroda is not on Zoom, so our next speaker is going to be Bruce McVicker, followed by Adrian Roberts. Bruce McVicker, I see that you've been promoted. Please go ahead and proceed with your comment.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. The false narrative that our election systems have been secure, accurate, and fair has completely collapsed. Many Americans are beginning to realize that we haven't had an honest election in decades. The introduction of electronic voter rolls and ballot counting machines, AVA and the VCA have created a target-rich environment for election cheaters by adding multiple ways to fraudulently manipulate the vote. The worst part about the VCA system is that the results produced are impossible to audit. The ballot counting machines are claimed to be proprietary and exempt from inspection. Recently, DNI Tulsi Gabbard stated, "We have evidence showing that these electronic voting systems have long been vulnerable to hackers. There is now evidence that electronic voting machines have been tampered with to manipulate election outcomes in the United States." In a court case started yesterday, Sheriff Darleaf will present evidence that external devices secretly connected to voting machines before, during, and after the 2020 election, and that Serbian nationals entered election systems and voting machines while votes were being counted. The recent series of executive orders may finally give the vote back to the citizens. Order 14248, titled Preserving and Protecting the Integrity of American Election, states, "Free, fair, and honest elections, unmarred by fraud, errors, or suspicion, are fundamental to maintaining our constitutional republic." The order requires a risk assessment report on the security of electronic systems used in the voter registration and voting process against compromise through malicious software and other unauthorized intrusions. There is a high probability that the risk assessment will lead to a ban of electronic vote counting. Does the Ventura County BOS and ROV have any contingency plans in place for hand counting ballots? Several countries have single-day hand-counted elections.
Thank you,
Japan-
Mr. McVicker, for your comment. Your 2 minutes are up. Our next speaker is going to be Adrian Roberts. I see that you've been promoted. Please unmute your mic and you'll have 2 minutes to give your comment.
And I quote, "Free, fair, and honest elections unmarred by fraud, errors, or suspicion are fundamental to maintaining our constitutional republic. The right of American citizens to have their votes properly counted and tabulated without illegal dilution is vital to determining the rightful winner of an election. Under the Constitution, state governments must safeguard American elections in compliance with federal laws that protect Americans' voting rights and guard against dilution by illegal voting, discrimination, fraud, and other forms of malfeasance and error. Yet, the U.S. has not adequately enforced federal election requirements that, for example, prohibit states from counting ballots received after Election Day or prohibit non-citizens from registering to vote, dated March 25th, 2025. I am asking you, our Ventura County Board of Supervisors, to call for IDs when voting and one-day voting with 100% hand count. I understand that presently you feel the need to follow and use the machines. If the machines are absolutely fail-safe, 100% hand count would only confirm that belief. It has been done in one day, and it can be done again. Let's preserve and protect the integrity of American elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so going back to some of our speakers that we missed, Lynn Johnson, Cecilia Hernandez, Danielle Bloom, and Ted Harth-Marotta. They're not on Zoom and they're not in the boardroom, so if you have a public comment, please send it to clerkoftheboard@venturacounty.gov. And Chair Parvin, that concludes our public comment for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, see, our next regular item is the Sheriff's Office, item 66. Adoption of a resolution establishing one full-time equivalent position allocation of deputy sheriff within the Sheriff's Police Services East County Patrol Division effective August 17th, 2025, and ratification and approval of the addition of one deputy sheriff to the City of Moorpark Police Services contract effective July 20th, 2025. Oh, wow, you're fast. You weren't there a minute ago. Welcome, Chief.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair Parvin, County Supervisors, County CEO Dr. Johnson, County staff, and members of the public. For the record, my name is Nick Godnath. I'm a captain with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office and the police chief for the City of Moorpark. I've come before you today with a request to adopt a resolution establishing one position allocation for a deputy sheriff within the Sheriff's Police Services East County Patrol Division with an effective date of August 17th, 2025, and a ratification and approval of the additional one deputy sheriff position to the City of Moorpark Police Services contract with an effective date of July 20th, 2025. The City of Moorpark contracts with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office for police services. The Moorpark City Council, with the support of the Moorpark City Manager and myself, have approved the addition of one deputy sheriff allocation and one patrol vehicle to the existing City of Moorpark Police Services contract, again with an effective date of July 20th, 2025. On June 18th, 2025, the Moorpark City Council unanimously approved to fund the additional uniformed patrol deputy position assigned to an 84-hour biweekly shift. The primary duties of this new position would be to engage with businesses, residents within the City of Moorpark's downtown area, as well as continue to respond to calls for services throughout the city. The assigned deputy would also be available as an additional cover car, as mentioned, for emergencies. The deputy would be assigned to work during periods when the city historically has seen the highest volume of calls for service. This request aligns with the Board of Supervisors 2024 to 2027 County Strategic Priority Health, Safe, and Resilient Communities goals by maintaining high-performing public safety services. Approval of the deputy sheriff allocation will ensure the continuation of vital public safety services in the City of Moorpark. This additional deputy sheriff allocation has a zero net cost to the county, will be funded by the City of Moorpark. I therefore request the board adopt the proposed resolution and also ratify and approve the additional, the request for the addition of one regular deputy sheriff allocation to the City of Moorpark Police Services contract. Should the City of Moorpark request a reduction in service level related to this position, a reduction in position count will be requested at that time. I thank you for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions? No question. Do we have any speakers?
Chair Parvin, there are no requests to speak for this item. Thank you.
Then I will happily move approval of this item because we've been waiting a while to get this additional position. I know
We have.
that. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item number 66, motion to approve. Moved by Supervisor Parvin, second by Supervisor Long. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Very quickly. He was here for many, many hours now, just for a 1-minute speaking role. Okay, our next item is Auditor Controller's Office, item 67. Receive and file the County of Ventura Single Audit Report for year ended June 30th, 2024, corrective action plan, summary schedule for prior audit findings, management letter for the audit of the comprehensive annual financial report, and auditor's communication with those charged with governance. We have Jason McGuire.
Thank you. And good morning. Chair Parvin, Supervisors, CEO Dr. Johnson. For the record, my name is Jason McGuire. I serve as the Deputy Director for Financial Reporting and Management in the Auditor Controller's Office. I'm here today to present the conclusion of the fiscal 24 single audit conducted in accordance with Title II of the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations, Part 200, commonly referred to as the Uniform Guidance. The Uniform Guidance requires non-federal entities to meet specific federal expenditure thresholds to undergo a single audit, which covers the financial statements, internal controls, and compliance with federal program requirements. At the June 24th board meeting, you received and filed the county's fiscal 24 annual comprehensive financial report, which was audited by our external auditors, Ide Bailey, and issued with an unmodified clean opinion. Today, I'm requesting that you receive and file the following 5 exhibits. Exhibit 1 is the fiscal 24 single audit report, which includes the schedule of expenditures of financial or federal awards and the internal control and compliance findings identified during the audit. Exhibit 2 is the county's corrective action plan addressing the findings. Exhibit 3 is a summary schedule of the prior year audit findings. Exhibit 4 is a management letter, and Exhibit 5 is the auditor's communication letter. Before I do turn it over to Ide Bailey, I would like to take a moment just to express my sincere appreciation. I'd like to thank Jeff Berg and Michelle Yamaguchi for their exceptional leadership and support. I would thank my team. Your hard work and dedication make it an honor to work alongside you every day. To you, the board, CEO Dr. Johnson, the entire county family, your thoughtful decision-making and commitment to our community are clearly reflected in the numbers that we report. And finally, thank you to Ide Bailey for your continued expertise and partnership throughout this audit process. At this time, I'd like to introduce David Showalter. What's your name again this year, David Showalter on Zoom, audit partner with Ide Bailey, who will provide additional details regarding the audit engagement and its findings.
Good morning. My name is David Showalter with Ide Bailey. Good morning, members of the board. So I will, for the next few minutes, just present the results of the 2024 single audit. So this is for the year in June 30th, 2024. And I'm going to ask somebody to advance the slides for us. If you can go to the next slide, please. So our audit team that was involved with the single audit, which is the audit of the county's federal financial awards. Again, my name is David Showalter. I am the audit partner on the audit engagement, so I have overall responsibility for the audit. Kanali Sukasum is our quality control partner. She was involved in reviewing all of the audit deliverables. Erica Partita and Layla El Sumari were our senior managers and audit managers involved in reviewing the audits and overseeing each of the engagements. Next slide, please. So our audit scope for the fiscal year 2024 financial statement audit of the county was the annual audit of the comprehensive financial report. So this is the financial statements of the county, which were previously presented at a previous board meeting, and the 2 CFR 200 single audit. This is the audit of the county's federal awards, which is conducted on an annual basis and is required to be submitted along with the annual comprehensive financial report to the Federal Oversight Clearinghouse on an annual basis. Next slide, please. So On a timeline, plan, scope, and timing of the audit, the audit of the county is virtually an annual process. We start the audit around June of each year, and the audit proceeds all the way through the end of the calendar year. And for this particular year, the audits were delayed significantly due to some other matters related to the financial statement audit. But for the single audit and the financial statement audit, both were issued on March 29, 2025. April 29th, 2025, excuse me. Each of those audits typically are required to be issued by March 31st, but due to some delays in the audit, they were delayed until April 29th, 2025. Next slide, please. So our responsibility, as communicated to the county in our opinions and in our engagement letters, is to express an opinion about whether the financial statements have been prepared, that have been prepared by management, are presented fairly in all material respects in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles. And that includes not only the financial statement audit, but also the single audit. For the single audit, we also would express an opinion on compliance with applicable federal compliance as it relates to each of the federal programs. Next slide, please. In addition, our responsibility is to communicate at the conclusion of the audits our required communications. I believe you have that in Exhibit 5 of the packet. That includes our letter to the Board of Supervisors, which outlines each of these bullet points on the screen. Next slide, please. So for 2024, we had 9 major programs that we audited this year, or that year. They are on the screen. This is, so for 2024, there was a fairly significant increase in the number of programs this year compared to the prior year. There were a few COVID-19 related programs, and we're starting to see those programs starting to tail off as we get further and further away from the pandemic. But nonetheless, we had 9 programs, and each of these programs requires their own standalone audit, compliance audit. So we usually schedule a separate team that does the compliance audit. Included in the compliance audit is an understanding of internal controls. So there's a significant amount of work that goes into each of these audits. Next slide, please. The overall results of the 2024 audit for your financial statement audit, which is the audit of your financial statements, which was presented at a previous meeting, you had an unmodified or a clean opinion on those financial statements. For your single audit, we had an unmodified or a clean opinion for all programs except for, and the list is your WIC program, your CDBG program, your Health Center Program Cluster, and the Disaster Grants Public Assistance Program. Each of those programs, there was a particular compliance requirement which we were not able to provide an unmodified opinion due to the exceptions that were noted in our audit. Next slide, please. So in your packet, you will have a copy of the single audit report, which is Exhibit 2, or Exhibit 1, excuse me. And in that report, we have our findings that were as a result of our audit. The first finding that we have relates to a finding that we've continuously had in our report related to the medical center and sort of the system issues that they deal with their billing process and credits that are applied to various accounts. This has been an ongoing matter, and the county is continuously making improvements to address this matter. Beginning in 2024, the last quarter of 2024, there were some additional policy measures put into place in order to review manual adjustments. So as we begin our 2025 audit, we'll be reviewing these new policy changes to determine whether this will address the matter on a go forward. Next slide, please. As for the single audit, we had a total of 8 findings, starting with number 2 all the way through number 9 on your screen. And again, each of these findings for these particular grants resulted in a material weakness or a material non-compliance. with the terms and conditions of the grant agreement or the program compliance, and as a result, resulted in a modified opinion on compliance. And so the details of the findings are in the report, but the commonality with some of these findings were related to procurement, where management was not verifying suspension or debarment on certain vendors. Allowable costs and activities, there were some findings related to the WIC program and disaster grants, your FEMA grant, let's say. And then we also noted on several of the programs, we had adjustments to the schedule of expenditures of federal awards, where the expenditures that were previously reported by the county required adjustment. And so those audit adjustments were noted in our audit reports and also resulted in findings on the report as well. So overall, in Exhibit 2, management has provided their corrective action, which states that they've agreed to each of the findings and they provided their corrective action plan for each of these findings. Our responsibility would be to follow up on these findings for the 2025 audit to ensure that they are fully implemented. For these particular grants on the screen, they will be subject to audit again in 2025 in accordance with the OMB circular that requires a re-audit of any programs that have material weaknesses or material non-compliance. So we will be following up with these programs again in 2025 as part of our audit. Next slide, please. And then lastly, we had a management letter, which is also in your packet, Exhibit 4. And so for 2024 fiscal year, the county implemented a new other post-employment benefit plan that did require an actuary, did require audit on our part, and require disclosure in the financial statements. So that is what contributed to the delay in the audit this year. And we had some recommendations with respect to certain aspects of those plans, including ensuring that the personnel files related to the participants in those plans are located in one central location. And we also had a recommendation that the actuarial report that addresses the liabilities associated with the new OPEB plan, that census data is reconciled appropriately to the underlying records on an annual basis. Again, the management letter is at Exhibit 4, along with management's response to our recommendations. And I'd like to echo Jason's comment earlier about just thanking everybody for all of their hard work. You can advance to the next slide. Thank you for all of your participation in the audits. The audits this year were certainly delayed a little bit, but we do appreciate everyone in the county's effort in helping us with the audits and providing all of the support that we need in order to complete the audit of the financial statements and the single audit. We appreciate everyone in the Auditor Controller's Office with their coordinating with all the departments on each of the on the audit objectives. And again, we look forward to getting ready for the 2025 audit, and we'll open it up if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Supervisor Long?
Not as much questions, but a comment. I really did appreciate the corrective action going through each of those steps. It looks like every single one of them is already being worked on. I think the latest one stated the implementation date was August of 2025. Is that correct? Yes? Thank you, Jeff. It's extremely important. I understand that the audit's going to come and cover this again, but making sure that we implement these corrective actions as soon as we possibly can is very important. So thank you to the departments also for their understanding and making those changes quickly to do the best that we possibly can. So appreciate all eyes on this. Thank you.
Any other comments? We have any speakers?
Chair Parvin, there are no requests to speak for this item. Thank you.
All right.
Item number 67, motion to receive and file, moved by Supervisor Long, second by Supervisor Parvin. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Great. Our next item is County Council, item 68. First public hearing regarding the adoption of an ordinance to regulate possession of catalytic converters. Ms. North?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is the first public hearing regarding the adoption of the ordinance. I'm asking your board to open the public hearing, introduce and read the proposed ordinance in title only, and set a second public hearing for August 26th. This item is being brought forward on April 29th. Your board directed County Council to work with the Sheriff's Office to draft an ordinance for the unincorporated areas related to the unlawful possession of catalytic converters. Adoption of this ordinance after the 26th would make it unlawful for any person who's not a licensed recycler to possess a catalytic converter, that it's not attached to a vehicle unless the person has a valid proof of ownership of the catalytic converter. This ordinance is similar to that that's been adopted in other jurisdictions. Each violation of the ordinance would constitute a misdemeanor punishable by a fine not to exceed $1,000 or imprisonment in county jail for a term not to exceed 1 year or both. By making possession of of a catalytic converter unlawful except for the rightful ownership situation, this ordinance would be another tool in the sheriff's toolbox for enforcement. We reviewed the ordinance with the sheriff and the district attorney. They both had no comments on the ordinance and were supportive of it. The idea is that if your board adopts this ordinance, we will then share it with the cities to see if they will adopt similar ordinances throughout the county. And so I'm available for any questions and ask that you open the public hearing.
Well, let's start with opening the public hearing and then ask if we have any questions. Supervisor Long?
I don't have a question, I have a statement, but I'd like to hear from our public first.
Yeah. Do we have any speakers on this item?
Chair Parvin, there are no requests to speak for this item. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have.
You have one person.
We do. We have Daryl Terrell, if you'd like to come forward to the podium.
Oh, finally. Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable County Board of Supervisors. I want to take a moment to thank you, Supervisor Long and Supervisor Fryhoff, for your leadership and support on this issue, and also County Council retired Supervisor Tavalone from Riverside County told me to tell you hi.
Thank you.
My name is Daryl Terrell, and I'm a resident of the city of Moreno Valley here in Riverside County. And I'm here today in strong support of the proposed ordinance before you. And here is why you should be in support of this ordinance. Now, some folks might say we already have Penal Code Section 487A for grand theft, Vehicle Code Section 10852 for tampering, Penal Code Section 496 for receiving stolen property. But here's one thing. Each of those laws requires you to identify a victim. And when it comes to catalytic converter thefts thefts, that's almost impossible. In my travel speaking with deputies across this state, Southern California and Central, they have told me time and time again that they have come across people who have multiple catalytic converters, 3 or 4 of them freshly cut with tools in the back seat or in the trunk. And they say they couldn't do anything about it because they did not reach the threshold of number 9. And that's the reason why we have to close this loophole in every county and every city throughout this state. Because what it says is if a person is caught with, a person can steal up to 8 catalytic converters and nothing can happen to them. That's a true statement. And so by having this ordinance, what you'll be doing is giving, as Supervisor Long says, and the county council, you give your the sheriff's deputies tools in their toolbox to bring these thieves accountable, whether it's 1 or 9 catalytic converters. And it's just not about closing the loophole. It's about people like the actor Mr. Wagner, who got killed, Johnny Wagner, who got killed in L.A. It's about people like Ozzy Vaz in Santa Clarita, who got his catalytic converter stolen along with his neighbors on the weekend of Memorial Day. So I ask you to think about these folks, and let's give a thumbs up and let's do the job that Sacramento couldn't do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I would also, I want to say thank you to Tiffany North and her staff for bringing this ordinance back to our board so quickly. And also, I would like to say thank you to our sheriff and district attorney who have reviewed and approved this moving forward. And also, of course, I want to say thank you to my colleagues for having us bring this forth a draft ordinance today. As you know, catalytic converter theft continues to be a serious issue affecting residents across Ventura County and our state. And these crimes are not only impose significant financial hardship on victims, but also create broader public safety and environmental concerns. It really does strike a personal chord with me because while catalytic converter thefts profit only a small fraction of the items valued, residents face repair costs that run into the thousands, leaving their vehicles unusable until the repairs are complete. And this ordinance will align with Ventura County with several other jurisdictions across California that have implemented similar laws, and it is a proactive step forward. It's my sincere hope that all of our unincorporated cities will take a look at this and adopt this or a similar ordinance as it reaffirms our commitment to public safety and community well-being and protecting public safety. And then finally, I just want to say thank you to Daryl for driving here today from Riverside, for his passion in speaking with so many supervisors and coming to all of the board meetings, and that you brought this to our attention today. And I really want to say thank you so much. Your dedication is great. And we followed up, and all my Facebook messages and everything, I just appreciate it. So I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this measure. Thank you.
Any other comments? I'm not sure how we could not support this measure.
So I would motion to approve. If you close the
I'll close the public hearing.
All right. I'll read the title of the ordinance into record. This is an ordinance of the County of Ventura adding Division 7, Chapter 4, Sections 7901 through 7904 to the Ventura County Ordinance Code regarding possession of catalytic converters. We have a motion to approve, moved by Supervisor Long, second by Supervisor Parvin. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay. That looks like the end of our regular agenda.
70, 71?
Or we could go into closed session.
We could, but then we'd have to come back, and if it runs over to 1:30, so it just depends on how you want to flow. We could do either.
Okay.
Can we do correspondence?
Yes. Let's do correspondence.
I'll motion to approve.
We think we could finish out the board meeting if we do 70, 71, and then we'd be done except for closed session, and the time starting at 3.
Okay, 70, 71, then.
Correct.
Okay. 70, that would be
Thank you.
you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, we had a motion to receive and file correspondence. So item 72, we have a motion by Supervisor Long to receive and file, second by Supervisor Gurel. Please vote.
All right.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you.
So now 70.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just have a few updates. First, I really want to say thank you to the clerk of the board staff led by Mia Martinez. If you've been in the boardroom today or this past week, you've seen that there have been these LED screens that have been added for better sight lines and being able to see what's happening. We have the transcript and the captioning running for individuals who need that feature. And so it's just accessibility. And really want to thank you all for working with the vendors for the back and forth communication, logistical planning, troubleshooting, and making sure the testing that was done and making sure that the boardroom was ready for us to come back today. People don't see all the work that you did behind the scenes to make sure we were ready for today. But if you hadn't done it, we would all feel it and we'd all be complaining. So thank you so very much. We really appreciate you. Next, I really want to say, in collaboration with the Veterans Affairs Office, private organizations, several county agencies, unhoused veterans on August 1st had an opportunity to go and get things that they need that are essential for support and resources. And I really want to say thank you to everyone. It says a lot about our community, the way we treat and the way we care for those who risked it all, right? Who went to battle, who went to war, who made a commitment for all the freedom that we are able to enjoy. And it says a lot about how we treat our veterans. So thank you for everyone who had a part in the Veterans Stand Down on August 1st. This weekend, we will have the Wings over Camarillo to be this Saturday and this Sunday. It's going to be thrilling. There's going to be lots of tricks, lots of turns, lots of acrobats in the air. So that's pretty fun. If you need tickets, please email tickets.wingsovercamarillo.com. And this year's theme honors wildfire community responders. So we're really excited about that. It'll be a good time, so come out Saturday and Sunday. Next, we have a job fair going on tomorrow, August 13th. It will be right in the courtyard between the Hall of Administration and the Hall of Justice. We'll have representatives from all of our county agencies. There'll be people there that you can meet to talk about your career path. If you're interested and have questions, people from agencies will actually be there. There'll be some giveaways. And it's a great time to introduce yourself to the County of Ventura and let the County of Ventura introduce ourselves to you. We have so many different career paths and classifications with 26 agencies. It's going to be a really great opportunity if you're looking for something different. So I encourage folks to come on out. I know I have kids going back to school. It's August. I used to go back to school after Labor Day, but this is what we do now. But want to wish all the children and the families taking kids to school or back to school just a happy beginning of school year, and hope that everyone's safe and that they have fun learning and discovering and achieving great things. And then lastly, there's going to be a Clear the Shelters, talking about our animal shelters event on August 23rd. Ventura County Animal Services will join the nationwide pet adoption event from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., and that offers the year's largest adoption day for animals. So volunteers are still needed, so if you are interested, please, 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 they need all kind of volunteers. Please log onto their website, check them out, and we look forward to supporting their mission. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. This concludes my comments.
Thank you. Let's see, let's have some supervisor comments. Supervisor LaVere? Yes. Ready?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It's been several weeks since we've all been together, so I know we have all been incredibly busy out in the community. Take me a couple hours to go over everything we've been doing, but I just wanted to highlight a couple events that have taken place since we last met, and I wanted to acknowledge so many of the county agencies that took part in the Ventura County Veterans Stand Down on Friday, August 1st at the new Veterans Clinic right here on Ralston in the city of Ventura. From Animal Services to Behavioral Health to HSA, CEO. There were so many different agencies there providing services to these veterans, from housing to healthcare to mental health care. It was really an incredible event, and Supervisor Gorell was there as well. And it was just a great chance to give back to the veterans who have served and given so much to all of us. I want to acknowledge the Sheriff's Office. I know many of us attended National Night Out events on Tuesday, August 5th across the county. A great chance every year for the community to really engage with our local law enforcement and get to know them face to face and in person, and something I always enjoy being part of. We're celebrating Probation Agency Services Week this week, and we celebrated them this morning, but they had a back to school event last week on August 6th where they packed backpacks for many of the children, as Dr. Johnson just mentioned, returning to school. And just another really incredible way that the probation agency gives back to the youth in our community. And then lastly, I was able to attend, along with Supervisor Long, the NACO annual conference from July 11th through July 14th. And this year, I think more so than even others, was a really informative year in that we talked so much about what's happening at the federal level and what the unknown impacts will be here locally. Looking at the big, beautiful bill and the potential of a $1 trillion cost shift to counties, not knowing what those impacts may be, whether we look at Medicare, whether we look at nutritional benefits and other social service benefits. There's so much unknown. We don't know how much of that monetary contribution is going to be shifted to us at the county, but there's a good chance to meet with colleagues from across the country, discuss the bill in depth, and really discuss ways that we might have to adjust and be flexible in responding to this new reality. And so a really informative conference. And then lastly, I would just ask that we adjourn in honor of those individuals on the list I provided to the clerk. I would like to mention the veterans who have recently passed away in my district. Sharon Wheeler, Paul Doherty, James Simmons, Homer Paulson, and Harry Johnson Jr. Thinking about them and their families, and we always appreciate their service to our country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Levere, didn't I see you at the county fair? Weren't you a little busy there?
That's why I have this. Whatever's in, I've been breathing animals for the week, and yeah, it was an amazing fair. And you know, I should just say, this isn't the first year my daughter's done 4-H, and for any family listening today, I highly recommend 4-H for local youth in our county. Whether it's FFA or 4-H or Grange, what a way for the youth to learn commitment and work ethic, responsibility. My daughter had a wonderful experience, and yes, after breathing barn air for a week, I'm still feeling it. But just a great. We had the auction on Friday. I know a lot of us were there, and always love the fair, but are generally really appreciative of 4-H and the services to our youth. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lopez?
Thank you, Chair. It's nice to see you all again. Certainly was a very busy break. I want to start off by welcoming, I think some of you may have met the newest staff member on my team, Viviana Morales, who just started a week ago, and very excited to have her on in my office. I want to congratulate One Step a la Vez, who was voted in as a new CBO member of the Public Safety Racial Equity Advisory Group. And a few events that I was able to participate, it seems like forever ago now, starting with the Ventura County Community Development Corporation's 13th Annual Ventura County Home Ownership Fair conference. It was in person in Oxnard. They had a really great turnout and services to help families reach home ownership in Ventura County. And it is the first event since COVID that was held in person. So they did a really great job out of their facility. I also attended a press conference that the Port of Hueneme held to unveil their second Stax Clean Air barge. And if you all recall, in December of 2023, we had some pretty heavy storms that damaged their onshore system. And so this is allowing them to to continue operating in an environmental capacity. So that was really great to see from a distance. I also participated in a panel on civic engagement for the Oxnard College Trio Upward Bound Summer Program, alongside Oxnard Mayor Luis MacArthur, Ojai Unified School District Board President Atticus Reyes, and Oxnard Union High School District Trustee Karen Scher. The Channel Islands Maritime Museum celebrated the harbor's 60th anniversary, if you recall, when we presented a proclamation in May. And this was one of the events that brought together a lot of neighbors and residents of the harbor to share in their stories and celebrate the harbor. I also held, in conjunction with Oxnard Mayor Pro Tem Gabe Turan, a Community Conversations or Paletas in the Park event on Friday, July 18th at Eastwood Memorial Park. And I want to congratulate the Channel Islands Beach Community Services District Administration. They held a ribbon cutting of their newest facility. I wasn't able to attend myself, but my office was present. I look forward to visiting them in the near future. As was mentioned, there were a large number of National Night Out events on August 5th. My district team covered a total of 8 events on that evening, so we were definitely out busy. Just want to thank our Oxnard Police Department, our Sheriff's Office was also out there, and all the neighborhood councils who made the events possible, as well as the Port Hueneme Police Department and their staff. And last week, I attended the 3rd graduation ceremony of the Mexican Consulate Entrepreneurship Program for Mexican Women Abroad. There were a total of 23 women who completed a 4-month program, entrepreneurship program, and they are launching their businesses. So it was very exciting to see the businesses that are coming into our community, not just here in Ventura County, but across the Central Coast. And last Friday, I attended My Cops, a night in Oaxaca, which was a really great gathering and just nice to connect with our community. This year's event was held in Santa Barbara, and I hope they bring it back to Ventura. Keep it here. And just some upcoming events. I will be holding my next Paletas in the Park in the city of Port Hueneme at Bubbling Springs Park this coming Saturday, August 16th from 12 to 1:30. And my special guest at this one will be Port Hueneme City Mayor, Dr. Martha McQueen-Lejeune. We look forward to welcoming neighbors and residents at this event. And I, too, will be at the Wings Over Camarillo event this weekend, so I look forward to that. And I will conclude with my submission of a list to adjourn in memory of, but I want to bring attention to one particular person, Jaime Alanis Garcia, who was a hardworking farmer, and he lost his life as a result of the federal immigration actions that took place on July 10th at the Glass House Farms in Camarillo. Jaime was a devoted husband and father. As a sole provider for his family, his absence leaves a profound void in their lives. Jaime will be remembered for his quiet strength, dedication, and the love he carried for those closest to him. My heart goes out to his family during this incredible, tough time. Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Gorell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple quick things. First, I want to say a few things about the Ventura County Fair. They did a great job. The Fair Board, which now includes our own Gloria Martinez, I'm told. They did a great job, and the staff. I heard the auction was fantastic. I didn't make it, but I did go to one of the concerts, and I went to Flo Rida, and that was fun. And in fact, I posted about it. And I don't want to brag, but Flo Rida liked my post. So I feel like I've arrived. It was a great fair. Well done. Kudos. I represented the board and I attended a ribbon cutting event to recognize the completion of a major project. And it was connecting Callegas Water District with Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. And that infrastructure that connects those two projects provides for greater safety in an emergency, but also reduced reliance upon the state water system. Interestingly, it was full circle for me because $6 million of the money used for the infrastructure project came from Proposition 1, which dates all the way back 11 years ago in 2014, that I co-authored in that legislative session, ended up going to the ballot and was passed overwhelmingly by California voters, and is just now continuing to provide support to infrastructure projects in the water world. I, too, attended the Ventura County Stand Down, really to support homeless veterans and veterans in need. And some of the programs and agencies that were there were mentioned. I do want to mention two more. Nancy Aronson, who's a Ventura County Commissioner, was there, and the Public Defender's Office, and they were addressing different legal issues that homeless veterans might be facing, and they did a lot of different things, including dismissed certain violations and also help kind of move through them with dozens of homeless veterans. And so that's always an important activity there. There was dental work that could be done and signed up for there. And then there was animal support, animal services, all kinds of great things for our local veterans. On September 17th, so this is coming up, I'll be hosting a town hall in partnership with the Ventura County Fire at the fire headquarters in Newberry Park to discuss the state's development of Zone 0 policies, as well as general fire safety and the new fire severity zone maps. The regulations are still being finalized, but we will discuss where they are currently and how community members can provide feedback, and so that'll be important. I know we've had a lot of discussions about this, but there's still a lot of uncertainty and anxiety in the community, and it's another opportunity for subject matter experts to get in front of our community members and explain where we are and what the timelines are and what we possibly anticipate. And then last but not least, I just ask my colleagues to join with me in adjournment of those on the list submitted to the clerk who have sadly recently passed in my district. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Long?
Thank you. It's nice to see everybody back in the boardroom. We've got good things done. Today, I'd like to talk about a few things. I would like to extend my heartfelt thank you to all of our emergency response teams and the Ventura County Department of Airports, Cal OES, and our local fire departments were working heroically to contain the Canyon Fire near Piru, as well as the Guilford Fire affecting the Santa Barbara and SLO area. I just want to make sure everyone appreciates how wonderful our teams are to collaborate and get our community safe. Between the county airports, the fire departments, county air units, and neighboring response teams delivering life-saving support to our community has been just phenomenal. And I really want to say thank you also to our community members. I know, like, for example, the helicopters, there's a lot of them going over your house, but appreciate that you're understanding a need for that so we can get the fires out as quickly as possible and keep our firefighters safe, our communities safe, and also our critical infrastructure, such as the dam, landfills, and so forth. This is key to make sure that our systems are running. So I wanted to say thank you to that. Also, I was at the National Association of Counties annual meeting in Philadelphia, July 10th through 14th. We had news. I would say the big, beautiful bill. I'm not sure how beautiful that is. The cuts that are going through to our local, state, federal counties is very hard to take. Whether it's SNAP, whether it's family resources, resources to our nonprofits, resources to our health and human services, resiliency. There's a lot going on. Immigration was a huge topic at that location, and very unfortunate that we were on national news at the same time. A lot going on and a lot of information that we are still learning about. So just want to make sure that we're always watching what federal and state are doing. I just want to let our board also know that I was nominated to be the Human Services and Education Steering Committee as the vice chair. I'm also on the Large Urban Counties Caucus as a member and the Resilient Counties Innovative Council as a member to really make sure that we're in the forefront of what urban counties are doing and also for disaster relief and resiliency. So wanted to mention that and just say thank you to our directors and everybody for the support in making sure that we do the best we can. I appreciate Congressman Brownlee and Carbajal also for really carrying issues that are extremely important to our community to the Congress. So thank you. Also, I want to say congratulations. The 2025 Latino Business Awards hosted by Pacific Coast Business Times. Congratulations to Al Goulian, who was awarded the title of Anniversary All-Star for his work in agriculture. He's just an amazing man, and just wanted to make sure we shout out to him. Also, with our Ventura County stand down, so many great services. I know it was our first time bringing that back after being closed in COVID and how essential it was. My neighbor was like, thank you so much. Just so many people were so valuing the services there, and really appreciate that we have the clinic there too to help our veterans. So I just wanted to say thank you to the team that really put that off. Also, with 211 Ventura County, wanted to remind people that that is a resource for our community. You can call, text, go on the website. They have housing, food, medical. They've got local and state immigration resources, and it's a key place to go when you really need help. As being on a board for California 211, I want to remind people of those resources out there. Also, our probation agency that we have the celebration earlier today, they did a fabulous job at the back to school event where juvenile clients and their siblings received free school supplies and access to resources from their community partners. Thank you to that. And then we've also had a very large, to me, one accident is too many, but unfortunately we've had too many recent fatal accidents on the 126. I appreciate the city of Fillmore working with myself and my staff. We'll continue to work with Caltrans and the CHP to address those concerns that have been going on the 126. There's quite a few other events, but I'm going to not comment on those, but I would like to adjourn in memory of those on my list and incorporate that to John Borchard Jr. He passed away on August 1st, 2025 after a courageous battle of cancer. He was a respected leader in the agriculture community, a man of character, and a hardworking problem solver committed to improving our community. If anyone knows the Borchard name, he was one of the big ones. John was a fifth generation to farm in Ventura County. He's dedicated his life to improving the profitability, ensuring the viability of the family's farming business. He was actively involved in the humanitarians and the St. John's Hospital Foundation to really improve healthcare initiatives. And John is survived by his wife of 62 years, Nancy, and children, and want to send our condolences to him. So with that, I'll end my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I attended the Ventura County Fire Safety Day at the Ronald Reagan Library where they had K Radio and actually had a real fun interview with them. Also, we attended the Moorpark Chamber Job Fair. I toured the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing. I had never seen it before. It was incredible. But what was more phenomenal is just how they're attracting the animals to cross the bridge. I'm really impressed. And by the way, I was wearing high heels when I hiked that mountain, that first overlook. I had other meetings that day, so I had to go for it. But it was very impressive. And they have 5,000 native plants they're planting there. So I'll have to go back and help plant some plants. I volunteered at a lunch honoring the employees of Rancho Simi Recreation and Parks District, sponsored by a local Rotary Club. And one of my favorite things to do is to honor an Eagle Scout. And so Palmer Lick, who happens to be a family friend, was earning his Eagle Scout. He's quite young, so he's one of the younger people to ever acquire it. So I was very impressed by that. Participated in the Ventura County Transportation Commission, where we discussed the community outreach program and an update on our regional transit projects. I attended the Sheriff's Foundation Cowboy Fancy fundraiser at the Camarillo Airport. That was fun. Yeah. I met with Brandy Gray from the Global Women Foundation and Band of Brothers. It's a nonprofit committed to ending veteran homelessness. I participated in the Ventura County Healthcare Oversight Committee meeting. That was interesting. I think I'm the alternate. That's why it was all new for me. But it's fun sitting next to a doctor who you can just ask him anything. They probably don't want me to come back. I participated in the EDC committee meeting at the Camarillo Airport where Estelle, I don't know if she's I saw her earlier, but shared a presentation of the county's economic development plan for advanced air mobility test range and innovation center. I met with Southern California Edison CEO and executives, received a briefing on, and I was with Dr. Johnson, and we received a briefing on, upcoming grid hardening. But we also heard some, I think, sort of unfortunate news, and I'm just going to say it. They actually shared with us that we will be seeing a lot more PSPS events going forward, which is not what I wanted to hear. So that was pretty bad news to me. I met with the Ventura County Deputy Sheriff's Association. I attended the Field to Fork fundraiser that helps promote safe, decent, and affordable housing for farm workers and their families. They handed out several scholarships to the Ventura County youth that night. Participated in a meeting with representatives from the Veterans of Foreign Wars to discuss a potential relocation of their state headquarters from Sacramento to Ventura County. Presented a certificate to the New West Symphony upon their 30th anniversary. I was the volunteer shopper. It was one of my favorite events. For the Rotary Club of Simi Sunset. They have a program, Simi Sunset Shoes for Little Souls event in partnership with Kohl's and a grant through Rotary International. 14 families were given an opportunity to shop for new clothes before the start of the school year. It's really fun. Participated in Ventura Council of Governments Regional Broadband Initiative meeting. We are making progress. Attended the Simi Valley National Night Out, as well as Coffee with the Cop in Moorpark. Participated in a Moorpark Simi Boys and Girls Club board meeting. Our golf tournament, I'm just warming you up. Our golf tournament is going to be on September 15th at the Moorpark Country Club. The more golfers, the better. If you're interested, go to bgcevents.org. Volunteered at the Ventura County Probation Officers Back to School event where 103 backpacks were distributed. Participated in the information technology meeting where we finalized the draft of the county's policy for artificial intelligence. Met with the county's auditors, Ide Bailey. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. That was fun. We attended the Moorpark College State of the College, where we were provided an update on their successes and engagement. But the best news is that we learned this year's enrollment is up. We volunteered at the Ventura County Fair Junior Livestock Auction Ring as members. Always fun. Those pigs were a little ornery this year, and there was one cow that was just completely out of control. But that was really fun. I'm not sure how your daughter, she probably sold her pig, right? She do well? Okay, good. Participated in Simi Valley and Moorpark Chamber breakfasts, and we attended a number of ribbon cuttings from Tiny Treasures to Illumine Skin and Wellness, Club Ravenous Fitness, Aspirinet's Moorpark Therapy Clinic, Misfit Pilates, and High Street Creamery. Yum. They don't quite have their cinnamon rolls ready yet, but I'm telling you, their cookies are killer. I also hosted a few events along with Environmental Health, our second East County Temporary Food Facility training. It was a great success. A home hardening and Zone Zero workshop is in partnership with the Ventura County Regional Fire Safe Council. And thank you to the Rancho Simi Parks District for offering to have us use their, they let us use their facilities for these events. An end of the summer pop stop where we handed out free Otter Pops as a way to engage the community and families before their kids return to school. And now we have a special treat for you. We have an Otter Pop for each of you. Here they come. And in the meantime, I've also submitted a list of adjournments to the clerk of the board. Thank you.
All right. Chair, are we going to go into closed session?
I'm ready. Are you?
Okay. Yes, I just wanted to make an announcement.
So we'll move into closed session.
Okay. We will go into closed session as indicated on the agenda for agenda items 73 through 76. There may be a reportable announcement, and if there is, we can just give that announcement before your 3 o'clock item, your time certain item today.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Ventura County Air Pollution Control Board. I will call this meeting to order. The time is now 1:35. Can we have roll call, please?
Board Member Chavez.
Present.
Board Member Gorell.
Here.
Board Member Lavier.
Here.
Board Member Long.
Here.
Board Member Lopez.
Here.
Board Member Mendez. Board Member Parvin.
Here.
Board Member Perez.
Here.
Board Member Whitman. Chair McQueen Lejeune.
Here.
Thank you.
We'll move to the pledges of allegiance. Supervisor Lavier, can you lead us in the pledge of allegiance?
Everyone could please place your hand over your heart and repeat after me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll now move to the agenda review. Have there been any adjustments to the agenda?
Yes, for item 6, a public comment letter was received from Alfonso Coran and Maria Cruz. And for item 9, a public comment letter was received from Scott Travitz. And so we recommend approval of the agenda as modified.
Great, thank you. Is there a motion and a second?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? Great, the motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to the minutes. Any adjustments? If no adjustments, can I get a motion and a second to approve the meeting minutes?
Chair, so move.
Thank you. Got it? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Great, thank you. The motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to public comments.
Thank you, Chair McQueen Lejeune. As a reminder to members of our public who wish to address the board today with live public comment on any agenda item, please visit venturacounty.gov/cob/APCB for participation information and instructions. For in-person public comment, please check in with the deputy clerk. If you wish to make comments, you must be in the boardroom, or if you're participating remotely, you must be connected to the meeting via Zoom or telephone before the close of the public comment period for that agenda item. Request to make live public comment on an agenda item will be accepted until the public comment period for each agenda item is complete. For our remote participants, please accept the prompt to be promoted and unmute your mic when it's your turn to speak. For all public comments, the in-person speakers present in the boardroom will be called upon first, followed by remote participants. At the discretion of the chair, general public comment regarding air pollution control district related matters that are not listed on the agenda but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board may be moved to the end of the meeting. And as an additional reminder to members of the public, because we are just coming off of a long recess, we want to remind everybody that public comment is the opportunity for members of the public to participate in meetings by addressing the Air Pollution Control Board District in connection with one or more agenda or non-agenda items on topics that are within the subject matter jurisdiction. To maintain a public meeting environment conducive to welcoming and receiving public comment from all members of the public, the audience is discouraged from engaging in displays of support or opposition to staff reports or public comments, including clapping, yelling, booing, hissing, or cheering that may create disruptive environment for members of the public wishing to participate, including when entering and exiting the boardroom and the Hall of Administration. If you brought a sign to raise, we ask that you move that to the back of the wall to not obstruct the view of our audience, and please do not obstruct the view of any other participants. Any person who disrupts or impedes on the orderly conduct of the meeting will be instructed to cease the disruptive conduct. This information, as well as information on how you may augment your comments, can be found on page 3 of our agenda. And today we have 5 speakers for this item. Our first speaker will be Sam Edelson, followed by Olivia Cortez and Neil Hamill. So Sam, if you could proceed to the podium, you'll have 5 minutes to give your comment.
Thank you. I am Sam Edelson. I am the union representative for the SEIU 721 employees of the Air Pollution Control Board. And today I'm going to be reading a letter on behalf of Elizabeth Gutierrez. And I also have an executive summary of what my represented members have been experiencing these past few years that I'll be handing to the clerk of the board after. To the Ventura County Air Pollution Control Board. My name is Elizabeth Gutierrez. I live in Santa Paula and I'm a former member of the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District. I was employed at the district for 10 years and earned a total of 20 years of county service. During my time at the district, I experienced an unhealthy work relationship with my manager, Nancy Mendoza. The stress level was so high, I had to take medical leave for 1 year. I was also working out of my classification where I believe I was placed there on purpose to fail and to be pushed out. Nancy reassigned me from the lobby receptionist to an admin job when that person transferred out as a way of saving the district money and replaced me permanently with a telephone directory. Lack of training in my new role caused anxiety and mistakes, so I asked my direct supervisor if I could have more training, and they said fine. Later that day, that person came and told me that Miss Mendoza denied me further training, saying that 1 page of instructions is good enough. On more than one occasion, Miss Mendoza made insensitive and demeaning remarks. She said to me that Korean men were the worst Asian men to marry, while she knew very well my daughter was married to an American of Korean descent. On another occasion, she was surprised that I allowed my daughter to gain her master's degree in biotechnology, implying I was poor, uneducated, low-class citizen with no ambitions. I was speechless, but I did not dare to voice my opinion under a diminishing statement. With all this constantly happening, it made me very ill. Under the advice of my doctor, I was put on stress leave. The final nail in the coffin of my career was when I was put under investigation by Miss Mendoza because she believed I was selling Avon and making money during work hours, which is not true. Miss Mendoza accused me and conducted the investigation herself, which is a conflict of interest. One person cannot be all three, the accuser, the judge, and the executioner. Some of my friends and colleagues were called to be interviewed and coerced into answering questions favorable to what Nancy wanted to get out of them, even though they saw through it and tried to refuse. Ms. Mendoza threatened disciplinary action if they did not comply and were forced to answer questions. They did not realize that at the time they could have called their union rep to be a witness and could have read Nancy their Weingarten rights. I still hold on to my innocence. I was doing nothing wrong and wasn't selling. Nancy just wanted to get me out and abuse her power as HR manager to find a way. I was never given the results of the Avon investigation because Ms. Mendoza denied me that information. I contacted Supervisor's long office directly to ask if they could find out the results for me, but her staff also denied me that information. 1 month after I was pressured to retire, I became deathly ill and had emergency surgery. I became septic and was put in a coma, not expecting to survive, but thank God I made it. There are more examples I could present, but I'm trying to make this short. I want to state that once I questioned Miss Mendoza's authority or decisions, I became a target. I started to see a pattern. Once an employee questioned her authority, Miss Mendoza would start her retaliation path by making the employee's work environment hostile and causing stress so the employee could be reprimanded and have enough of a history to then be fired. As a resident of Ventura County and former employee, I find it appalling that no action has been taken to protect the hardworking and dedicated staff at APCD. I am here today to confirm Ms. Mendoza's abusive management tactics are unethical, unacceptable, and power-hungry. It is seriously up to this board to take action to listen to these great employees that perform so dedicated to their line of work. Also, I strongly believe that public knowledge via news and media may be necessary if no action is taking place to protect a healthy and peaceful workspace for the employees brave enough to remain at APCD. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is going to be Olivia Cortez, followed by Neil Hamill and Robert Schultz. Olivia Cortez.
Hello, my name is Ed Swede. I'm an engineer at APCD, and I'm reading this on behalf of a former employee. My name is Olivia Cortez, and I was employed at APCD from February 2018 to February 2025. I resigned under duress due to unjust, hostile, and retaliatory treatment by management. I received good performance reviews for years and was complimented by the APCO at the time I started. In the 2024 performance review, I was allegedly a substandard employee. Therefore, I asked for a meeting with my manager and APCO where my manager alleged I was doing quote-unquote piss poor work. As I was assigned human resources work that included timesheet reviews and approvals, I noticed inconsistent reporting and would bring it up to my manager and the APCO. I reported it to the county fraud department a few times with no response or actions. I would be called into my manager's office, and with the door closed and no witnesses, I was told I was being watched. I filed a report with county HR to no avail. In 2024, I was demoted due to my actions of sharing confidential information with a coworker friend with the intent of venting. I regret my actions and realized it was not the proper behavior, even when under so much stress and despair in the workplace. I suffered the consequences and tried to do the best I could under the circumstances. In late 2024, my mother suffered through an illness and passed away. During that difficult time, I was not in the right headspace, and I made a mistake reporting on my timesheet. And when I realized my mistake, I emailed the person in charge of timesheets and copied my manager to be corrected. It was not corrected, and instead it was reported to the county fraud department. I was then questioned and told I was not credible. Mistakes are made by many employees' timesheets all the time, as I was the timekeeper and corrected as I had done in the past, with no questions asked. More allegations were made that were false, for which they had no substantial evidence of. I provided the proof to the APCO, the labor relations rep, and union rep because I would not allow false allegations towards me. I was very distraught and could not continue under such hostile conditions in the workplace with the same manager under me. Therefore, I resigned and eventually spoke with an unemployment judge that agreed that I had good reason to resign and receive benefits. Please do everything in your power to end the hostility occurring at APCD for the sake of all who have been pushed out like me, those that are currently targets, and those to enter their employment there in the future. No one deserves to be treated in this way, and brave employees who are speaking up are trying to improve things because they want to get back to work. That's what Olivia had to say. I'd like to say personally, back in September, I submitted a letter to the fraud hotline. I sent it in certified mail. It called out Olivia Cortez as being targeted, and I was asking for help. I entitled the thing, "Please help." This, and I specifically said Olivia's name. It's frustrating that I felt that we didn't receive the help that I asked for because she was forced out of employment during the time of the investigation by HR, or at least when they said they were investigating. Thank you very much. Please help again. Please help.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Neil Hamill, followed by Robert Schultz and Nicole Colazzo.
Good afternoon, Air Pollution Control Board. Dr. McQueen-Lejean, thank you for reconvening this meeting. My name is Neil Hamill. I'm a resident of Ventura and Supervisor District 1, a husband, a father, and a supervising inspector with the district. I'm here today to describe the hostile work environment perpetuated by Executive Officer Mr. Ali Gassemi and Fiscal and Administrative Services Manager Ms. Nancy Mendoza. You all have many hats to wear, but my coworkers and I work full-time to uphold the mission of the district, to protect public health and agriculture from the adverse effects of air pollution. Unfortunately, our job is severely impeded by Mr. Gassemi and Ms. Mendoza. They harass, bully, intimidate, and target employees they consider to be nuisances, which is often simply requesting explanations or suggesting operational improvements. They initiate investigations and discipline for uncommunicated changes in interpretations of policy. For example, a dedicated and well-respected supervisor with 3 decades of public air quality experience between the California Air Resources Board and the district is currently on leave pending arbitration against the demotion after being singled out by Mr. Gassemi and Ms. Mendoza. They bypassed this employee's direct manager, initiating the investigation after the employee spoke out against several policy reversals, including a decades-long practice of field workers who live in East County remotely garaging their district vehicles. Historically, this has saved significant public funds by reducing vehicle maintenance and not paying employees to drive to and from East County. Additionally, the public benefited from quicker complaint response times and reduced vehicle miles traveled and traffic congestion. On-road vehicles account for nearly half of the county's emissions. Now, all vehicles are required to be garaged at the Ventura office. Keep in mind that the district vehicle garaging policy explicitly states that vehicles will be stored in the most economical location. Additionally, Ms. Mendoza recently informed staff that they cannot charge their vehicles overnight at the office. You may ask, what was the violation that this employee committed? Taking bathroom and lunch breaks at their house when they were close, something that I was trained was allowable when I started with the district. After initiating the disciplinary action, Mr. Ghassemi spoke to each division within the district, explaining his new interpretation of the vehicle use policy. Unfortunately, each division received different examples of acceptable vehicle use, and Mr. Ghassemi refused to put his new interpretation into writing, leading to increased confusion. For over 2 months, I requested clarification in writing and did not receive it. Eventually, I learned that an inspector urinated in a water bottle in their district vehicle because they were unsure if they were allowed to take a bathroom break. This had a severe effect on me personally. I care about my coworkers, and I don't want to see them uncomfortable or unsure about simple things like this. Also, as a supervisor, I can be held personally liable for what happened that day. I ended up going out on medical leave for 3 months and am now on medication due to the stress and instability of working under Mr. Ghassemi and Ms. Mendoza. I was recently passed over for a promotion, which I feel is a direct result of speaking out against inefficient changes and unjustified discipline of district employees. Mr. Ghassemi told me to move on to a different career when telling me he did not choose me for the job. I was very insulted. I have over 10 years of experience with air districts, and I feel I am a knowledgeable and valuable employee. Mr. Ghassemi and Ms. Mendoza arbitrarily enforce policies, sometimes strictly enforcing them and other times letting infractions slide. For example, most new employees are told they must complete 6 months with the district before being allowed to telework or switch to a 980 or 410 schedule. Other new employees are able to start modified schedules immediately or much less than 6 months in. This type of inconsistency creates a culture of distrust and decreasing morale within the district. Significant public funds are being diverted from the mission due to investigations, grievances, council time, and unfair labor practice meetings. Mr. Ghassemi informed us last week that this sum is over $100,000. As a taxpayer, I'm disappointed. As an employee, I'm tired of my time and resources being taken away from the district's mission. I do not want to be up here talking about this. I want to be working towards cleaner air for my daughter, my family, and this county. I fear retaliation from Mr. Ghassemi and Ms. Mendoza for speaking to you today. There is so much more, but not enough time here. We need your help. We need a serious investigation and action into Mr. Ghassemi and Ms. Mendoza. Ultimately, district employees do not trust them to do their jobs. Our work should be the district versus the air pollution, not administrative management versus the employees. Please help us. Thank you for your time.
Excuse me, remember you guys, if you agree, yeah, thank you so much. Please use jazz hands. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is going to be Robert Schultz, followed by Nicole Colazzo.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I've been told to contain my rage over this situation, so I'm going to read my statement and I'll leave a copy for the recorder. I'm Robert Schultz. I'm here today as a father and as a Ventura County homeowner and taxpayer for the nearly 50 years. You do not know me, you've never seen me before because I've never reached out to Ventura County public officials for help until now. The issues with the APCD management practices are so egregious and wasteful of public funds that I'm compelled to be here today. A bit about my background. I've been a senior executive in public agencies, global corporations, and a management consultant spanning a 45-year career. I know incompetent, ineffective, and toxic management practices when I see them. It's obvious from the public testimony you heard last time and you're hearing today that, and the experience of my daughter, Michelle Wood, that immediate action by this board is needed. The current management of the APCD is simply unacceptable. Our daughter is a graduate of UC Davis with a degree in environmental science. She was brought up to be a steward of the environment. She chose a career at a very early age and has worked in the environmental protection field for over 30 years. After a 22-year career of successful employment and promotion at the California Air Resources Board, she decided to focus on environmental issues here in Ventura County, where she grew up and has raised her family. She was a happy, motivated employee in the first years at the APCD. Her expertise and devotion to her work were recognized early on. She was promoted to a supervisory position, and she thrived. She was happy. She was productive. Then the management regime changed. Her experience with current management has led to life-changing emotional distress, requiring significant medical help. She is currently out on disability and has filed a workman's compensation claim. We have seen a change in her. She is not the eager, devoted to her profession, happy person we enjoyed so many years. As a taxpayer, I find the situation at the APCD unacceptable. Under the oversight of your board, we see the squandering of public funds and the mismanagement of tenured, well-educated scientists and engineers. The employee victims here, including our daughter, are well-educated professionals far into their careers who are devoted to protecting Ventura County's environment. They are unable to do their jobs effectively. This has a direct impact on the health of county residents. Supervisor Parvin, I reached out to your office by telephone and with 2 follow-up emails requesting a face-to-face meeting to discuss the situation. I understand that you have a busy schedule and have only been able to respond that you are looking into the situation. Now's the time to act. I'm here speaking to the entire board of this board for answers. This mismanagement, harassment, and waste must stop now. The head of the APCD and the HR manager should be replaced, plain and simple. Frankly, as a father and a taxpayer, I am angry and I want immediate action by this board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and our last speaker for this item is going to be Nicole Collazo.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of our Air Pollution Control Board. First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak, and for the current APCD staff that took time out of their busy work schedules, thank you for your support. And for the entire APCD staff that are retired in the room, also thank you for your support, and we miss you. Nicole Collazo, Employee Air Quality Specialist of APCD and Union Steward of SEIU Local 721 here. It's been 7 weeks since we last came to our board to voice concerns about the workplace hostility that has gone unchecked at APCD. I'm here to say that it has gotten worse since then. I have been ridiculed and mocked for being a union steward, and my motives questioned as if a union member means you don't want to improve the workplace. I have had my work questioned through a public information request. An employee that spoke before our board in June had their lunch bag thrown in the trash, and I have been personally intimidated, which I had to report to our APCO about, so I feel the need to once again come back before our board asks for help. The county and APCD have a whistleblower policy, and I'd like to read directly from it and hand you a copy of it for your reference. The whistleblower policy states, no adverse personnel action will be taken against the district employee in retaliation for disclosure of information the employee believes evidences a violation of any law, mismanagement of gross waste of monies, or an abuse of authority. If an adverse personnel action is taken against an employee in retaliation for the employee's good faith disclosure of information to a public body or to a designated district official concerning alleged wrongful conduct, then that adverse personnel action will be reversed. Any supervisor or managerial employee who is found to have retaliated against a district employee for the alleged wrongful conduct shall be subject to discipline, including termination. In June, you heard a few whistleblowers provide testimony of their experiences at APCD. Today, you heard new testimonies as existing and former employees are brave enough to say enough is enough. These are real people with real lives, families going through really difficult things outside of their 9-to-5 jobs. And imagine waking up every day and coming to this workplace. Those of us that remain enjoy the teams we're in. We want to contribute positively to our communities, and we just want to get back to being the very best at APCD. There is a lot more work to be done with cleaning the air in our county, and we would not subject ourselves to a toxic work environment if we didn't truly care about our colleagues and the future employees that come here thinking they've landed a dream job. Your board can do a lot for the employees that suffer silently at APCD, and not just because of the hostility. I want to shift gears and give you a very clear and practical example of how you can help just 3 of our staff that have been for years trying to improve the predicament they're in. We have 3 IT staff at APCD. They're brilliant, dedicated, and have impeccable work ethics. For the last 30 plus years, even though for the last 30 plus years, they only have 1 level in their job series, Office System Coordinator 3. And even though everyone else at APCD, whether a specialist, engineer, technician, management assistant, or a county, has a multi-level series job classification, level 1 and 2, these 3 staff cannot move up because the budget does not include them as a level 3/4. In June 2023, your board approved the budget and management requested those positions be changed to level 4 since the board letter itself said that they were working outside their classification. Actually, they're working beyond the current level 4 job description that's in the county system. It was removed from the budget in the next fiscal year, and the level 3s appeared again. And those staff were told they had to fill out a rigorous position questionnaire, and upper management told them they may not even be approved because it depends on county, not them. And yeah, they might actually be downgraded. How encouraging, right? Come to find out, the district already has a level 4 job classification. It's a little outdated, but still officially in the system. And I'm here today as their steward to ask if your board would simply consider recommending their classification to include both levels, obviously in consultation with SEIU, so they would be consistent with other positions at the district. Some of them are here today in support and have been working at the district for over 25 years each. And the only raises they've gotten in a long time are the ones negotiated by the union. So this is not a reclassification request. The staff are right now handling very complex IT projects such as programming, coding our permit databases, maintaining and troubleshooting our servers, which, by the way, county level 2s are not even allowed to go into the server room. They're managing and troubleshooting our telephone systems, our locked door systems, and this change would only impact 3 in the thousands of employees between county and SEIU contracts. Actually, the 2018 APCD budget had 4 level 3s, just to make a note of that. So I come before this board asking to help us fix the problems we have tried fixing ourselves. We can no longer rely on our own leaders to help support us. I will continue to advocate for our union represented staff as steward and a healthy work environment for all as a concerned employee who truly cares about her colleagues. Please help us, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you. No applause, please. Thank you. Chair McQueen-Lejeune, that concludes our public comment for this item. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your public comments. We're going to move on to item number 7, that's board comments. Are there any board comments? Okay, if not, we're going to move on to item number 8, that's the APCO announcements and reports. Mr. Gassimi, over to you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Dr. McQueen-Lejeune, members of the board, Ali Gassimi, Executive Officer. I do not have that much to report, however, in regard to APCD program. We continue with our regular activities. Additionally, I'd like to inform you that based on the weekly progress report that I received from my permitting, enforcement, and planning divisions managers, our activity has been steady. I will ask my division managers to prepare a summary of activities per program for the year end to be presented to your board in December board meeting. That's all I have, and I'm taking any question you may have.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Gassimi, board members? If there are no questions, Mr. Gassimi, thank you so much. We're going to move on to item number 9. This is a receive and file of the County of Ventura Human Resources Workplace Misconduct and Complaint Resolution activity for January, through June 2025. Ms. Keys, over to you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair McQueen-Lejeune, members of the board. For the record, I am Danielle Keys, the County Human Resources Director. I want to start off by thanking your board for the opportunity to bring this item forward. We did respond to the request from a prior meeting that asked for more information as relates to the complaint procedures here at the county. As you may be aware, we do present a similar report to the Board of Supervisors at large, and so we are bringing that report to you today with some additional information. Before we go into that, I do, before I bring up Matt Escobedo, who's going to be presenting today, excuse me, I wanted to provide some general information for your board that might provide some clarity, especially regarding the context of the report and also the reporting structure with county HR as it relates to the challenges that have been brought forward to the board. Our relationship with APCD's executive officer is consultative in nature, and sometimes that's not very obvious from the surface, since they're an independent entity and they report directly to your board. Most, if not all, of the county-established personnel rules and regulations and administrative policies have been adopted by APCD board already, and therefore they're subject to the same rules, regulations, and administrative policies as other labor laws as the county. So that's why you'll see some of the rules and regulations are mirrored, because it's been brought to your board for adoption as well. However, implementation of and compliance with these rules and regulations is the responsibility of the APCD leadership. The overview that you'll receive today is aligned with the presentation provided to the Board of Supervisors. And while there is data specific to APCD integrated into the report, a carve-out report will not be presented to your board today for the following reasons. Wanted to share that. The large majority of the complaints that we have received have been reported anonymously, right? Based on the size of APCD staff, presenting agency-specific data could compromise the intent to report anonymously and potentially reveal the reporting party's identity. That's why we do not do these carve-outs. We take very seriously our obligation to protect a fair and thorough process, and we would not want to compromise that by reporting out for small parties, okay? With that, I want to turn it over to Matt Escobedo to present on the audit data and the complaint procedures, and I will be available for any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, my name is Matt Escobedo. I'm the County of Ventura Equal Employment Opportunity Officer, and I'm here today to provide a brief overview of our complaint resolution process. By way of background, in June of 2022, we started the practice of taking to the County Board of Supervisors biannual reports which reflect our workplace conflict resolution processes. And the presentation I'm about to give mirrors what we presented to the County Board of Supervisors at that time. In conveying this information, I wanted to bring across 5 points, which I think are of primary relevance. First and foremost, providing context, I would like to share that in 2023, following an audit facilitated by our auditor controller, an external law firm found that our investigatory procedures were in complete compliance with existing legislation. That said, there were several best practice recommendations made to the county executive office at that time, and in the spirit of continuous improvement, we moved to adopt all of those best practice recommendations. So that said, in 2024, March of 2024, we came back to your board and reported all that we have accomplished. Some of those things include the following: policy updates to all of our applicable policies, mandatory training for all county leadership, including leadership of the APCD, mandatory training for all county investigators, the establishment of a standard operating procedure as it pertains to our workplace investigations, and to this day, we receive ongoing feedback from the law firm we retain to assist in this process, who specializes in California public sector workplace investigations, to review our investigatory reports and provide feedback so that we can continue to improve. That is ongoing. So that's the first thing I wanted to share. Second, with respect to how we receive these complaints, there are a variety of mechanisms for us to receive these complaints. First and foremost is our employee misconduct hotline, which is operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, run by a third party. In addition to that, our auditor controller has a fraud hotline, which focuses on fraud, waste, and abuse, but also can be utilized for a broad variety of allegations. And then finally, we also entertain these complaints directly to our offices. The complaints come from a variety of mechanisms, and we think that's highly productive in the event that there might be a perceived conflict of interest. Really, our goal is to encourage folks to come forward. Now, that said, I wanted to give a very brief overview of what our process looks like. We have a legal obligation that we take very seriously once allegations are made. Once a bell has been rung, it can't be unheard. So once those allegations are made, we have a formal process that we follow. Although we do our best, we provide confidentiality to the degree possible, but we cannot guarantee it for a variety of reasons. And that said, we do have policies which protect complainants from retaliation and admonishments which remind all stakeholders of those policies. Once the allegations are received, we identify a neutral and qualified investigator who conducts a full, impartial, and fair investigation, which includes interviewing witnesses, collecting data, and a broad variety of analysis. We utilize the preponderance of evidence standard in conducting that investigation. In other words, is it more likely or not? And we publish our results in an investigatory report, which is very detailed, which, by the way, by way of background, those reports are audited, or we're not audited, but reviewed by our external law firm to make sure that we're of sufficient quality. That said, I wanted to take this opportunity to highlight that some of the most difficult allegations for us to investigate are those that are made by anonymous sources. And the reason for that is, in my experience, the vast majority of those allegations lack the specificity for us to do our due diligence. Specifically, we need to know the who, what, why, where, when. In light of the fact, and forgive me for being redundant, but in light of the fact that we have protections from retaliation, and that we, to the degree possible, we will maintain confidentiality, we highly encourage folks to come forward in the event that they have allegations that need to be made so that we could engage them and acquire the necessary details to proceed in the most efficient manner. Finally, the last thing I wanted to speak to is our Employee Relations and Resolution Program. Now, the threshold to sustain allegations is relatively high. And while we don't always find that a law or a rule has been violated, it is very clear that there's a reflection of a strained interpersonal relationship. While that is not a violation of policy or law, we do recognize that is a problem. So as a result of that, we often refer those cases to our Employee Relations and Resolution Program, whereby we have staff who specialize in organizational development interventions that can be employed to help improve the relationships. What does that look like? It can come in the form of coaching, customized training, conflict resolution process consultations, team building, so on and so forth. It really depends on the circumstances of the specific case. That program has been standing for several years now. It is included in our data that was presented to you today. And I will tell you that in most cases, provided both parties are reasonable, the outcome is beneficial and relationships improve. That said, this is my very brief overview of our process as it pertains to investigating and resolving complaints. I'm happy to entertain any questions your board may have.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. Any questions? I want to call you Mayor Chavez.
Thank
Go right
you.
ahead.
So when an investigation is completed and you have a report finding, and who does that get reported to? And what if the issue happens to be the management? What is their oversight?
That's a great question. It's a case-by-case determination, and it depends on the level of management. So in short, the investigatory complaint is provided to the supervisor or the appointing authority. Now, that said, the investigatory reports are typically only provided when an item is sustained, not necessarily when an item is not sustained.
Can you define sustained versus not sustained for the public, please?
The allegations were found to be credible. Well, not sustained is there was not sufficient evidence to deem that the allegations were credible.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Not yet.
Go ahead, Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Escobedo. Your reference to the complaints filed, whether there's substantial evidence, the details to investigate a complaint. There were some speakers today who shared essentially complaints, right, of previous activity. So is there a timeline as to when complaints can be investigated? Could any complaints raised before January of 2025 be investigated by former employees?
In short, yes. So It's a case-by-case determination. The real question I would pose is whether or not the complaint has already been issued, and if so, who was the investigator. Now, one of the benefits of having multiple outlets to receive complaints is that it's convenient and encourages people to come forward. That said, one of the downsides is that it could create redundancy or duplicative work. Now, that said, anyone who has an allegation, they're welcome to reach out to us directly, and we are happy to fully investigate the allegation to determine whether or not there's been any violation of rule or policy.
And those complaints must be submitted through the hotline or the online portal?
No, they don't. They could come in any way, shape, or form. They could contact our office directly. We treat all these matters sensitive and confidential to the degree that possible. So all that's to say, if the allegations are made and we're not aware of them, we will investigate. Even if we are aware of them, we will likely still investigate, provided it wasn't our staff who did the investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I do have a couple of questions. And thank you for your presentation of your responses so far. Ms. Keys mentioned that the HR, county HR, their support to the district is consultative in nature. Can you tell me a little bit about that, or tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. Thank you, Chair, for that question. So the way the relationship works, we have a model here that is referenced as centralized and decentralized for sake of explanation. So centralized human resource functions are actually CEO HR employees that are under my purview under that leadership model. Other outside agencies have their own human resource arms that at the adoption of a rule or a policy become subject to that rule, but the administration of that rule is up to the department head or the leadership model for that particular agency. So our role, in addition to what Mr. Escobedo just shared as far as what our role is from the complaint receiving procedure, we don't turn around any complaint regardless if it's a consultative relationship or not. But when it comes to the implementation of rules and policies, we can advise a department head, we can advise a chief officer, we can advise a manager, but we cannot actually force them to follow the policies. We can give them guidance, tools like we went over, resources to our resources, the training and development models. We're almost like a partner, but we're not, and we are not the authority that requires them to comply. We are a broader-based consult model.
Great, thank you. And I imagine there's a hierarchy in how a standard situation would come through an organization up to the county. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure, and I'll let Matt, of course, fix anything that I step in here. Just in a year in, I'm still learning all of the intricacies of the models. Yeah. So when it comes to the hierarchy, if something comes into the complaint hotline, that's going to come in at a management level from jump. Our staff that oversee the compliance unit are management level and above. So you're going to be, that's going to be coming in at that level. Matt oversees that unit. So any requests or any complaints we receive, he'll be privy to. If any of those complaints are escalated to the point that we feel that it is going to garner either additional support, additional investigation, resources, or potentially even legal advocacy or consultation with county counsel, then we'll elevate it at that time. As he shared, depending on whether or not a complaint is substantiated or not, meaning we found enough evidence to say it is happening and we need a corrective action, or we don't have enough to make a determination, that determines where it actually, you would see the lull, whether it goes up a level or whether it stalls out at that level. We always close them out. We always provide the closing report. But to Mr. Escobedo's point, when they're anonymous or we don't have sight that we can actually get back to, we consolidate the reports and then we include that in what we report to the board.
Great, thank you. A couple of more questions, if you bear with me. You mentioned substantiated and not substantiated. Is that, do you use the legal, like if someone was to say harassment, would you use the legal term for harassment? Or if it was discrimination, would it be what is the law as it relates to discrimination? Or how do we really determine those things?
Matt does this every day, so I'm gonna let him answer that one for you.
In short, yes, we do use the legal definition. And as a result of that, by way of example, a single incident may not rise to the level of substantiation. So And I just share that because oftentimes in managing these complaints, we want to identify whether or not there's a violation. And that's why I referenced our employee relations and resolution program, because sometimes, although a single incident contingent upon the details and the severity may not rise to the legal definition, it doesn't mean that there's not something wrong.
Right.
And we want to resolve it.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's see. So you mentioned earlier, Ms. Keys, about the district being, it really is its own entity, right?
Yes.
And you talked about being HR, county HR being consultative in nature. On a, generally speaking, if an employee has an issue in an entity, what is the standard? I know we're dealing with probably folks that are in the chain, right, of actually reporting, but what's the standard reporting in an entity?
So,
You understand the question?
if I understand the question correctly, you're talking about even if it's not an outside agency, if it's internal or?
Yeah, if there's an issue with an employee in an organization, I imagine that employee would first go to the supervisor.
Sure.
Okay, so
sure.
what
the
is-
standard
what's the
hierarchy would be
process?
that you report any inconsistencies or concerns to your manager.
Mm-hmm.
That manager will work with their leadership. If it's something human resources specific, they would reach out to their human resource liaison if that's not who their supervisor or manager is.
Right.
And then if additional direction is needed, then that would go up the hierarchy chain based on who the manager reports to, et cetera. It would just continue to go up the chain pending a resolution.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
That's
can I-
back to you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chavez.
I'm looking at the agenda packet, page 15, where you have the heading of County of Ventura Human Resources Workplace Misconduct Complaint Resolution Report. Does this apply, are these numbers apply directly to this board or this county-wide?
This is the whole report. This is the county-wide report. We did not issue a carve-out for the reasons I mentioned in my opening statements.
So it's my understanding that our role is we work through a performance evaluation process for the leader, for the officer, correct?
Correct.
During that performance evaluation, I'm new, right? So I'm just asking these questions. Are we provided with this data in terms of complaints or HR issues that have surfaced?
That's a great question. So under closed session models, in discussion with an evaluation, additional information that's carved out could be provided to your board, yes.
Has it?
It hasn't been requested prior, but it could be.
Okay. And then in your HR experience, both of you, what are some examples of when something would be deemed a systemic issue?
That's a really hard question because it would be subjective, right? If we're seeing a recurring theme, we do deal a lot with themes. And to Mr. Escobedo's point, if we're having complaints come in from multiple avenues and those avenues aren't talking to one another with a different reporting structure like we're experiencing, it could take a little bit of time to realize that we're getting complaints from multiple areas. Once we identify that, we are very well trained on identifying themes and trying to work with departments and division heads to give guidance and leadership and development and training tools to help them get to the successful end. Once we're aware of a cumulative issue, we are very responsive to that information. We're thorough. We have a very responsive and very staff-focused team that are interested in resolution and doing a fair and thorough job. And that includes follow-up. We don't stop at the report. We want to follow it as far as we can to provide support. So once we've identified a theme, we offer as many tools as we can towards successful outcomes.
I would like to request that that information be provided to this board, as well as information regarding retention of employees. I think it's important data that we need to know.
Thanks. Sure. Any other questions? If there are no other questions, I think call for public comments.
Thank you, Chair McQueen-Lejeune. We do have
Thank you,
one
Ms.
speaker
Keys,
for this
Mr.
item.
Escobedo. Thank you.
Our speaker for this item is going to be Hayden McPherson, who's joining us today here in person.
Dear Air Pollution Control Board, my name is Hay McPherson and I work at Air Pollution Control District. With the county bringing a report to your board today about its complaint history, the APCD employees of the district have been filing complaints for nearly a decade. We have a lot of questions about it. For one, why isn't the board letter or reporting only parenting to the agency and as the county as a whole, which Ms. Keys has answered. And thank you, Board Member Chavez, for requesting the information for APCD specific information. Some statistics that might be appropriate to note is how many complaints have been received from APCD employees in the last 12 months. According to a comment submitted by email last night, at least over 20 complaints have been filed over the last 3 years. How many of those complaints are still in active investigation? And is anyone from APCD management involved in the supplying of information? How does the county determine something that is supplied by an APCD manager as a substantive and accurate? Are there any conflicts of interest between who is assisting the county complaint investigation and if they are subject to the complaint? How many complaints have been substantiated? Are you aware that staff have filed complaints at the county, have received complaint outcomes with nearly the same verbiage, and saying that their complaint has been unsubstantiated without any justification at all? The county staff also refused to sign the letter. Are you also aware that a staff that filed a complaint with the county and specifically asked to not be identified, revealed to anyone outside of that conversation, was brought in by HR manager into the HR manager's office after he was questioned why they submitted a complaint? There is no such thing as an anonymous complaint with the county system. Even the online system asks for an email, and they just ask you to call one of the investigators for an interview in their office. Unfortunately, the county hotline has failed us. We have gone up the chain of command internally as instructed, and it has also failed us as nothing ever gets followed up, even though we're told they will work on it. The well-being assessment that we asked your board through anonymous comment in 2023 to conduct also failed us, with dozens of employees spending 3 to 4 hours in interviews recounting one difficult experience after another, and being told that the county employee conducting the interviews that they agree that there is a systematic problem with certain managers. In January of 2024, staff received the outcome letter, which you have all received, which they conclude the APCD did not violate any policies, but here's an optional real colors personality test for those that wish to take it. And finally, we tried it yet again for well-being assessment to be done, district-wide this year. As I am sure you will be updated, was not promising, as apparently there's no money in the budget to hire the company to help us with their expertise and knowledge of improving operational communication, transparency, and accountability. The company spokesperson told us to look on the bright side, that we have government jobs, and oh, the Ventura weather is lovely. Let's just stay positive because it's not 100 degrees. Even getting an internal way of moving forward with some form of their recommendations was excruciating and traumatic for some employees, and those that simply asked for clarification were not treated with respect. We don't have confidence that our issues will get resolved with any external help. Will you, Board Member Lavier, Board Member Lopez, Board Member Chavez, Board Member Gorel, Board Member Long, Board Member Perez, Board Member Parvin, Madam Chair McQueen-Lejeune, help us? Please help us. We need something done. Thank you.
And we have one more speaker for this item.
Okay.
Michelle Wood, who's joining us today in person.
Hi, board members. My name's Michelle Wood. This is extremely hard for me to stand in front of you right now, but I was compelled to get up. We just heard from county HR that the way to solve problems is to go to your management. When the management's the problem, where do we go? That's why we're here today.
Thank you, Chair McQueen-Lejeune. That concludes the public comment for this item.
Great, thank you. This is a receive. Any other questions?
I have one final question.
Go
sorry,
right ahead.
Promise. Can someone share with us when was the last employee satisfaction survey that was done within the department?
No. We'll look into that, if you don't mind. Any other questions? Okay, great. This is a receive and file. Is there a motion and a second?
Motion to receive?
Great. Show of hands, those are in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Abstention? Great, thank you. We'll move on to the next item, number 10, which is a receive and file status report regarding the Air Pollution Control District's application for a Section 103 grant from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Mr. Gassimi.
For the records, Ali Ghassemi, Executive Officer of Ventura County APCD. We are informing the board that on June 26, 2025, the district submitted a grant application to EPA covering the period of April 1st, 2025 through March 31st, 2026. This grant is for continued funding of the nationwide fine particulate monitoring network in the amount of $63,000. This fund is used for the continued operation and maintenance of the PM 2.5 federal equivalent method network. For your background, in December of 1994, your board authorized the district to submit application for EPA grants. In January 2000, your board authorized us to accept and execute EPA grant award, not exceeding the prior year's award or the amount approved in the budget by more than 20%. That's all I have, and I'm ready to take any question you may have.
Great. Are there any questions? Any questions? Are there any public comments?
And Chair McQueen-Lejean, there's no comments for this item. Thank you.
Great, thank you. This is a receive and file. Can I get a motion and a second?
Motion.
Thank you. Okay, those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Abstentions? Great, thank you. Motion passes. We'll move to item number 11, ratification of the Air Pollution Control District's application for the acceptance of fiscal year 22 and 23 state and local cybersecurity grant funding through the FY 2024 SL program of the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services in the amount of $47,250, and adoption of the resolution authorizing the Air Pollution Control Officer to execute grant agreement with Cal OES and all other related documents and agreements that are necessary to accept the grant's funding. Mr. Gassimi, over to you.
For the record again, Ali Ghassemi, Executive Officer of Ventura County APCD. Staff is requesting your board approve accepting this cybersecurity grant and authorize the APCO to execute all necessary actions to obtain and manage the funds. For your background, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, FEMA's state local cybersecurity grant program, referred to as SLCGP, aims to strengthen cybersecurity practices and resilience for state, local, and territorial governments, helping them manage and reduce systematic cyber risks. Following Cal OES July 2024 funding opportunity under fiscal year 2024 SLCGP, the district submitted a notice of interest in September of 2024 and was awarded $47,250 on December 24, 2024 to enhance its cybersecurity evaluation and logging tools. These improvements aim to increase efficiency and timelines in detecting threats, identifying patterns, and addressing cybersecurity gaps. The district submitted this formal application on March 13, 2025, with performance period from December 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2026, and received funding approval on July 18, 2025. That's all I have, and I am taking any question you may have.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions? Supervisor Long.
Thank you. So it looks like there's no matching funds required, so that's wonderful.
That's correct. No matching.
Correct. And then do we have specific goals that we will be hitting within the budget time?
We are actually developing, they call it SIM tool, which is Security Information and Event Management tool. That's helping us to early on detect any malicious attempt to any district database or anything in that matter.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? There are no other questions. Do we have any public comments?
Chair McQueen-Lejeune, there aren't any requests to speak for this item. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there a motion and a second to approve this item?
I'll motion and congratulations on winning that grant.
Thank you very much.
Is there a second? I'll second. Great, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? Great, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Gassimi, for your report.
No problem.
And we'll move on to item number 12, adoption of the resolution authorizing the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District to continue to participate in the Carl Moyer Memorial Air Quality Standard Attainment Program and accept Carl Moyer Memorial Air Quality Standard Attainment Program funds for the California Air Resource Board.
Yes.
Mr. Gassimi, over to you.
For the record, Ali Ghasemi, Executive Officer of Ventura County APCD, the Moyer program has been modified many times over the years to both expand its scope and improve its efficiency. To date, your board has approved over $64 million in grants to Ventura County businesses to replace over 1,400 diesel engines with lower emission equipment. Statewide, the program has invested over $1.5 billion to replace more than 69,000 engines, reducing over 7,400 tons of ozone precursor and particulate matter, respectively. This is really a huge accomplishment. The current resolution has expired and must be replaced in order for district to continue participation in this program. Staff is requesting your board to adopt a new resolution authorizing continued participation in the Moyer program. In addition, staff recommends your board certify the necessary matching funds that will be provided to obtain Moyer program funds from CARB. That's all I have, and I'm taking any question you may have.
Are there any questions? Any questions? If not, can we get a motion and a second to receive this report?
I'll second.
Thank you.
I apologize. Who made the motion? Girl, thank you.
Great.
And it was second by Long? Thank you.
Yes. Show of hands, those are in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you. Those opposed? Any abstentions? Great, the motion passes unanimously. We'll now move to our final item, and we'll ask the county council to read it into the record.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair McQueen-Lejeune. Before the announcement, I'd just like to confirm with the clerk whether there are any public comments on item 13 before the board goes into closed session.
County Council, there are no requests to speak for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. The Air Pollution Control Board will now be going into closed session as indicated on the board's agenda. There will be no reportable actions on this item. And to confirm, Chair McQueen-Lejeune, do you intend to adjourn out of the closed session?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We will now recess to closed session.
turn it on. Test 1, 2. Testing. I can hear myself on the speakers here. I can hear myself on the speakers here. Test 1, 2. You can hear me now? Okay, I'm gonna put the mic. I'm on the right line. How about now? Test 1, 2, 3. Okay.
in our lower plaza assembly room. There are screens where you can see what's going on up in the boardroom. It's also interactive, so we have microphones down there. You can give your public comment from downstairs, and we'll be able to see it up here in real time. Our board is still in closed session. They are still finishing the closed session item for the Air Pollution Control Board. Once they adjourn from that item, then they'll come out here and they'll reconvene the Board of Supervisors. So just hang tight, everybody. Thank you. Okay, everybody, another announcement. We do need to clear the aisles. We need to have the doors cleared. So if you're not up against the back wall underneath the seals and you're standing, you're going to have to sit out in the atrium or downstairs in the LPAR. There's plenty of seating in the LPAR. It's air conditioned, it's comfortable. They have little desk. You can, write your notes on it if you want to. We have 2 clerks down there. They are new, be kind, and they're going to help facilitate public comment. So if you're downstairs and we call your name, they'll be able to take a mic to you and you'll be able to give your public comment down there. If you want, we're going to call your names in threes. You'll be able to have enough time to come up here and give your public comment up here as well. But if you are standing, you need to find a seat either outside in the atrium, and there's speakers and TVs out there, or downstairs in the LPAR. But we cannot have you standing so that you're blocking any of the aisles or any of the doorways. Thank you all very much. We appreciate it. Hi, everyone. One last time, I'm going to remind everybody to please make sure that the aisles are clear. If you see a seat peppered in between somebody and it's available, please sit there. We have our atrium available. There's TVs out there and there's speakers out there, so you'll hear everything that's happening in the boardroom. We also have our LPAR, our lower plaza, that's available. We have 2 clerks down there. There's a mic, and you're able to give your public comment from the LPAR room. So if you are standing, please make sure that you're utilizing the atrium or the LPAR, because we have to keep the doors free of obstruction and we have to keep the aisles clear. Thank you, everyone.
Ms. North, I think we have something to report out of closed session.
Thank you, Chair. With the Board of Supervisors having met in closed session on item 75, has by unanimous vote approved and ratified the settlement agreement entered into between the District Attorney and Michael Jump regarding Mr. Jump's resignation. The agreement is a public record that will be made available to anyone upon request. That concludes the announcements out of closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your patience. I'm sorry we were in closed session. It went quite a bit longer than we had planned. So we'll move on to our next item, which is our 3 p.m. presentation, number 69. Receive and I don't know if you want to read all of it or if you want me to, or okay. Receive and file a presentation on the community impact of recent federal immigration enforcement actions in Ventura County. Establish a Ventura County Immigration Legal Defense Fund and approve $250,000 for the purpose of the fund. Adoption of a resolution to create 7 full-time equivalent fixed-term positions in the Public Defender's Immigrant Defense Fund, and approve an annual cost of approximately $1,294,612. Authorize and direct the county executive officer to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Ventura County Office of Education to support a migrant education program in an amount not to exceed $1,900,000 over a 3-year term. Direct the county executive officer to establish policies, protocols, and training for staff regarding federal immigration enforcement activities. Approval of amendments to the county's 2025-26 state and federal legislative agenda and platform regarding immigration and related community matters. And approval of reallocation of Supervisor Lopez's recent salary increase to the Ventura County Immigration Legal Defense Fund. Supervisor Lopez.
Chair Parvin, before we begin, can we have the interpreters make an announcement regarding their services?
Yes.
Thank you.
And they will assist you with one of our listening devices. If you are listening on Zoom, please select the interpretation icon, then select your preferred language. If you would like to make a public comment and you are using the interpreter, please speak slowly and clearly so that your comments can be interpreted in English for the board. Aquellas personas que esta junta, este asunto se está interpretando de manera simultánea al español. Para poder escuchar la interpretación adentro del cuarto, del interior de esta sala, consulte con el personal en la mesa cerca de la entrada de la sala de reuniones y ellos le ayudarán con uno de nuestros dispositivos para escuchar. Si está escuchando en Zoom, seleccione el icono de interpretación y luego seleccione su idioma. Si desea hacer un comentario público y está utilizando un intérprete, hable despacio y con claridad para que sus comentarios puedan ser interpretados a inglés para la junta. Gracias.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Chair. I want to start off, as you read the title of the subject of this current discussion, I want to start off by sharing a personal story, especially for board members here. My father came to this country under the Bracero program at 17 years old. And he kept coming back to this country to work in various agricultural spaces throughout the western coast of our country. In the 80s, under the Reagan amnesty, my father was able to adjust his status, obtaining a green card. By then, I was already born, and my father decided to petition for me and my siblings, the younger ones, who were left in Mexico, where I was with my mother. Not knowing the process to get here, of how long it would take for our family to come together, to keep our family together, my father decided to bring me and my younger siblings, the younger ones, and cross the border. And I arrived here in the US, in Oxnard, at 4 years old. I was fortunate enough to have a path forward, to become a citizen, and be able to serve this community in this capacity as an elected official. And as an immigrant, I find it my responsibility and duty to at least bring this discussion to our board, to allow our community a space to share what has been happening to our undocumented and immigrant community members over the last couple of months, and to ensure that we recognize those immigrant community members and recognizing that our country and our community, and this county in particular, heavily relies on immigrant labor and undocumented labor. And I almost guarantee that the degree of separation between all of us here and someone who is undocumented is much smaller than you would imagine. Today, I ask that we recognize people and recognize the humanitarian issue that is before us. I mentioned this at our last board meeting. And since then, July 10th was an experience that many of us in our community had to see what was happening. Some of us got to see it through the news media coverage and what happened to families. Over 360 people detained. One person died. So today, doing nothing is not an option. In one day, over 300 families were separated between Ventura County and Santa Barbara County. As an immigrant, I can't sit back. Today, I ask for your compassion, for the recognition of all people here, and I ask that our board be bold in supporting our community. We have an opportunity to do something, and those are the recommendations that I have brought before you today. So at this time, I would like to turn over and invite a number of people who have been very willing to speak to the impact of the recent federal immigration enforcement activities in our county. I want to first start off with our first speaker, who is Genevieve Flores Jaro, the Associate Director of Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project, MICOP, who will begin the presentation. And along her is Primitiva Hernandez, the Executive Director of the 805 UndocuFund.
Mic is on. Cool. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Parvin and members of the board. My name is Genevieve Flores Jaro, Associate Director of the Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project, or MICOP. I also serve as the president of the Oxnard Union High School District, though I'm not here today representing that body. MICOP's mission is to support, organize, and empower the indigenous migrant community on California's Central Coast. We were founded in 2001 in one of the county's ambulatory clinics, and for nearly 25 years, we've been on the front lines with Ventura County's indigenous and immigrant families. Together with county partners, we've helped people navigate the legal system, access food and shelter, create and deliver mental health programs, support survivors of domestic violence, recover from natural disasters, and now, in recent months, endure unprecedented immigration enforcement.
I'm here today with my colleague, Primitiva Hernandez, and alongside many Ventura County community members because our community is in crisis. Thank you for allowing us to share what we're hearing and seeing every day from our immigrant neighbors.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Parvin and members of the board. My name is Primitiva Hernandez, and I'm the Executive Director of 805 on DocuFund. 805 on DocuFund was born out of the Thomas Fire that greatly impacted our region here in the Central Coast. And since our creation as a project in 2018, we've distributed nearly $9 million to immigrant and migrant households in the Central Coast. Today, we stand before you to share an urgent, on-the-ground account on the realities of Ventura County and the deep, lasting harm caused by immigration enforcement in our communities. We're going to be presenting data and also stories that will hopefully paint the picture of what our community has been experiencing on the ground. So as I referenced, we're going to be providing a very short presentation. We're going to try to keep it 15, 20 minutes max so that you can ask us questions afterwards. Speaking on the 805 Immigrant Rapid Response Network, immigration data, impact areas for Ventura County specifically, community response. MECOP is going to be presenting some numbers based on the work they've been doing on the ground and our specific ask to the board today. The 805 Immigrant Rapid Response Network is a tri-county coalition and network that has been on the ground responding to suspected immigration enforcement action. It is not a new network. We started during the first Trump administration, and now during the second Trump administration, we've been doing trainings throughout the Central Coast. We have also been mobilizing our community, as you can see by the response today. Something that we take great pride is in taking this opportunity. Out of crisis comes opportunity to engage everyone in civic engagement and in different ways that they can turn their anger into something positive that can benefit their community. And this is what the typical rapid response process looks like. We have a hotline that we have been promoting throughout the Central Coast. It operates 24 hours, 7 days a week. And if community members witness suspected immigration enforcement actions, they call our hotline, send pictures, videos, any information they may have. And our dispatchers, which are volunteers, community members from the Tri-County region, will send out to our responders on the ground, and then our responders on the ground will go and verify and see what is happening. This is how a lot of the stories that we have been collecting on the ground, we have put on social media. It has brought to light the unlawfulness of immigration custom enforcement here in our region. Currently, we have a temporary restraining order that is being carried by the ACLU, and a lot of that was able to be put front because of the stories that we've been collecting, the evidence that we've been collecting about the unlawful detentions of many of our community members. So once something is verified to be ICE activity or Customs, Border Protection, CBP, or Border Patrol, we send out an alert to our community members. We have over 30,000 phone numbers in our database, and this information is important because of some data that I'm going to be sharing with you. We are not alerting people that may be violent criminal offenders. You will see the very big difference of who is being detained from our communities. So this is immigration data from TRAC. TRAC is a transactional records access clearinghouse. This is a nonpartisan Syracuse University-based research center that complies and analyzes raw federal government data obtained through the FOIA request, the Freedom Access to Information. And if you're able to see this, the very top graph, this is combined ICE and Border Patrol apprehensions as of June 2025. So from January of this year to June, end of June 2025, combined. And this bottom blue right here, this is apprehensions conducted by Border Patrol at the border. And then this orange line, this is apprehensions by ICE. So ICE, those are apprehensions that are conducted in the interior versus Border Patrol conducting apprehensions at the border. What this is telling us right here is the big shift in arresting people on the border versus arresting them in the interior. So most of the apprehensions are being conducted in our cities, in our communities, and that is the big shift that we are seeing compared to prior administrations. What this damning data means for us here locally, you may ask. It means family separation. This is another slide taken directly from the TRAC data, this slide right here. And if you see in the circle, 71.1 of the current detainees have no criminal convictions. This is as of July 27, 2025. There are currently 56,945 individuals. Of those, 71.1 have no criminal convictions. And if you look here to the right, those that do have criminal convictions, many of them have been convicted of committing only minor offenses, including traffic violations. So those are your criminals that are being coded as criminals. Of course, there's gonna be a percentage that are your violent criminal offenders, right? But the point here is that the great majority of the people that are being apprehended have no criminal convictions at all. So how is this being reflected in our community? Family separation is obviously a big impact because here in our county, we have over 40% of the apprehensions conducted in the Central Coast have been here in Ventura County residents. And that translates to families not being able to meet their basic needs, pay rent, provide for their families. It also leads to other issues. For example, a gap in legal representation. One of our main asks today is going to be for that allocation and legal representation, because that is a big barrier for the people that are being apprehended. Not only are most of them not convicted criminals, but once they're apprehended, they do not have they're oftentimes not able to afford legal representation. They have the right to an attorney, but they're not able to afford legal representation, and that is what that $1.3 million would be under the Public Defender's Office, is being able to afford someone the right to an attorney. Economic fallout again. I was able to obtain a report from 211 Ventura County, and I sent it just about 30 minutes ago, and hoping that the clerk can forward it to all of you after, so that you can review some of the data that they've been collecting about some of the major needs that the community in general, regardless of legal status, has been requesting, and the increase in services that they're also noticing throughout Ventura County.
And so what happens next after the courtroom, after the legal battles? That's where the ripple effects hit our community. At home, families are left to pick up the pieces. Parents suddenly become the sole providers. Children live in constant fear and uncertainty, and entire households bear the heavy emotional toll of separation. And we can see the strain in rising rates of stress, anxiety, depression across our neighborhoods here in Ventura County. I have the honor of serving on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board with Supervisor Lavier. I'm not here representing that body. Asterisk. But simply, as one community member put it simply, this is not a life. People say it might get worse. We're thinking of going back to our hometown, and sadly, this isn't just one person's experience. It's a snapshot of what happens when families face these impossible challenges without the support they desperately need.
So this is a picture taken from the July 10 raids. On this day, there were 361 community members taken from both Glasshouse Farms, 10 individuals from Carpinteria, and 351 from the Glasshouse Farm in Camarillo. And they didn't just shatter our community's sense of safety. Since that day, we've seen children afraid to go to school, workers terrified to leave their homes, and entire neighborhoods living in constant state of anxiety. That report that I referenced from the 211 Ventura County shows a dramatic increase in anxiety across Ventura County, regardless of the different cities. Anxiety was at the top of what they're also noticing. And this fear isn't just emotional, it's economic. As families avoid seeking medical care, we've talked to a number of clinics that they are seeing a decrease in participation. People have to decide whether to seek the very much needed medical care that they need or risk being apprehended, because as we know, through the Perdomo versus Noam, it was found that ICE agents were racially profiling community members. So this is something that we were able to bring to light due to the work that we've been doing on the ground. And the community knows that. So that is a decision that they have to make, whether they seek medical care, whether they go and access services, go and pay their ticket, or abide by law and do all those processes that they need to do, or stay home because they don't feel safe. Missing work and disconnected from public life to avoid being targeted. These raids weaponized fear, and that harm lingers long after the agents have left. That is something that we're noticing even till this day. We have school starting in a couple of days, and many teachers have been reaching out to us, educators, asking what they can do to help their students feel safe, to work with the parents that are wondering if they're going to be enrolling their children in school. Do you want to say more?
And that fear isn't just something that people carry quietly. As Primi is mentioning, it shapes their daily decisions and puts real barriers between families and essential services. And at MyCop, one of the clearest ways we're seeing this play out is through our Medi-Cal navigation program. And it's a program where we're enrolling people into Medi-Cal. And since this new administration took office, families have been reaching out with their concerns, especially about their personal information being used against them. We had the sharing of data that occurred just this summer, and they're afraid that ICE could come knocking at their door as a result of this information being shared. The Medi-Cal application asks about immigration status, which also adds to their anxiety. And some push forward because they need access to that quality medical care, but many others feel overwhelmed and scared, so they decide to not proceed with their application altogether. And the fear doesn't stop at healthcare, and you'll hear more about that later. To Primi's point, it does spill over into education. We're also hearing stories about parents concerned about how to get their children safely to school. And then at the same time, our youth, the children themselves, are concerned, what happens if I go to school and I come home to an empty house? We know that this is also contributing to the overall trend we're seeing here in Ventura County about declining enrollment. I'm not here to speak in my capacity as a school board member, but when I joined the board 3 years ago, our school district was at about 17,000 students, and now we're sitting at about 14,000 students. That's just declining enrollment in general. And we're concerned as a board about how immigration is going to impact what we're going to see when school starts tomorrow. School starts tomorrow at Oxnard Union. Yes. Thank you. We had 8 students at Oxnard Union impacted by the July 10th raid. We made sure that, those families were connected, that they had someone to go home to, someone to pick them up when one or both parents were taken. We made sure that those students were connected to wellness services, that they were, we tried to connect them as best we could to good legal representation. But again, that is scarce in this county. So we had to coordinate with, community organizations. And I understand that our partners at the Oxnard School District, the elementary school district, that is one of our feeder districts, had 57 families impacted by July 10th alone. And unfortunately, between the 2 school districts, we've received reports that attorneys are continuing to exploit families that are impacted by these raids and trying to take money under false pretenses. And so that's why good legal representation, trusted legal representation is so important. Just for those who are interested, our Oxnard Union does have a board policy. It's board policy 5145.13, which was actually first passed in 2018. It's not a new board policy, but it just outlines safety on our campuses. Our campuses are safe spaces for all students, and we don't ask for immigration status, and that's per state law. It's nothing new. So for those that are curious, we are training our staff on what to do, on how to, interact with ICE officials. And just this morning, our bus drivers received this training as well. And I'll pass back the mic to Primi.
Since 805 on DocuFund has been the nonprofit organization that has been there for the community since we were created as a project. We have built that trust with our community, and even the Guilford Fire and the Canyon Fire, without us doing any outreach, people are already reaching out to us, letting us know what is happening. So we launched an emergency assistance fund about 2 months ago. Prior to July 10, prior to June 10, in anticipation of that financial relief for our migrant households that oftentimes do not qualify for other entitlement benefits. And since then, we have raised over $340,000. Out of those 300 are philanthropy, individual donations, community foundations coming to support our work. And we have already distributed over $200,000 to over 200 families that have been directly impacted by family separation. So these are families that have a detained family member who is fighting their removal case or that has already been deported. Our goal is to raise $1 million by the end of the year to meet the staggering need, because we know that come October 1st, there's going to be an escalation in immigration enforcement, and we are going to need that financial support to provide that stability to those families that are left behind. We have nearly 700 individuals that we have identified through our hotline in the Central Coast that have been impacted not only by the July 10, but just immigration enforcement in general. And like I said, Over 400 of them are in Ventura County. So actually, that's over 64% of the identified families that we have on our hotline are Ventura County residents. Mutual aid has been a lifeline for this community, and I have outlined there just a few of the organizations, community-based efforts, small business owners, our Oxnard College, and the list is extensive. I would have not been able to fit everyone here who has been, who has taken that responsibility to care for those families that are left behind, those families that are too afraid to go to traditional food distributions. And this is a community led effort. This is a grieving community that has been disproportionately impacted by these immigration raids. We have preliminary calculations by the California Wellness Foundation that analyzed our numbers and compared it to LA County. And per capita, we have twice the amount of apprehensions compared to LA County. There will be more studies done around that, but this is just to let you know that Ventura County is the epicenter of the immigration enforcement in at least in California and possibly in the US. And really, I just want to take this opportunity to thank all of those community-led efforts that have been responding to this need with very little to no resources, pooling whatever supplies they have, their own business places, their own vehicles, to keep this community fed. And now it's your responsibility to join the efforts that we're doing on the ground so that we can respond better to what the community needs at this time.
This is just high level, my caught by the numbers, how we've been supporting when immigration enforcement strikes. My cop just doesn't watch from the sidelines. We roll up our sleeves and we get involved. And so this is what that looks like in practice. We typically, as Primi had outlined earlier, we go and we verify. A lot of our work is making sure that our community members understand what's going on in language. For folks who might not be aware, our community members, they don't speak English or Spanish. They speak their indigenous languages of Mixteco, Zapoteco, Purepecha. Otomi, Wave. There's a myriad of indigenous language speakers that call Ventura County home. We've distributed many Know Your Rights cards to ensure how people protect themselves. And in the aftermath of Glass House, we were helping families recover vehicles, paychecks, belongings, as many as 50 families in one day alone. Second is basic needs support. As was mentioned, many families are too afraid to leave their homes, so we deliver groceries, diapers, children clothing, food pantry items. We just wrapped up a really successful backpack and school supply drive to over 600 kiddos so we can keep them engaged in school. And our team has also issued over $4,000 in direct humanitarian aid. And these funds come from individual donors and private foundations, but they are a Band-Aid on a very, very deep wound, and these are one-time funds. We also do legal support and navigation through our immigration legal assistance program. But again, it's very, very limited what we can offer. We do accompaniment to the consulate, to court hearings, and we tracked loved ones that are detained across multiple states, California, New Mexico, Texas, just to name a few. And then we also provide that emotional mental health support. We help create family safety plans, and we connect them to culturally and linguistically appropriate mental health resources. So again, just high level, here are some of the numbers of what we've been able to provide. Some of the families that have been impacted by these raids, again, some have children as young as infants, 2 months old. Some of the women that were detained were breastfeeding mothers. So some of these babies have gone without breast milk. Really, really, really horrifying things that are happening here in our community. And, you know, we've been able to do this work through deep, trusted relationships in the community, but we are at capacity. And these numbers are not just statistics, but they represent real, living people going through unimaginable hardship. And I hate using these terms, but these are also taxpayers. These are people that are contributing through in this community, not just through their labor, but also through their taxes. And we continue to see increasing demand for legal information. Families call us worried about their children who have DACA, unsure if they're safe. Others are in the middle of immigration processes, doing it, quote unquote, the right way, but they live in constant fear of being targeted. One family called after their daughter was detained and pressured to sign self-deportation papers. They were quoted legal fees of over $10,000, which is an impossible cost for them. So without county or nonprofit legal help, the daughter's only option was to give up her fight. Another family reached out to us asking, what can we do? My mother was detained, my father is still here, but we don't have a lawyer to guide us. And these are not rare exceptions. These are weekly realities for our neighbors and families here in Ventura County. And then I want to briefly address the situations of the unaccompanied minors at Glass House and just really clarify what that term means. At MyCOP, we run a program called Thank you. At MyCOP, we run a program called Opportunities for Youth, which provides case management, mentoring, legal navigation for youth and their sponsors involved in legal proceedings. Currently, we are serving 30 youth in Ventura County with the unaccompanied minor status. Unfortunately, 5 of these youth have voluntarily returned to their home countries out of fear. One family in our OFY program, 3 unaccompanied minors and their mother, lost their primary provider during the July 10th raid. Overnight, they were left without income, stability, or the ability to navigate a complex legal process on their own. It was reported at Glass House that 11 minors were working at the company, and none of these minors were part of our program. We also learned that these minors have been mistreated while in custody. They are now in the process of applying for legal status and are currently being detained at ORR shelters in Los Angeles. They have their own caseworkers and legal representation. However, the harsh reality is that when they turn 18, if their paperwork is not complete, they become eligible for deportation themselves.
And to add to that, because the issue of the minor youth became sort of the reason of why there was that alleged warrant for the Glass House Farm. And we have this information directly from the organization that is representing all of those youth. And what they are saying is that one of those youth turned 18, was released, and has now been reunified with his partner and baby in Mexico. The partner was over 18 and also detained at Glass House Farm. So these were not unaccompanied youth. But she immediately took a deportation because she needed to be with her infant. The remaining children are being represented by Immigrant Defenders Law Center. Unfortunately, ORR has heightened requirements for ORR sponsorship, so none of the others have been released to family members, at least not yet. All of them remain in ORR foster care placements, which is still immigration detention. So if you're wondering where all of those youth are, they were not rescued for child trafficking. They are in detention center as of now. Also, ORR subcontracted case managers are required to submit OTIP request within 24 hours of identifying a child who was potentially a victim of trafficking. They can get that information from Department of Homeland Security or the children themselves. However, they have not issued OTIP letters for these kids. And if they have information on trafficking, it would be extremely helpful for the legal team and their attorneys, since it would help make them eligible for T visas, but as of yet, no such information has been shared, and they have not been given the benefits usually afforded to victims of trafficking. If the federal government has trafficking concerns, the children should be treated as victims in need of services and support, not subjected to prolonged federal detention and deportation. And another concern is that if some of these children decide to stay behind in those detention centers and fight their case, they're looking at years before they're able to get any potential remedy. So in the meantime, all of those children that we're referring to that were rescued from Glasshouse Farm are going to be in detention center. That is what they were rescued from being with their parents, with their community, and now put in a detention center. And so if you have any questions about that, let me know. But this was a direct message from the attorney team that has been representing all of the minor youth that were apprehended at the Glasshouse Farm.
Thank you, Primi. And then nationwide, less than 40% of detained immigrants have legal counsel. And in our county, as I mentioned earlier, families are being charged $3,000 to $10,000 by predatory attorneys for an intake, if even a court appearance. Our MILA legal team at MyCop has wait lists. Our OFY program that I just mentioned has only one staff member who is serving 30 minors navigating deportation fears and trauma, and state funding cuts threaten the program's future. And this is a quote from one of our caseworkers. Families keep contacting us for help, but we have no answers. My hands are tied. We know that legal representation changes outcomes. As one example from neighboring Los Angeles County, the Represent LA Legal Counsel program served over 5,000 people in its first 2 years. 50% of detained clients and 85% of non-detained clients won their cases. Without counsel, only 16% succeeded. With counsel, 63% succeeded. After starting with only removal defense, the program added affirmative legal services, now 1/3 of all cases, which proactively prevent deportations by helping people adjust their status. This has been critical for survivors of human trafficking and other vulnerable groups. Ventura County families deserve the same chance at justice as Los Angeles families, and right now they simply don't have it. Without resources, we can't meet the legal, humanitarian, and mental health needs of those we serve. And the toll on our community is devastating. Families are separated, as we've mentioned. Children have been left in the care of relatives or neighbors. Parents are forced to choose between going to work or staying home. And as we've said, we're seeing skyrocketing cases of stress, anxiety, and depression. And this is a quote from a detained community member. She was a mother that was taken on July 10th. She told us, "My daughters send me voice messages crying. It breaks my heart. We just brought them here to be together, and now this happens." And this is the trauma that will shape children who are U.S. citizens for years to come. And so as we reflect on the challenges facing our immigrant community today, it's vital that we remember the words that are inscribed on the Statue of Liberty, a timeless symbol of hope and refuge for generations. It reminds us of America's promise of always to welcome those seeking safety, opportunity, and a better life. And yet the reality is that nobody leaves their homeland freely. Most immigrants are forced or displaced by circumstances beyond their control, fleeing violence, poverty, or persecution, driven by the hope of building a future where their families can thrive. And Ventura County stands at a pivotal crossroads. We are a bellwether, a community others will watch closely to see how we respond. How we support our neighbors in need reflects not only our values, but the very character of who we are. We must remember that the smallest unit of civic engagement is our neighbor. When we protect and uplift them, we strengthen the entire fabric of our county. Today, I urge this board to stand firmly with our immigrant families by investing in the services, legal protections, and community supports they so desperately need. By doing this, Ventura County can uplift its promise as a place of refuge, resilience, and hope for all those who call it home. We ask you to create a Ventura County Community Immigration Fund, a crucial investment to protect families, provide legal defense, and stabilize those impacted by ICE raids and enforcement. We support the resolution to expand the Public Defender's Immigrant Defense Unit and to fund community organizations that provide education, outreach, and affirmative immigration services. Immigrant families are the backbone of Ventura County's economy and culture. When they are targeted, the entire community feels the impact, economically, socially, and morally. Today, we face a clear choice. We can stand by and watch our families fall apart, or we can keep our Ventura County values by investing in our neighbors, keeping them safe, strong, and together. Thank you.
And I just want to take this time to thank our wonderful team of volunteers. Many of them are who are here today, over 600 people, educators in the medical system, attorneys, community members, just your typical Ventura County resident who are really the true heroes of the work that we're doing. So thank you, all of you, for being part of the 805 Immigrant Rapid Response Network.
Chair,
We'd be happy to take questions.
If I may, real quickly, for everyone, we do have rules of decorum in the boardroom. There are a lot of perspectives we're going to hear today, a lot of different voices. And I just ask, so that everybody has the right to be heard, that in line with the rules of decorum for the boardroom, that we refrain from any clapping or booing or hissing. If you are supportive of comments that are being made, thumbs up are great. If you don't, thumbs down. The board can see it. Just the same, too, as if you have any signs and you have the signs in front of you like you do right now in the front row, that's fine. The board can see them. Do not raise your signs above your head because it would block the people behind you. If you do have a bigger sign that you want to be raised in above your head, I ask that you go to the back of the room where the board can see it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think both Genevieve and Primitiva are open to questions if there's any follow-up questions from the board. Or you can, okay. Thank you, Genevieve and Primitiva. Next up, I would like to invite Bruce Stensley, President and CEO of the Economic Development Collaborative, to share some words as well. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you. Hope I'm not going to break anything here. Good afternoon, Chair Parvin, members of the board, CEO Johnson, and others. It's an honor to be here. Bruce Stensley, President and CEO, Economic Development Collaborative, and an honor to follow the presentation just made. I'll be a little drier and more direct into some economic data, but thrilled to be here and share that. My role is going to be just to try and address a couple of things related to the incredible and extraordinary economic contributions to the Ventura County economy, the region's economy, the national economy by immigrants, and the undocumented subsect of that, and of the impacts to them and all of us by enforcement actions that we're looking at. Now, there are several contributions and impacts, but before I address just a couple of 3 points, I just want to note that it's become increasingly in the state of California, in the networks that I live in and work in of economic development organizations, business organizations, that this is one of the most important issues before us today, and really looking for a unified voice. And I'll cite some of the reports and data that are being prepared by these various organizations. But it's been long agreed and long consensus that the contributions of immigrants of all kinds to the economy of this nation and to others is absolutely essential to our well-being, to our growth. Contributions of labor and of entrepreneurship, they're incredibly important and positive. I'd like to reference two reports in particular. One's local. I think you all know Dr. Jamshid Damui from Cal Lutheran University. About almost 3 years ago, wrote a report, groundbreaking research, often cited around the state and beyond, undocumented immigrants and their economic impact on the Central Coast. And the other, just recently released in June by a peer group, the Bay Area Council in the Bay Area up north, in partnership with UC Merced, the economic impact of mass deportation in California. I believe it's cited in the board letter, and I'd be happy to share it with any of you. The important thing about this is a couple of things. It's not only the data that they generate, the economic projections, the analysis, but who the organization is. This is the largest, most traditional, well-established economic development group in the state of California, represent 300 to 400 businesses in the Bay Area, a wide diversity of the marquee businesses in the state of California, all united around the notion that if we don't address the positive aspects more effectively and back off on the deportation issues, we're going to do unprecedented harm to the economy, not just to the individuals who are being addressed directly by the ICE actions, but to the entire economy experienced and benefited by us all. Three basic points I want to pull out of these in a group of points. The first is just sort of the scale to understand what we're talking about. Ventura County is at least 20 to 22% foreign-born residents today, and about a quarter of those are undocumented. So the sheer scale of what we're talking about is staggering. It's massive. It's a huge contribution to the region. The other issue is they are not transient. More than half of these folks have been here for more than 15 years. Nearly half of them have been here for 20 years. We call them undocumented, but they are deeply embedded. They are part of the labor force. They're part of our entrepreneurship. They're part of our economy. They have far higher labor force participation rates, undocumented workers, than any other demographic that we've been able to identify. So the notion that people are coming here for any other reason than to find work, to start businesses, and to earn a living is just not true. They are the highest rates of labor force participation. 43% of construction workers in Ventura County are immigrants. 15%, that's the state of California, 15% are undocumented. That's construction workers. 63% of farm workers are immigrants, 25% share undocumented. Also extremely high shares in other essential services, in retail, hospitality, manufacturing, and most particularly healthcare. The data is clear too. They are paying far more into the economy in taxes than they're taking out. Nobody really disputes that data. That's consistently found by Bay Area Council, by Dr. Demouy, and by other national researchers. What we do know is the exercise of ICE actions and others currently are contributing to a significant level of absenteeism. You heard that in detail in the presentation before me. Workers are afraid to go to work. Even worse, workers are afraid to go and spend money. There's a ripple effect to this in the economy that is both projected and being experienced currently. We know that firsthand. Absenteeism means you can't meet your demand for products and services. And people, when 20% of the population and their allies are being threatened with actions that make them want to stay home, this is a massive impact to the economy, which leads me to my second point. Without immigrant spending, we shrink the economy overall by 20%. Bam. Now, it's not happening overnight, but this is a threat that is real and present when people are threatened and not able to come out and comfortably go to work. The direct economic benefit of undocumented workers in Ventura County is $5.4 billion. That's direct benefit, another $2.8 billion in indirect economic benefit by undocumented workers in Ventura County. Not my data. Dr. Demouy and validated by the Bay Area Council. 5% of our GDP in Ventura County is directly generated by undocumented workers, or even 9% of it when you look at the economic ripple effects of these workers. You have to ask yourselves, if you're going to threaten 20% of the labor force in Ventura County, what does that really look like for business? Business can't afford to lose that kind of a population. So my third point really is around immigrants and undocumented workers not only working hard, but let's really understand their positive and large disproportionate benefits. 40% of small businesses in California, the #1 creator of new jobs, are owned by immigrants, and a quarter of those are by undocumented immigrants. We run a small business center. We see these folks. 40% of small businesses in California owned by immigrants. 45% of all Fortune 500 countries in the United States of America were started by first and second generation immigrants. You need to think about a tech industry in California without open borders and without free transition of people finding their economic opportunity and creating jobs and entrepreneurship. Finally, while it's true our economy doesn't work perfectly for all of us, it works particularly poorly for the people who are in the low-wage occupations, but the ones that are actually contributing most to our quality of life. I'm talking about agriculture, retail workers, hospitality workers, home health workers, child and elder care workers, contributing disproportionately to the quality of life for all of us and feeling the most threatened amongst us all now. Let's be real, without these sectors being healthy, comfortable, and happy and participating in our economy, we all suffer. This is not a crisis for undocumented workers only, for immigrants in particular. It's a crisis for all of us participating in the Ventura County economy today. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Next up, I would like to call up Dr. Cesar Morales, the Superintendent of the Ventura County Office of Education, our County Superintendent of Schools.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and Ventura County family. I want to thank in advance all of you for putting this item on the agenda and for having this discussion with the Ventura County family itself, of which is in high volume here today, as they often are, when they're coming together to talk about issues that matter most to them. We serve everyone in the public education system, as it is a right of everyone across this nation to have a free, appropriate, and public education. We are part of the winning team. In Ventura County, we've responded better than most in times of the pandemic, in times of fires, in times of floods. You have the honor, much like I do in all of our circles of government, to pride ourselves with the unwavering and unmatched support of a nonprofit community that responds to crisis faster than we do. We're experiencing that right now. We have a crisis right now that's impacting a sector of taxpayers of the immigrant and migrant population that contributes not only their sweat to our economy, but their taxes as well, that are part of a sector of this population that helped generate tens of millions of dollars in pandemic-related relief, that along with their numbers have helped beef up all of our budgets, because our funding in some parts, especially the federal funding, is based on the population count in our representative, and we led the state in a record-setting increase in our census count that counts everyone. I've sat here since 2013 and definitely since 2019 as I moved over to the County Office of Education and served on numerous committees from Ventura County government, from behavioral health, health and human services, the medical and healthcare communities, and we've often looked at heat maps of the high need areas. And we've looked at all of these high need areas to concentrate services. In the pandemic, I partnered with you where the Ventura County Office of Education shut down a professional development center for over a year so that we can provide and be a big, large site to help provide vaccines to our community, education community, first responders, and senior citizens, so that we can all be proud of opening up our businesses and our schools faster than anyone. We did that together because we are a team. Right now, we heard some great presentations of a nonprofit family member that responded to the crisis faster than everyone and is partnering with probably over 100 nonprofits that are all doing their part. What is our part? Those of us in the education system are ready to receive 100% of its children with a smile, with an embrace, with excitement, with beautiful classrooms, and ready to serve everyone. We're also training staff to be able to respond to all the conversations that they normally do with children. This year, it will also add a lot of tragedy and trauma associated with some experiencing the loss of a parent, of a mom, a dad, a sibling, an uncle, a grandparent, along with what we normally do as we partner with all of your agencies when we deal with the regular rigors of life that plague all of us. We have deaths in the family. We have sudden loss of jobs. We have divorces. We have mental health crises. And in Ventura County, we pride ourselves in the education community to have first and second tiered response efforts that are in partnership with all of you. We do crisis very well because we work as a team. We know the value of every single member because all of us took oaths to serve everyone in the committee. There's been a renewal and a resurgence and enthusiasm by your office and committees, especially the Economic Vitality Committee, that is looking to find ways to make us look welcoming to our business community so they can come in and invest greatly, because this is a great place to live and do business. And right now, we need to tell our own story of how we're responding in crisis to this very moment, to a valuable tax-paying sector of this community that ensures economic vitality and affordability for all of us. I'm very to see the consideration for your help and assistance to join the effort of trying to maintain a program that's been identified as being cut by the federal government in the upcoming budget proposal, which is the migrant education program. $1.9 million is spent by VCOE to help sustain that program, and that 3-year potential MOU will help us continue services to not just undocumented students and their families, many of which are documented and were born here. They are just farm working families who work in our agricultural business or packing houses who change domicile at least once in every 3 years. We help provide programs on Saturdays so that their parents can work, and we continue to help them navigate the school system, provide tutoring, provide college pathway, career pathways, so that they can become vital and contributing members of our beloved county. Your system, as well as the education system, sees children of immigrants at every single level of service position, leadership position, and even on your dais. And yes, myself included, the son of immigrants who's now the county superintendent of schools. We do these moments well, and I ask that you continue to talk amongst each other, because the gesture of the approval of this item is just that, an initial gesture. Because this conversation needs to continue, because we need to come together continuously when anybody is hurting in our community. We need to take a page off of every single classroom teacher in this county and across the nation, by that matter. A teacher welcomes every student regardless of their background. And if a student has an owie, they quickly put a Band-Aid on that child and they give them a hug, call home if they need to feel extra safe, and they continue on with the lesson to help them thrive so they can become independent, thriving members of their own family and contribute and make our communities a better place. We do this already. Let's not fall asleep on this item, because this is only the beginning. There will be more items that come in the future, much like the same way we looked at in much favor when we received tens of millions of dollars in relief money that accounted for the population that we're trying to assist right now. I ask that you continue to partner with your nonprofit community, with your community members, with the education community that stands strong in every crisis with you. I'm right there with all of you, with all the 5 of you. I represent people in all 5 of your districts. Let's not allow one person, one sector of our population that's hurting go unseen. I've said this before in front of you. Every human being deserves to be seen, valued, heard, cared for, loved, and have the ability to thrive and develop a good self-esteem so they have the ability to have voice. Please listen to the voice and the hurt that exists in the county right now and be part of the team that's going to help move us forward, because I'm already tired of seeing reports of our declining population, of our declining student population. Just alone in the next 5 years, we will lose over 20,000 students in our county. That represents $500 million out of the $3.2 billion in public education revenue. We will lose $500 million of that by 2031. We can't make that number greater, and we can't get there faster because of this moment. Because right now, we have over 100 families that have already informed their school districts that they've self-deported because they're afraid to live here. Let's all be good neighbors. Let's create the best neighborhoods in our county. And as Mr. Rogers, the beloved Mr. Rogers has said, in times of crisis, look out the window and see who's helping the children. Join us in helping our children and our community members, because they ensure the economic vitality that all of us pride ourselves with and want in Ventura County. Thank you very much.
Dr. Morales, there's a question from Supervisor Livier.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez, and thank you for being here, Dr. Morales. You mentioned it, but one of the things we're looking at tonight is the migrant education program and the funding. And it's a wonderful program. My understanding that it's been happening for over 50 years. It's federally funded. It flows through VCOE, and then when it gets dispersed in the various districts and the schools.
Yeah,
And
goes
we're-
to the state and then to VCOE, and then we're a regional service provider for migrant education, so we support all the 19 school districts and 12 charters.
And then we're looking at it today to kind of backfill it if that federal funding goes away. And I know there was a threat of it being rescinded. Do we know a status on where that funding is at the federal level for the program?
Right now, it's still identified on the cut list in the upcoming budget that's being negotiated in both houses for 100% elimination of the migrant education program. In current year, we are operating. It was part of the list of programs that had withheld funding. And recently, there was a disbursement, the initial disbursement. We're hoping that the complete disbursement will come as we progress to be solvent for the current year. I've made a decision that regardless of that outcome, VCOE will figure out how to continue that program throughout the school year in every scenario. Seeing something like this of consideration by all of you is a big relief, because it allows another solution to help piece funding together. The hard part is, as with you, we have numerous programs that are on the chopping block, and we're based on every day's different announcements. We're trying to pivot to see how we can piece things together to maintain services. I just couldn't see the possibility, like other parts of our state, of cutting that program at a time when the community is bleeding and those services are needed the most. Not only academic support, social emotional support, counseling support, but also a conduit to all of the services represented by the county of Ventura.
Thank you.
Can I ask
Please,
another
thank you.
question? So we understand budget cuts. We're all getting hit with them.
Yeah.
So this has not been put in place as of yet. So you're still getting funding for this.
During the current year, along with notification of the program's elimination.
But you're still, okay. You answered my question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Morales. I would now like to invite Claudia Bautista, our public defender for Ventura County. And she will also bring up Michael Albers in her office.
So good afternoon, Chair Parvin, members of the board, supervisors, CEO Dr. Johnson, members of the public. I'm very grateful to be here before you. My name is Claudia Bautista. And I serve as the current public defender here for Ventura County. And to my right is one of our immigration specialists, Senior Deputy Public Defender Michael Albers. And we are certainly privileged to be here to speak about the ask that is before this board. And so, supervisors, our residents and our families must feel safe and secure in their homes, in their schools, and at work. The county must continue its leadership role as the safety net, lifting up those who need assistance to ensure their basic needs are met. A county working to address the related challenges faced by vulnerable populations is imperative to ensure a just and equitable society. That is what is within the county's strategic plan. It is a roadmap and a blueprint. It speaks to the core values of this board. It speaks to the core values of the direction that it gives its department heads. What I know, having served as a public defender for 24 years, is that when we protect the vulnerable, we are investing in our own public safety. What do I also now know as the public defender that has served for this county for 5 years? Is that our budget and where we place our money is a reflection of our values. For your consideration is a proposal to embed an immigrant defense unit within the Public Defender's Office. Why in the Public Defender's Office? Because we are the office that already is practicing this work. It is within the essential function of the Public Defender's Office. It is within the function of our charter when we began in 1946, and it is within the function and the structure of the government code upon which we are governed. And that government code is 27706. We currently are effectively, cost-effectively representing and providing services to every single one of your constituents in this county. And we do it in a constitutional way that is mandated by local laws, state laws, and the Supreme Court. An immigrant legal defense unit has been an essential function within our office since 2010. Why specifically 2010? Because the United States Supreme Court in 2010 decided the pivotal case of Padilla versus Kentucky. It was that case that mandated that defense counsel not only ask those they represent about their immigration status, but they must provide immigration defense or immigration advice to those that they serve. Since Padilla, the Supreme Court continues to acknowledge, as recently as in 2017, that people and deportation is a more severe penalty than any jail sentence. As the county public defender, we are providing the most effective, constitutionally mandated legal service. As you've heard here from our county partners of MECOP, of Dr. Morales has emphasized, as well as the impact that is going to have financially, you've heard about the impact that it is going to have and that it has had emotionally. This impact, to address this impact, it is critical that legal services be embedded in an office that is trusted, in an office that has an established credibility and an established relationship with all of those partners that serve our immigrant community. For years, our office has partnered with MECOP. For years, it has partnered with credible immigration lawyers in our community. There is a handful of immigration attorneys in this county. Two of them that practice competent immigration. 2 of them are embedded in my office, and I'm very proud of that, Brooke Lotz and Michael Albers. They receive trainings on a regular basis. They're in connection with other offices over the state. They are familiar with the changing landscape of immigration. Only a handful of people can say that in this county. As outlined in the board letter, other public defender offices have paved the way. This is not an innovative idea. But thankfully, other public defenders' offices have set that precedent. Alameda County in 2014, Contra Costa County, San Diego County, San Francisco. And now we're asking for an expansion of services we already provide on a daily basis to our immigrant community. Our office is best situated to do this work, given our subject matter experts, because we start legal defense early, eliminating convictions and stopping the conviction to deportation pipeline. Before someone is in immigration custody, that's when the intervention needs to happen. Since 2022, our office received a grant from the Board of State Community Corrections that allowed us to do post-conviction work. That is the work that Mr. Albers did for 3 years, making an impact and in essence, vacating convictions for those persons who then could seek a legal pathway to stay in this country, to continue to be a vibrant resident of Ventura County. What this also does is minimize deportation risk. And as you've heard before, when you make these adjustments, when you do post-conviction relief, when you give credible, trusted legal advice, it also reduces detention, and it may even bring relief to removal. Embedding an immigrant defense unit in the public defender's office shows this county's commitment that everyone, right, all of our residents, all of your constituents, regardless of their contact with the criminal legal system, regardless of their national origin, they deserve zealous, effective, trusted defense when they're faced with the consequences of detention and removal. I will state the obvious, that detention is a deprivation of liberty, and that is absolutely within the purview of the public defender's mandate. Today, Ventura County residents are in detention, and you heard that today, and I am going to elevate it once more, because they are Ventura County residents, they are refugees, they are asylum seekers, they are lawful permanent residents, those who entered the United States as children, their mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, their caretakers, essential workers, and valued Ventura County residents. As an immigrant myself, I was born in Mexico, and I am a proud Ventura County civil service employee that is proud to be an immigrant, to have been born in Mexico, but that has served this community for 24 years and wishes and begs this board that on behalf of those that we listed and on behalf of the values that we stand for, I am asking you to approve this expansion. I'm available for questions. I brought my subject matter expert to answer questions if you have any, and I appreciate your time, and I appreciate this conversation. I appreciate the leadership, and I hope that it's a discussion that we're not one and done. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I would like to invite Jenny Pittman, the Deputy Director, Administrative Services of the Ventura County Human Services Agency.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, members of the board, Dr. Johnson. My name is Jenny Pittman, Deputy Director with the Human Services Agency, or HSA. HSA operates 10 public-facing offices throughout the county where community residents may visit for assistance with health coverage, food, veterans benefits, employment services, and many other range of services that support well-being for children, older adults, families, and other individuals. We also offer a range of services virtually, including online applications, mail-in processes, phone appointments, and things of that nature. Further, some of our employees make home visits to assist clients in their homes and meet them at schools and other community locations. To date, there has been no ICE enforcement activity at HSA offices or during our field visits. Still, we recognize that this activity could take place, and so therefore we have policies in place to help our staff understand how to navigate that. Those policies were first put into place in 2019. They've been updated most recently, and they're there to support our frontline staff and engaging management to help understand exactly what an officer may be asking for, whether any warrants have been presented, and then we would work with county counsel to understand the best next steps that would keep us within the law while respecting clients' confidentiality. So although we have not dealt with ICE enforcement in the HSA environment, our employees definitely understand that some of our clients are deeply affected by what's taking place in the broader community. And the best way for us to continue to support our clients is to continue to deliver our full array of services to all who are eligible, to do so with compassion, and to do so with all of the traditional confidentiality practices in place that we have the scope of authority to enforce. Still, we recognize that some clients are fearful and may opt to stop receiving services for which they or family members are eligible. But to date, there has been no significant drop-off in caseloads. We continue to serve more than 1 out of every 4 Ventura County residents, with over 230,000 people served with Medi-Cal, 78,000 with CalFresh, and 10,000 with our in-home supportive services program. Further, we operate the Farm Worker Resource Program, which strives to assist farm workers and growers in collaborating on workplace solutions to issues like payroll questions. During these exceedingly difficult times, our Farm Worker Resource Program continues to offer services within their scope and to refer clients to external entities who are better equipped to address immigration matters. Questions have also arisen regarding children whose parents are detained. So if parents are detained due to immigration enforcement activity and minor children are left behind with relatives or other family friends, it's important to understand that parents do have the legal right to make alternate arrangements for their children. So therefore, the homes of those relatives or family friends who step in to care for the minor children do not need to be approved by the Human Services Agency. But should a child be left without care, then it is appropriate to call Human Services Agency at our 24/7 hotline, which is 805-654-3200, and we will assist. So in summary, it's critical for HSA to continue our operations within our areas of expertise and within the scopes for which we are funded. The best way for us to support our clients is to continue to deliver the essential services upon which our clients rely, and to do so with compassion and respect. Thank you for the time and allowing me to share information. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pittman. And last on our presenters, I would like to invite Dr. Teresa Cho, the Director of the Ventura County Healthcare Agency, to also share some information.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Parvin, CEO Dr. Johnson, members of the board. For the record, I'm Teresa Cho. I'm your Healthcare Agency Director. I want to start as a daughter of immigrants by thanking Supervisor Lopez for sharing her story. On behalf of the agency, which includes our county hospitals, our ambulatory care clinics, behavioral health, and public health, I want to reaffirm our commitment to providing care for everyone in the community. That is a very important mission of the healthcare agency as a whole, and I think I speak for all of our leaders that that is the mission that we live out every day. I also want to just express some appreciation for Genevieve Flores Aro, who mentioned that my cup was born out of one of our clinics. And so I want to just give a shout out to Las Islas Clinic, where I actually see patients in Oxnard, and to Sandy Young and Dr. Miguel Cervantes for their vision. I think what it really reminds us of is the importance of outreach to the community and that connection with our community. These are truly challenging times, and I think that our commitment to providing access to care to everyone creates a healthier, stronger community that really benefits us all. Unfortunately, as we've heard, recent events have caused much fear in our community, and we see that in declining numbers of Medi-Cal enrollments, in canceled community events like health fairs, in a dip in the number of patients seeking care in some of our areas, although it's a little too early to really see any significant trends there. I want to remind our community that, as always, no one is turned away for care at any of our county facilities, and I urge patients to make sure they don't skip treatment or delay care, because that can result in much more serious health problems in the future. And as Jenny mentioned, we in the clinic system also can provide some care via phone calls or video telehealth options. I just want to remind the public of those options. And then just to conclude, I'm very proud of our healthcare staff. I see every day firsthand how they treat every patient with dignity and compassion, regardless of appearance, regardless of their circumstance. And I just want to welcome the opportunity for ongoing training and support from our county experts so that we can maintain a safe, healthy, supportive environment, both for our patients and for our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Cho?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And with that, I know you read the subject or the title of this item with the recommendations that I am bringing forward to our board. At this time, we can engage in a discussion on those items. I know that there's a large number of public speakers, so I defer to you on if there's questions from the board on the recommendations, or we can do that after public comments.
Are you into, let's do the public speakers. Public speakers.
They've been waiting a while.
Yeah, they have. Maybe a minute and a half.
Thank you, Chair.
And how many speakers? We have quite a few, right?
Thank
I
you,
mean-
Chair Parvin. Yes, we have 139 speakers registered at the moment.
139. Well,
How-
that would be 10 seconds then. No, I'm kidding. Just kidding, just
time?
kidding.
How much time would you like to give each speaker?
A minute and a half.
A minute and a half, okay.
What do you think?
No.
2 minutes, we're going to lose maybe one of our members here, and we have to give our Spanish interpreters a break. They get a break every 2 hours. So adding all that into our equation, that's thus the 1.5 minutes.
Okay, so we've
Okay.
adjusted our clock. So just as a reminder to members of the public who wish to address the board today with live public comment on any agenda item, please visit venturacounty.gov/BOS comment for participation, information, and instructions. For in-person public comment, please check in with the deputy clerk at the entrance of the boardroom. If you wish to make comments, you must be in the boardroom, or if you're participating remotely, you must be connected to the meeting via Zoom or telephone before the close of the public comment period for the agenda item. Requests to make live public comment on an agenda item will be accepted until the public comment period for each agenda item is complete. For our remote participants, please accept the prompt to be promoted and unmute your mic when it's your turn to speak. For all public comments, the in-person speaker present in the boardroom will be called upon first, followed by remote participants. At the discretion of the chair, general public comment regarding county-related matters that are not listed on the agenda but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board may be moved to the end of the meeting. I know we are speaking on the item. As we said, we have 139 people registered, a minute and 30 seconds each. I will call your name in threes. We have people downstairs in the LPAR who are also going to participate with us when I call their name. If you're downstairs in the LPAR, there is a microphone set up, and you can give public comment via that microphone, or you may come upstairs and address the board in person. Again, I'm going to call your name in threes, and so we ask that you kind of just make a line so that we kind of expedite the process a little bit. So we're all not here all night, but we do want to hear the important things that you have to say. Secondary to that, there is a clock on the podium, so please just adjust your mic accordingly and pay attention to the clock. It's got little lights on it, and so it will go like green, yellow, and then red. I don't want to have to cut you off, but I do ask that you just kind of pay attention to the time. And so with that, we are going to go to our first speaker, who is joining us today in person, Mr. Steve Bennett.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. First, I'd like to compliment all the groups that have been providing so much humane help to people in need recently. You know, throughout our history, we've been through many cycles where politicians have used immigrant bashing to advance their own selfish careers. Sadly, we're entering another era of these cynical attacks designed to divide us. The vast majority of Americans do not look back on our past intolerant nativist movements with pride. The anti-Catholic, anti-Irish movements before the Civil War, the anti-Italian movements at the turn of the century, the anti-Jewish prejudice in the 1930s and 40s, the internment of the Japanese during World War II are just a few of the intolerant movements that have divided and ultimately weakened our country and have not made us proud. Budget decisions require careful consideration. To keep us safe, we have a strong tradition of investing in public safety in Ventura County. Today, the most vulnerable amongst us needs your help to make them safe. They are the latest group being demonized for selfish political gain. I applaud Supervisor Lopez for bringing these proposals forward. Some of our county's most vulnerable need your leadership today. I hope you'll look back today with pride in the vote that you take. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, so remember, no clapping. You guys should use jazz hands. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to call names in three. So our next speaker is going to be Pedro Chavez, followed by Michaela Perez and Gabe Turan.
Not sure if it's evening yet, but thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I know I have a very short window of time. My name is Pedro Chavez. I am the mayor for the city of Santa Paula. I'm not here to represent the city. I'm here to represent myself, the people that elected me to represent the marginalized, the underrepresented, and the people who are no longer with us. One of those is Hugo. Hugo was deported and then found dead under a bridge in Tijuana. So I'm here to urge you to support these actions. Whether you're documented or not documented, you're a taxpayer, and you invest in the coffers of this county Board of Supervisors and this county. We need you to make an investment in the people who need help the most, the ones that are suffering, the ones that are vulnerable. Because if we don't do that, our economy is already starting to be impacted. We see that everyone's part of an ecosystem. When one community is hurting, it impacts the entire community. We see that happening, our businesses, our workforce. And so this can be a stopgap measure to help those most in need. So please, I'm asking you on behalf of the community to do the right thing and make these investments in our taxpayers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pedro. Our next speaker is going to be Michaela Perez, followed by Gabe Turan and David Newman.
Good evening, Chair Parvin, supervisors, and staff. My name is Michaela Perez, and I serve as a City Council member for District 6 in the City of Oxnard, an area where many of our hardworking community resides. I'm here today speaking in my personal capacity and not on behalf of the City of Oxnard. I'm here to voice strong support for Supervisor Villanez Lopez's proposal to create a legal defense fund and establish 7 positions in the Public Defender's Office for Ventura County community members facing immigration proceedings. Regardless of political viewpoint, I hope we can all agree no one should face life-altering legal proceedings without representation. This fund is about ensuring due process, something every human deserves. It ensures that people have a pathway to remain with their families and contribute to their communities. For those focused on public safety, when community members are afraid to report emergencies or seek help because they fear deportation, that makes our neighborhoods less safe for everyone. A no vote means turning away from the very duty we're elected to uphold by protecting the safety, stability, and due process of all community residents and leaving people to navigate life-altering legal proceedings without the representation that ensures the law is applied fairly. I thank Supervisor Lopez for her leadership, and I ask that you stand with Ventura County families, protect due process, and vote yes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Gabe Turan, followed by David Newman and Liz Campos.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. Gabe Turan, Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Oxnard, speaking on my own behalf this afternoon. I'm here today to express my deepest support for Supervisor Lopez's proposed items. I acknowledge that there are some significant asks in these items, but I also recognize we are in significant times with significant efforts targeting members of our community who we've all been elected to represent. And the establishment of a legal defense fund will bolster the community-based efforts that you heard from the first two speakers, amazing efforts that otherwise wouldn't happen. We heard from the Public Defender's Office and the work that can happen through those continued and enhanced efforts. With the MOU between the Ventura County Office of Ed and the Migrant Education Program in the County of Ventura, up to 80,000 students across the state of California may lose those services. In Ventura County, we can ensure that those services continue. We took an oath to continue or to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the state of California. Well, part of that Constitution for both of them ensure equal access to education for all residents. And lastly, I'll just remind folks that you may hear counterpoints that we don't represent criminals. First, Oxnard College has great civics classes I can recommend to folks. But I also want to point out that being unauthorized individual or presence in the United States is a civil offense, much like not stopping at a stop sign, where criminal offenses are things like hush money payments for falsifying business records or extortion or sexual assault. Those are criminal offenses. These are community members. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is going to be David Newman, followed by Liz Campos and Leslie Rule.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Parvin, Supervisors. I am David Newman, Mayor of Thousand Oaks, speaking today as an individual. I urge your yes vote for the Legal Defense Fund now before you because your oath to support and defend the U.S. Constitution requires it. The Sixth Amendment guarantees anyone accused the right to legal counsel. And in the landmark case of Gideon v. Wainwright, the Supreme Court ruled unanimously that the government must provide representation to any indigent defendant. This isn't just undocumented persons. Many, if not most, immigrant families also include U.S. citizens, green card holders, and others with legal visas. All these persons have a guaranteed right to legal counsel. Because you would honor your oath of office, because it's needed, and because ensuring justice is a Ventura County value and an American value, I urge you to enact this Legal Defense Fund. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is going to be Liz Campos, followed by Leslie Rule and Christina Villasenor.
August 12th, 2025 is the third anniversary of the loss of Carmen Ramirez. Today I want to applaud and honor and recognize Supervisor Vianey Lopez, who, as a child of immigrants, teaches us how great immigrants are for our community by this process. All the previous speakers connected to immigrants. So you're going to hear from a lot of people about this policy, this idea. What I want to say is, as I noticed, it's a receive and file, but I would hope that you don't just receive it and file it away somewhere. You can direct your staff today to make the effort to create the legal procedure and document this so that you can bring it back quickly and vote to apply it into the county code. I also wonder about the amount of money that 4 of you are receiving in the recently self-voted raise. I would hope that you follow the example of the Honorable Supervisor Lopez and donate that at least to one of the causes that are necessary today. Ask yourselves, what would Carmen do? Thank you.
Okay, remember the rules of decorum, please. We're going to call names of three, and we want to be respectful to everybody's comments. So the next speaker is going to be Leslie Rule, followed by Cristina Villaseñor and Cynthia Salas.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Ojai Council Member Leslie Rule, speaking on behalf of myself and on behalf of many, many, many of my neighbors. Supervisor Levere, many Ojai constituents ask you to vote yes. Move this forward. Chair Parvin, Supervisors Long and Gorel, please vote in favor of all four of these policies. Supervisor Lopez, thank you for your leadership in this matter. We know these proposals address unconstitutional federal actions. When constitutional violations happen through federal enforcement, in Ojai we say, not on my watch, not here, not now, not by us. History teaches us that resistance to unjust federal actions is our moral obligation. From the Underground Railroad to the 1980 sanctuary movement to communities that refused Japanese American internment, ordinary people and local governments have always been the last line of defense against federal overreach. This is the American tradition of principled resistance. Resistance to unjust federal enforcement must happen at every opportunity, large and small, here and now, and in every action, with every consideration, and with complete intentionality. Ojai residents urge you to resist by voting yes on all four measures. This is not about politics. There is no place for neutrality here. If not you, then who? This is your moment to be right and be righteous. Take it. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker is going to be Cristina Villaseñor, followed by Cynthia Salas and Tai Gutierrez.
All right, good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you, Madam Chair, and hello, CEO Yvette Johnson. My name is Cristina Villaseñor. I'm currently the mayor of Fillmore, and I come to you today, however, not speaking on behalf of the city, but as a private citizen, but as a dedicated community leader. Also, I come to you as one of my family businesses is serving room and board to migrant farm workers since 1942. It was the birth of the Bracero program, and it continues to this day in the city of Fillmore. My grandfather was a farm worker, then a construction worker, then the founder of the mutual aid organization Casa del Mexicano, and as a retiree, he was an author. He was able to write vividly about his memoirs of his life, but he could not write about his most painful memories, those of the Mexican repatriation, the raids and forced deportations of including U.S. citizens in the early 1930s. He briefly referenced that simply to write how painful it was to bring back those memories 40 years later. We are back here again, a time that 40, 50, 60 years from now will still be excruciating to remember, repulsive to revisit, and shameful to retell. And you know, these repatriations and mass deportations of the 1930s were supported by the federal government, but they were actually largely organized and encouraged by local city, county, and state governments with terrible consequences. Our local government, you supervisors, can choose to support the proposed actions laid out clearly before you and chart a completely different course of history from the past, where the erasure of people, families, and communities scourged this area in a very similar way.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
comment. Our next speaker is going to be Cynthia Salas, followed by Tai Gutierrez and Jocelyn Lucas.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Salas. I'm an Oxnard School Board member. I'm not here in that capacity today. I'm here to share a story. Everything everyone already shared uplifts the point that we need to pass this. For the last 3 to 4 weeks, I've been supporting a family after the July 10th raid. This poor individual has been transferred from the LA detention center to Texas concentration camp to New Mexico facility. This Monday, she was supposed to have her hearing for bail. It was denied. I'm not an attorney. This is why these resources are important. We need to support the community that gives so much to this county. I've sat here before and I've shared it over and over again about how this community contributes. And also, as a school board member, I'm appalled to have to talk to families about how to keep their children safe and not be able to commit 100% knowing that we don't know what's coming. how do we protect our community, and not having the necessary resources. And Supervisor Long, Supervisor Parvin, Supervisor Gorel, Supervisor Levere, I sent you an email yesterday. I'm looking to having meetings with you all to continue to have these discussions, but nothing that you've done in the past in supporting undocumented families is any different from what you're doing today. And Supervisor Levere, I'm still waiting for your email after the discussion that we have.
Thank you, Cynthia, for your
Thank
comment. Your 2 minutes are up. Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Ty Gutierrez, followed by Jocelyn Lucas and Nydia Bello.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, supervisors, staff, and Ventura County community. My name is Connie Ty Gutierrez. I serve as a Thousand Oaks City Council member, specifically District 5. Today I speak as an individual, a 30-plus year resident of Ventura County, a mother, and a proud Chicana. You'll hear a variety of perspectives today of support, concern, and urgency. I won't assume that these views, our views, are the same of everyone's, but what is most important often in any community is asking the question, what values and principles do we share? I am grateful for the leadership of this collective board. Over time, you have showed that you can move our community forward, and I want to highlight what I believe we all can align on today. Not as elected officials, but as pragmatic, bridge-building community leaders. Supervisor Levere, your focus on disaster preparedness proves early action saves lives and resources. This proposal does that. It prevents a slow-rolling economic and safety crisis by investing now in the stability and trust of our community. Supervisor Gorel, your leadership on interagency public safety coordination is mirrored here. Clear policies, strong partnerships, and readiness to respond with due process in lawful and effective ways. Supervisor Long, you've been steadfast in protecting our agricultural and business economy, with nearly half of our farm workforce staying home out of fear. Our $2 billion agricultural engine is at risk. This measure helps secure that workforce and our region's economic health stays intact. Chair Parvin, your leadership has strengthened public safety and behavioral health countywide. This supports reducing trauma, preventing destabilization, and keeping communities safe and resilient in times such as now. Supervisor Lopez, thank you. Thank you for hearing the cry of our county, for setting such a selfless example of what leadership in action looks like.
I'm sorry. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to call Jocelyn Lucas and Nydia Bello. Jocelyn Lucas and Nydia Bello. Okay. Maria Acosta, followed by Gordon Clint and Joseph Dobinzinski.
Hi, for Nydia.
Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members and staff. My name is Nydia. I'm a policy advocate with CAUSE. We fully support Supervisor Vianney Lopez's proposal to fund a legal defense program that includes $1.3 million for deportation defense and at least $700,000 for affirmative legal services. Our organization works to ensure all Ventura County residents can live with dignity, health, and stability. Our immigrant community is essential to this vision. They raise our children, care for our elders, care for their homes and communities, and drive key industries like agriculture, construction, and service. Our immigrant community enriches our schools, neighborhoods, and economy across the county. However, after the election, our immigrant siblings have faced growing fear, instability, and discrimination. Families are avoiding basic services, living in fear of separation, and enduring rising constant stress, trauma, and financial hardship. Everyone has the constitutional right to due process. Legal aid is not a luxury. It's a lifeline. Without it, families are forced to navigate a complex legal system alone with life-altering consequences. Everyone one deserves a fighting chance to stay in their homes, protect their families, and defend their rights. It's an urgent call for support. Our immigrant community needs protection, not punishment. Please vote to invest in justice, safety, and dignity for all Ventura County residents. And do what Santa Barbara and Los Angeles counties are doing and fund our immigrant residents, please.
Okay, my apologies. I was just handed a new list. It looks like our current list is not sorted correctly. So I believe that was Nidia Bell. So you should be Jocelyn Lucas? Maria Costa. Okay. Maria Costa, thank you. Please proceed.
Good evening. I am a District 3 resident homeowner and exhausted taxpayer asking you to vote no on item 69. Addressing 7 different recommendations in 90 seconds seems designed to suppress reasonable public comment, but I'll do my best. Rec 1, the report is biased and prepared for the benefit of CBO, NGOs, and county agencies and fails to include alternating viewpoints such as from taxpayer advocates. 2, the grossly mistitled Legal Defense Fund is for CBO NGOs and not for actual financial assistance to individuals. 3, the County Public Defender's Office should cross-train their existing staff, not add new staff, which is a bigger budget, because you're going to create you're going to create a backlog. You keep specializing with attorneys, it's going to be a backlog, and then they're going to come back and ask for more money. So cross-train existing staff. 4, no blank checks. The MEP has not been decided upon yet, so that should be pushed to the future. Rec 5, any policy or protocol must be returned here for public inspection and comment for implementation. Rec 6, convene a stakeholder meeting to include taxpayer advocates on that item. Rec 7, that's general fund money, and again, the same applies. I don't know why it's exempt from the 4/5 vote requirement. And lastly, the price tag for this item is over $6.2 million. Is that a surplus or a reduction in services? CBOs and NGOs need to get off of public funding into private funding. Thank you very much. That was 90 seconds.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, our next speaker is going to be Gordon Clint, followed by Joseph Dobzinski and Gabriel Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Gordon Clint, and I live in Newbury Park. I respect and value our immigrant community whose work has benefited all of us for many decades. Community members captured by ICE need and deserve legal assistance to exercise the rights guaranteed to everyone in this country by the U.S. Constitution. ICE frequently violates Fourth Amendment rights that protects against unreasonable search and seizure without legal warrants or probable cause when they seize people who may or may not have immigration status based on where they work, live, or how they look. When people are temporarily disappeared in ICE custody, forced to sign voluntary departure, or deported with expedited removal without an attorney or a hearing before an immigration judge, the Fifth Amendment is violated. It states no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Ventura County can and must fund legal assistance that can help enforce constitutional rights and make sure vulnerable neighbors can have a fair legal process and a chance to continue supporting their family and working in our local economy. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is going to be Joseph Dobzinski, followed by Gabriel Rodriguez and Laura Tribble.
Hi, my name is Joseph Dobzinski Jr. I'm a resident of Ventura County, and I'm also an unpaid volunteer with 805 on DocuFund. Part of my duties is to monitor ICE activity at 321 Cortez Circle, but as part of that, I also give mutual aid to the folks who are coming in for their immigration appointments. That's food, resources, information to help them through the process, and allowing them to leave us a contact number in case they don't actually come back out from their appointments. Families that go in are given the Sophie's choice of either being separated from their families if they want to wait for due process, or they have to sign self-deportation to stay together as a family, and none of that is actually in line with constitutional due process. Despite what the racists among us might think, 70% of these people do not have any criminal records, and the others probably haven't had a criminal conviction in many years. Most of these folks cannot afford lawyers. They're afraid to go outside. They're afraid to go to school, and they need support in every possible way. So I am imploring all of you to support Agenda Item 69 to the best you can. Please don't let down the immigrants and migrants in our community. They need your help right now.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is going to be Gabrielle Rodriguez, followed by Laura Tribble and Shannon Anderson.
Hi, good evening. My name is Gabriela Rodriguez. I'm councilwoman for District 4 in the city of Oxnard, but I'm here on my own time and as a private citizen to speak in favor of the proposal by Supervisor Lopez. I stand in support of the proposal set forward by Supervisor Lopez. This action is not only sound, but it is a necessary stand for justice and human dignity. Regardless of where we stand on immigration, we all believe in making sure that folks have the opportunity to defend themselves and make their case about any situation that they may be accused of or whatnot. Our community is rooted in immigrant labor, culture, and perseverance. Let's not forget that to the county of Ventura, immigrants contribute economically $8 billion, billion with a B. Our residents know that diversity is a strength, not a threat. We are affirming our values as a community, that every person deserves to be treated with respect and protected from discrimination, regardless of their background or immigration status. This is more than the legal filing. It's more about standing on the right side of history. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker is going to be Laura Tribble, followed by Shannon Anderson and Dolores Ortiz. Do we have Laura Tribble? Not seeing her. Okay, let's go to Shannon Anderson, followed by Dolores Ortiz and Lori Mills. Shannon Anderson? Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Parvin and supervisors and staff. My name is Shannon Anderson, and I'm a Thousand Oaks resident and volunteer with the 805 Immigrant Coalition. I'm here in strong support of the 805 Immigrant Coalition's proposals to the board, given attacks on our immigrant neighbors, families, and community members. Former ICE official Scott Short noted, if you actually wanted the immigration system to work, you would be hiring thousands of immigration judges, you would be funding prosecutors, you would be funding defense lawyers. If what we wanted was a fair and fast system, it would be the complete opposite of what we're doing. I couldn't agree more. In fact, you would make the lawful immigration system reflect the labor, research, family unity needs of our country, rather than artificially constricting the flow of lawful migrants to a number so small that it's laughable. We can't tell people they have to come here the right way without actually enabling them to do so. I urge the County of Ventura to invest $2 million in legal support for immigrant families, providing $1.3 million for residents facing deportation and $700,000 for education, outreach, and legal help for families to adjust their immigration status. Thank you all.
Okay, our next speaker is going to be Dolores Ortiz, followed by Lori Mills and Barbara Layton.
Good evening, Chair Parvin and Board of Supervisors. My name is Dolores Ortiz. I'm a professor of sociology at Oxnard College, and I'm a proud Visi Defensa volunteer. I'm here in strong support of Item 69, the proposal to strengthen Ventura County's commitment to immigrant rights, dignity, and due process through the creation of a Ventura County Immigration Legal Defense Fund. In 2024, our farms produced over $2.31 billion in crops. Behind each harvest are the hands of our neighbors, loving parents, caring spouses, hands that too often face discrimination while helping to hold up our economy. Many live in fear that a simple trip to the store could change their lives forever. Without legal representation, the chances of a fair immigration outcome drop dramatically. By investing at least $250,000 into a legal defense fund, we can ensure access to the protections our Constitution promises. Expanding our public defender's office with a 7-person immigrant defense unit is not just a smart policy, it's a moral responsibility. We must also protect migrant education programs, committing up to $1.9 billion over 3 years to safeguard essential services. Finally, adopting countywide protocols for responding to immigration enforcement will keep our schools, clinics, and libraries places of safety and trust. These proposals are not acts of charity. They are investments in stability, fairness, and our shared future, and I urge you to pass them in full. Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Lori Mills, followed by Barbara Layton and Saria Kraft. Lori Mills.
Hello, I'm having him pass out a packet to you guys because 90 seconds isn't enough time. In 2020, Joe Biden entered us into the global compact of migration, at which points our borders were open. That's why we're in this mess. The one person who could have fixed this left, Steve Bennett, by repealing SB 9 and letting our local law enforcement work with federal government, and then ICE wouldn't be in our communities, they'd be at the jails. Thirdly, my witnesses are fact witnesses. My journey started with Oscar Blue Ramirez, who has traveled the Darien Gap 4 times. For those that care about climate change, there's about 60 tons of trash in that once pristine jungle and a lot of decomposed body, and the animals can't drink anymore. My other fact witnesses, Tara Lee Rodas, who will be here next week, HHS whistleblower. She discovered at the Pomona Fairplex that 300,000 children went missing to unvetted sponsors, 14 of which were found at the warranted ICE raid at the Glass House Farms. Not to mention the 13-year-old little boy who was found raped and murdered in Oxnard. You guys can go ahead and approve this, but understand, I know for a fact that there are certain council members in this room that are already under federal investigation. You will lose federal funding, and it's not a laughing matter. Remember the Thomas
thank you,
fire?
Lori, for your comment. Your a minute and a half
I
is up,
reclaim
Lori.
every.
Thank you.
Let's be
Lori.
respectful. We're all going to hear everyone, but we need to be respectful of each other. We may not agree on opinions, but we definitely need to be respectful.
Because while these guys were defunding the police and things like that, I was actually doing work on that.
Ms. Mills, your time is up. Can you please concede? We have other speakers that would like to also give their comment. We all need to be respectful. Our next speaker, Ms. Mills, thank you.
Boy.
Our next speaker is going to be Barbara Layton, followed by Saria Kraft and Elaine Martinez.
I would like to remind everyone, no audible comments while people are speaking. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Layton. I live in Newbury Park. I fully support Agenda Item 69 and hope that the entire Board of Supervisors will also welcome this important proposal. In addition, I agree with the cause request to increase the legal fund to $2 million with $1.3 million for people facing deportation and $700,000 to help eligible families adjust their status. Ventura County has reaped economic benefits from immigrants, as well as strong communities and safekeeping provided by those who were recently called essential workers during the COVID pandemic. Mixed status families have always been part of our communities. Now, ICE is openly violating constitutional rights and liberties that cover all residents of our country. I'm grateful for 3 generations of close relatives who have served in the armed forces and pledged to protect the U.S. Constitution. I urge your support for Item 69 so we can all do our part to keep constitutional liberties alive for everyone in Ventura County. Thank you.
Okay, our next public speaker is going to be Saria Kraft, followed by Elaine Martinez and Lynn Dines. We have a Saria.
Madam Chair and members of the board, ICE is bad for business. I personally know 2 managers of large hotel properties here in the West County affected by these raids. I know several restaurant owners as well as construction, painting, and landscaping contractors who now suffer from unstable workforces directly caused by ICE policy. At the Dallas Cowboys Hotel in Oxnard, a gardener I knew was helping to fulfill a huge landscaping contract at that property. He was grabbed on his way to work, a hardworking dad with 4 little kids at home. What is his wife to do now? Please provide services for these workers' family. For folks in your district from Puebla, Michoacan, Aguascalientes, Guerrero, Durango, Jalisco, and Oaxaca, vote yes. For corporate entities and the small business community, vote yes. None of you created an unstable workforce, but you can help mitigate the harm. My daughter is one of the top 100 immigration attorneys in this country. She tells me stories every week that make me cry, but that's immaterial. Her clients can't afford to get the impounded vehicles at $200 a day. If it sits there 5 days, it's $1,000. How are they going to afford, if they can't afford a $200 vehicle impound, how are they going to afford the $10,000 to $20,000 for her services? 5 years ago, it was 10 to 20 grand. I don't know what it is now, but thank you so much for your consideration.
Okay, our next speaker is going to be Elaine Martinez, followed by Lynn Dines and Catherine Villariote.
Good afternoon. My name is Elaine Martinez. I'm a retiree from the County Healthcare Agency. I've been a resident of Ventura County for 30 years. Recently, I became a volunteer with Friends of Field Workers who deliver food to people afraid to leave their homes and who may be experiencing financial hardships. Today, I'm giving my own thoughts, for I'm not representing any other organization. About 5 years ago, it was reported that more than 1,900 people in Ventura County died of COVID-19. 2 of my neighbors lost brothers. My children lost their grandfather. During that time, healthcare workers and law enforcement officers were considered essential workers. Now, who else were essential workers? 1,000 of our workers in the fields, laboring in the fields. Yes, these low-wage, hardworking farm workers were considered essential just 5 years ago. Now today, these same workers are vilified and hunted down in our fields like animals with the support of the law. Now, I'm not talking about individual law officers. I'm talking about the written law. The law which appears to me to be interpreted differently depending on the day, the month, the year. It just keeps changing. I'd like to see, I am supportive of the additional public defender office positions. They're fixed-term positions for 3 years, the way the board letter is written today. They're not permanent. We need to ensure due process for all. I also have a thank you to Supervisor Lopez for offering to reduce her salary, or potential salary, to offset the cost of the $250,000 fund, which I understand is one-time fund.
Thank you for your comment, Elaine. Okay, our next 2 speakers, Lynn Dines and Catherine Villariote, and then we are going to take a 15-minute break because we have to give our interpreters a break.
Hello, my name is Lynn Dines, and I have lived in Ventura County for the past 40 years. The diversity that makes our county vibrant and strong is being threatened. Nearly 1 out of every 2 people in our county is Hispanic. Some are undocumented, most are citizens, and all of them are our neighbors. They are our family members and friends. They are employees and employers. Some grow the food that we eat, build our homes, and care for our family members. Many have roots in California that go back decades, centuries, even millennia. But ICE doesn't know or care if they are citizens or if they are in process of becoming one. They don't care if they have served in our military or how hard they work. It doesn't matter if they are law-abiding and tax-paying residents or violent criminals. They simply fit the description. And that's enough to be kidnapped off our streets, chased through the fields, and pulled out of parking lots by masked bullies with no qualifications or understanding of the rule of law. So what can we do at a time when due process is being thrown out of the window and our very Constitution is being edited online to remove the reference to the habeas corpus? In California, we can and must use our voice to stand up to those who would shred the Constitution and trample on the rights of every person in this country. Many of those detained lack financial resources, so we must provide support for their legal defense to fight back.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, our next speaker is going to be Catherine Valeriote, and then we are going to take a break. We have a Catherine Valeriote. Okay, so it looks like we do not have a Catherine Valeriote, so we'll take our break now. We're going to take a break for 15 minutes to give our interpreters a break, and then we'll come back to Scott Gould.
Okay, I think we're back. But we did want to make an announcement. I just want to make sure everyone hears this announcement. We're going to be adjourning this meeting at 8:15. But I want to make sure that we're going to continue it to our next meeting, which is August 26th. And this item will be continued to the 9 a.m. time certain. So if you can't be here on August 26th at 9 a.m. and you haven't been heard, we ask that you raise your hand or come forward so we can, there's one. Come forward and kind of line up, and we'll try to get you in the order because I don't want to miss anybody. I didn't know we were going to get this many speakers, so I'm just trying to make it work. And then the remaining people, if we go beyond 8:15, that would be continued to 9 a.m.
So because of technology, I'm hearing that we have to stop at 8. They would. So because of that, we would stop. It makes us
Okay.
stop at 8.
Okay. What?
Tell them to raise their hand on.
Yeah. If you're on Zoom, we ask that you raise your hand as well. And we will have to stop at 8 p.m. because of technology. So this is an ever-changing meeting tonight.
Okay, so we are going to try and keep some sort of order here. And again, if you cannot make the 9 a.m. time certain tomorrow to continue your public comment, then we are going to allow you to speak. Oh.
The time certain will be at our next
August
board meeting, which is
26th.
August 26th. If I can have your
that was my
attention.
bad. Sorry.
This will be continued to August 26th at 9 a.m., which is the next regularly scheduled board meeting.
Thank you. We are going to call you and just continue down the list. So our next speaker is Scott Gould, followed by James Greenfield. Maria, this is if you can't make the next meeting. And then please state your name for the record.
You want me to state my name? Scott Gould.
Hold on one moment, please.
Are you ready, Brendan?
Okay.
We'll just check them all off.
Ventura County resident, 1.3 million U.S. soldiers gave their lives for our sovereignty. In 4 years, the Democrats under the failed Biden administration gave our sovereignty away, all while telling us every day that the border was secure when it wasn't. The sole purpose of our military is to protect our sovereignty. Every soldier and sailor swore an oath and allegiance to protect our nation from all enemies, foreign and domestic, including the illegal invaders that are attacking law enforcement while planting the Mexican flag in our streets across our nation. Any soldier or sailor who supports or condones this activity has betrayed their solemn oath. These illegal invaders have brought crime, death, and destruction across our borders through gangs and criminal cartels. For 4 years under the first Trump administration, the Democrats proclaimed nobody is above the law as they pursued politically motivated impeachments against President Trump, but purposefully allowed 11 million illegal invaders to cross our border to give them amnesty and buy their votes. I do agree with the Democrats on one issue. Nobody is above the law, including illegal aliens. The actions this board is proposing is not only aiding and abetting illegal activity by instituting illegal defense funds, this is misappropriation of public funds, and I strongly encourage you to cease and desist.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
comment. Okay, our next speaker, please step to the podium and give your name for record.
Is James Greenfield up or is the lineup?
I think he was.
The lineup.
He
You
was.
called- you called-
He was called.
Mr. Greenfield, you.
Are we not supposed to be waiting in the line?
Yes.
Just
yes.
wait in line, yes. You ready?
Yes.
Okay.
So there seems to be confusion here on both sides of the room as to what the role of government is. I wholeheartedly support legal immigration, work visas. There's fictitious rights that are being espoused here, educational rights, constitutional rights. The Constitution isn't for the world, it's for this country and its citizens. If anybody comes to this country and enters it illegally, they are committing a felony, not under U.S. Code 1326. It's not civil, it's criminal. This isn't hateful, racist, or discriminatory. Government is not a charity or a nonprofit. If you want to run one, run one. But if you come here illegally and you entered, you took a risk, and there's a consequence to it if any of us break the law. The remedy isn't on the people, and it isn't on government to mitigate the risk that anybody takes. So what country can you enter in illegally and expect to get free services from, and then expect to get them from taxing the people to pay for them? So we have some clearly some confusion as to what the role of government is. And so while I sympathize with many of the challenges, it's important that we uphold the law, uphold the Constitution, and interpret it correctly. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Before we do that, I would just ask, sorry, you can go up to the podium. Because we aren't going from the list, and right now everyone in line is supposed to be in line because they're not able to come back at 9 a.m. on August 26th to continue the discussion on this item. If you're in line to speak this evening, I ask that you please clearly state your name before you start speaking so that we can make sure we get it for the record. Thank you.
My name is Casey Rodriguez. I stand here for all who are afraid to be here. As a local educator, hence why I can't be at the next meeting, I am excited with the quickly approaching school year, yet heartbroken, knowing many families are not feeling safe for sending their children to school. Today, a student with special needs was kidnapped by thugs. Unacceptable. How does this child or any child supposed to defend themselves, especially when they don't speak English or have one or more disabilities? As an educator, it is my duty to do all I can to not just keep my students safe, but all students and their families. And this community knows I will do just that. I ask everyone who can play a role, please help keep our families safe, keep families together. And also, as a Chumash woman, I would like to highlight, I can go outside and show you exactly where I come from. Many of you cannot, yet you're talking about people legal citizenship. Please remember, your lineage does not lay here. I don't care what your people's citizenship says. On stolen land, nobody is illegal. Thank you for your time.
Okay, our next speaker, please.
Thank you. Deb Donald Trump Baber, thank you very much. So here, the reason why I'm here tonight is because I want us to put this criminal genie back in the bottle. And what do I mean by that? Anybody who aids and abets the felons who come across the border, it is a felony to do that without proper permission. If you aid and abet, you are committing a felony yourself. if you are found guilty, you could go to prison. You could spend as much as $250,000 in fines. And I ask all of you, think about the young people in your lives. Think about the people with the life full ahead of them. And if you continue to encourage them, as you are doing by not speaking up, then you are doing them a terrible disservice for their life. Their children, many of them, or young people, or people that have not yet really had the opportunity to experience life in its best and fullest about. If you see something and you say nothing, then you are part of the problem. Do not use your influence to continue to aid and abet and encourage others to break the law as felons. I ask you, do not support this. Decry it. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Maria Mello. I am a voter and constituent of District 1. As a mother of 2 elementary school children, an active member in the parent community in Will Rogers Elementary School and Montalvo Elementary School, I'm here to support the creation of the Legal Defense Fund, expanding the public defender team proposed in item 69, because it's really about protecting Ventura County families. The fact is, legal representation is necessary to keep families with deep ties to Ventura County community together. This is about protecting young children that go to school with my kids, who are growing up with my 9-year-olds and have moms like me who work every day to provide for their family. We don't see documented or undocumented, Supervisor Levere and other supervisors. We see moms who are so like me and who are not quite strangers. Quite simply, they are my neighbors. To me, the reason why this measure is so important is because I know as a fact that my kids don't see documents. They see friends. They see moms and dads working hard to make ends meet and kids their age growing up and also transitioning from Bluey to Disney's Descendants 3. It's quite simple. We are looking up to you to keep our community together through these difficult times. It's time to fund legal representation, keep Ventura County families together on school grounds, in our neighborhoods, at birthday parties, at soccer practice, and in our fields. Because those fields are fields of gold because of all of us.
Thank you, Maria, for your comment. Our next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Duron, and I'm here on behalf of Autism Society of Ventura County. Today, I'm proud to speak in strong support of the proposed measure. As advocates of the autism community, we know firsthand the challenges that marginalized groups face in accessing equitable support systems. Immigrants and migrant families, many of whom include individuals with disabilities, are proportionately affected by systemic barriers and recent federal enforcement actions, leaving them even more vulnerable. We urge you to make this critical investment today to demonstrate a bold commitment to addressing these inequities. Just this week, a 15-year-old student with disabilities was detained at gunpoint outside an LAUSD school during the school's orientation. He was later released on grounds of mistaken identity. In Ventura County, we must address inconsistencies in how local school districts recognize and implement protections for students of uncertain documentation status. While VCOE is sending out letters assuring parents that their children are safe from immigration enforcement at school, at least 2 districts within Ventura County have introduced weakened board policies around immigration enforcement. We must protect Ventura County children. We urge the Board of Supervisors to move forward with this bold support that empowers Ventura County Office of Education and other Ventura County departments to protect our most vulnerable. Finally, we share a sincere hope for a future rooted in collectivism where all marginalized individuals can work together to create a more equitable and inclusive Ventura County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Ashley Orozco. I am currently serving on the Conejo Recreation and Park District Board of Directors. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself as a resident of Thousand Oaks and as the granddaughter of immigrant field workers, representing the voices of our immigrant communities and neighbors in the East County. I'd like to lend my strong support for Supervisor Lopez's proposed items. The recent federal operations near Camarillo on July 10th and continuous ICE activity in our community has deeply impacted our neighbors, creating fear, disrupting families, and straining local resources. It has affected local turnout and community participation for our youth and community programming in East County. Establishing a Ventura County Immigration Legal Defense Fund and expanding the Public Defender's Immigration Defense Unit is not just compassionate, it's financially smart. Legal representation helps ensure due process, keeps families together, and reduces unnecessary detention costs. The proposed position will allow our county to respond effectively and humanely to increased enforcement activity. Developing clear county policies, training staff, and advocating for state and federal reforms will help create a transparent, orderly, and humane immigration process. Ventura County has the opportunity to set a standard for protecting civil rights while maintaining community trust. I urge the board to approve all these items in full. These are not abstract policies, they are life-changing protections for our neighbors, our workforce, and the children who will shape Ventura County's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Marbelli, and I am a resident of Oxnard here today to speak in favor of adding $1.3 million for legal defense funds and $700,000 for affirmative legal support. I am here today because of the fear spreading in our community due to ICE and immigration raids. I know families who no longer go out because they live in constant fear of deportation. Even some who are U.S. citizens avoid going out due to the racial profiling. Families have stopped going to work, or at least one person in their family goes to work. On July 10th, I saw the fear in my family members, my friends, and their own relatives. I heard stories about how many people had to stay hidden in order to not get deported because they have children at home. They didn't eat, drink, or use the restroom for around 7 hours. They were scared they weren't going to see their children, scared because of the stories they have heard about the ICE and detention centers. Many families struggle to make ends meet when everyone goes to work. Now imagine how difficult they live when only one person goes to work. Now that school is starting up, children are scared to go get their education, the fear that when they return home, their parents, guardians, or siblings will be gone, or even themselves and their school, or if their school gets raided. These are children from the age of 4 when they start preschool to the age of 17 when they end high school and begin college. Having financial support will help families pay for groceries, rent, or even basic needs. Now that school is starting up, parents need to shop for back-to-school supplies, but since some have stopped going to work, they can't afford back-to-school necessities. Having financial support can help pay for lawyers for family members. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Can you state your name again for a record?
Marbelli Cruz.
Marbelli. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Maria Elena Ramirez, resident of Ojai and president of the United Democrats of the Ojai Valley. 3 years ago today, almost at this very moment, my sister Carmen died. I have periods of, I am ambushed by grief frequently when speaking of her. But she would say, and she tells me, what would Carmen do in this situation? She would say, justice denied anywhere is justice denied everywhere, as Martin Luther King said. According to Reverend Martin Niemöller, who died in Dachau, he wrote a poem starting out, first they came for the communists, and I did not speak. And then he goes through a long list of who was hunted down. And finally he found out, then they came to me, and there was no one left to speak. We are presently violating the 4th, 5th, and 14th Amendments. Constitutional deconstruction is in process. Only one person will have rights if this goes further and we deny the basic due process of people who are in the jurisdiction of this country. This is the time to speak out before that creature in the White House that turns gold every day ruins our economy and our Constitution and the very fabric of our social and economic life. We are facing an imminent recession or a deep recession.
Thank you for your comment.
Define this shredding of the Constitution upon which everyone's rights depend leaves us all without rights. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Merlin Snyder. This is my county. My family and I have lived here for 47 years. I've been in this building many times, wrangling building permits across the hall. I built or helped build many buildings in the county, including at local universities. I'm very proud of that work. But right now, I'm not too proud to see what is happening in my county. Over nearly half a century, I've known many, many immigrants, documented and undocumented. I have benefited from those relationships. And let's be honest, so has the county, our cities, and all of us in this country. Before my career in construction, I earned a PhD in social ethics from USC. I can tell you, you don't need a PhD to tell the difference between right and wrong. Right now, I see wrong, and we can all see it. I think of my Canadian-born father, the reason I wound up in the county in 1978. He crossed the northern border with his 10 brothers and sisters looking for work. Only became a citizen after marrying my mother. I think of the opportunities and civil rights which he was afforded. You can take a step today to do right by our neighbors. Do right by our neighbors. Make us proud of our county. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
My name is Manuel Herrera. I am with Citizens for a Better Oxnard, which is 20,000 members strong. I'm here to ask our county supervisors to please put aside any party lines and instead use compassion when making your decision tonight. It's easy to get caught up in all the political rhetoric, but sometimes as politicians, you need to remind yourself that some decisions have to come from the heart. Sometimes you need to vote as a fellow human being, not just as a politician. Your decision will literally affect tens of thousands of people, many who are just collateral damage, who just got caught up in an extremely broken immigration system that both parties refuse to fix. Hopefully, after this vote, you will then focus on working collectively to do your part in fixing the real problem, our flawed, broken immigration system. If it sounds like I'm trying to pull at your heartstrings, it's because I am. Don't be afraid to vote with your heart. And lastly, I ask, what would Carmen do?
Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Paul Johnson. I live in Moorpark. And, there's a bunch of people here saying some nice things. I don't want you to be deceived because they're spinning stories that are not based in fact. I'll tell you a few things. They're telling you if we deport the Biden illegal immigrants, the economy is going to crash. Now, I don't know when you were born, but I was a tax-paying adult in California 2016, 2017, 2018. There weren't all these Biden-era illegal immigrants here saving our economy. And when they're gone, it's going to chug along just fine. Now, I really don't like deception and lies. Now, Supervisor Lopez is proposing we have a immigration legal fund. I think that's not correctly named. It's an illegal immigration legal fund. Call it what it is. Now, Joe Biden let 10 million people in the United States of America without a vote of the people, but we're supposed to pay the bill. You know, when the country was founded, one of the principles was we have God-given rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. There's no mention that somebody else has to pay the bill. When people break the law, they need to be held accountable. If you're going to go along with breaking the law, you're party to crime. Aiding and abetting a crime is a crime, and you will pay.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Fellow Board of Supervisors members, my name is Kevin Daly. I was very unhappy during the initial presentations. It seemed like it was a big dog and pony show. You had these people come up with unlimited time to support this bill, and that you didn't give equal time to the people that are opposed to this proposed bill. In Ventura County, only 2% of the illegals work in the fields. That means 98% of the illegals that are employed in Ventura County work in the fields. One thing that really drives me crazy is illegals come across the border and our taxpayers' dollars go to fund free medical care for them. I was born in this county. I'm a citizen of this country, and I have to pay for my own medical care while my tax dollars go to provide free medical cares to illegals in this country, even in this county. I support legal immigration. I want to repeat that, legal immigration, and people can go through the legal process. Vianney Lopez, I know that the Democrat Party receives votes, that the illegals vote, and you're a member of the Democrat Party, so that's what you want. Thank you.
Please remember the rules of decorum. Can we have our next speaker, please?
Good evening. I'm Doug Blois from Camarillo. Immigration laws have not changed since the 1980s during the Ronald Reagan administration. There is a right way and a wrong way to cross our borders, legal or illegal. The previous U.S. administration ignored these laws and allowed 12 million people across our borders illegally. The current administration has reestablished control of our borders and reduced illegal crossings to a trickle. But there are still a bunch of people here in our country that did not go through the legal process to become a citizen. They have not been trained on understanding our laws or our Constitution. They know that this is a land of opportunity, but they don't appreciate that the reason for that opportunity is because our laws provide fair treatment for all. Our laws are based on our Constitution. Article 6 of that Constitution is the Supremacy Clause. It clearly states that federal law shall be the supreme law of the land. The state of California and the illegal immigrants are not going to win. The state is just making it more difficult for the federal officers and the local officers to do their job. Using our local tax dollars to defend illegal immigrants is not only wrong, but it is a losing effort. The only way to change federal law is through our elected officials, our congresspeople and senators. I strongly oppose this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Ubaldo Maldonado, and I'm a resident of Oxnard. I am here to speak in favor of adding 1.3 million legal defense funds and $700K for affirmative legal support. Knowing families whose parents are undocumented, I have seen the effects of the ICE raids. I have seen how they're too scared to go outside, too scared to do anything in fear of having the families torn apart. That's why I'm here today, to ask you to allocate 1.3 million for legal defense funds for receive residents facing deportation and $700K for affirmative legal support to support eligible families adjust their status. As communities have been impacted by these ICE raids. As a community, we are supposed to support one another, not just watch. We need to take action before the situation worsens when ICE budgets get supercharged this fall under the new federal budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Eduardo Ortiz. I am a student at China Islands High School in Oxnard. I'm here to speak in favor of adding 1.3 million for legal defense funds and 700,000 for affirmative legal support. I'm here today because of the many families being torn apart and the countless people being injured by ICE. People are left in fear of what will happen due to ICE and the raids for merely seeking a better life here. People should not be in fear for their own safety and the safety of their loved ones. Having financial aid support is money that can help fix someone's status. This is why I'm here today to ask to allocate 1.3 million for legal defense funds for Ventura County residents facing deportation for $700,000 for affirmative legal support to support eligible families adjust their status. Please take a step to help the injustice happening in our community. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Juan Carlos Villagomez. I am 17. I'm a student at Wainimi High School, and I'm here to speak in favor of adding $1.3 million for legal defense and $700,000 for affirmative legal support. I'm here today just like many because our president sees the innocent immigrants here in our country as subhuman creatures that don't belong on this stolen land. It's a horrible thing to see it done by a government that believes in the so-called land of the free. It's a horrible thing to see kidnappings happening in my city in broad daylight because of someone's legal status or how they look. To hear the cries of kids come home just to find their parents are gone. People going to work worrying if they will even make it back home. Immigrant farm workers were declared essential during the pandemic, but now ICE runs them down like dogs, along with other innocent immigrants who only wanted a better life for their families. But despite this chaos, there is hope. With good legal defense, an immigrant is facing deportation is 4 times likely to win their case. With affirmative legal support, eligible immigrant families are able to adjust their legal status. Protecting our communities from these inhumane attacks is a very justifiable and vital thing for our community. So I come to you as part of the communities here in Ventura County to demand that you allocate the $1.3 million for legal defense funds and the $700,000 for affirmative legal support for those affected or facing deportation.
Thank you, Juan Carlos. Can you say your last name again, please?
Villa Gomez.
Villa Gomez. Okay, thank you. And your 1 minute, 30 seconds is up. Next speaker, please.
It's Lisa or Elizabeth Diniakos. Hello, Chair Parvin and supervisors. I can attest to the fear and devastation to the people in our community. As programs manager of my COPS Immigration Legal Assistance Program, I can also attest to the scarcity of pro bono immigration attorneys. I can also attest that there's a scarcity of private immigration attorneys who have adapted payment plans. Most will not start their work until they receive a substantial fee. The broken U.S. immigration system is the problem, not the people. Your support means that you're against using violence to solve a problem. Please support item 69. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Okay, so we're going to have interpretation. We're going to double the time for the interpreter, okay?
Okay, my name is Amalia.
Soy una líder comunitaria
I'm a community leader
en Santa Paula.
in Santa Paula,
Estoy aquí hoy
and I'm
esta noche
here today, this evening,
porque fui una campesina.
because I was a farm worker.
Hoy estoy retirada.
Today I'm retired.
Trabajé 40 años
I worked 40 years
en donde yo nací, en
where I
San
was
Diego,
born in San Diego, San Diego, California,
y me retiré de Oxnard, California. Trabajé 40
and I
años.
retired from Oxnard, California. I worked for 40 years.
Soy una orgullosa campesina.
I'm a proud farm worker,
Estoy aquí para hablar por mis
and I'm
hermanos
here to
campesinos.
talk for my brothers, my farm worker brothers and sisters.
Siento mucha tristeza de
I
escuchar
feel very sad
tantas historias
when I hear so many stories
tan feas que no me caben en mi cabeza.
that are horrible, that I cannot believe what I'm listening to.
Ustedes no saben el sacrificio
You
que
have
esta
no
mujer
idea the
llevó en
sacrifice that I did while I was working in the land,
No
in the
hablo,
fields.
no hablo inglés porque no fui a la
I
escuela,
don't speak English because I didn't go to school,
pero soy una orgullosa ciudadana americana.
but I'm an American citizen and I feel proud.
Estoy aquí para defender
I'm here to
a
defend
ellos, los campesinos,
the farm workers.
como líder comunitario.
I'm here as a community leader.
Amalia,
Amalia
siempre miré cosas feas de ellos,
I
tristes,
always saw horrible things, sad things, sacrifices,
muy grandes, muy horribles.
very
mucha
big,
violencia.
horrible, a lot of violence.
¿Por qué ellos tienen que pagar ahorita
Why do they have
tantas
to
cosas
pay
crueles?
for so many cruel things?
Si ellos nos dan la comida a todos
If they
nosotros,
feed us, if they feed all of us,
el 2019 que estaba la pandemia,
2019 when we had the pandemic,
mis hermanos campesinos y campesinas nos dieron
my
a
sisters
todos
and
de
brothers,
comer.
farm workers fed all of us.
Es algo muy feo lo que está pasando
It's
ahorita.
horrible what's
Porque ellos-
happening right now.
Porque ellos tienen que pagar todo.
Why do they have to pay for all this cruelty?
Ellos no son criminales.
They're not criminals.
Ellos son como Amalia,
They're like Amalia,
trabajadores.
hard workers.
Estoy aquí
I'm here
para ser una voz de ellos porque yo
to be their
siempre
voice
dije, voy a
because
ser
I
su voz
always
de
said
ellos.
I'm going to be their voice.
Mi esposo ya murió.
My
fue
husband
campesino.
already passed away and he was a farm worker too.
Él dio la vida para los trabajadores.
He
del
gave his
campo,
life for
para
the farm
todos
workers,
nosotros.
for all of us.
Él era de México,
Thank
yo
you,
soy
He
de
Maria.
was from
Estados
Mexico
Unidos.
and I'm from the United
Pero
States.
Gracias,
Se nos
Amalia.
acabó el tiempo.
Gracias. Thank you.
Gracias.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jocelyn Corona, and I am an Oxnard resident and a student at Channel Islands High School. I'm here today to ask you to add 1.3 million for legal defense and 700,000 for legal support services for immigrants in Ventura County. Today, I'm here speaking not just as an Oxnard resident, but as someone who has seen firsthand how hard it is for families to deal with the immigration system. Many people live in fear of being taken by ICE, separated from their loved ones, and never being able to see them again. Or losing everything they have worked so hard for just because they can't afford a lawyer. I've seen how scary, confused, and difficult the process can be. These are not just stories, but experiences that people I care for and myself have gone through. This money would benefit the community and the impacted families all across the county. Legal defense funds can pay for lawyers, for people facing deportation. Legal support services can help people apply for things like work permits, green cards, or citizenship. Many people are eligible for help, but don't know how to apply or can't do it themselves. I've seen many GoFundMes set up by community members to help each other out. Now it's your turn to help out your community. With the lawyer, immigrants are 4 times more likely to win their case. That's why I'm here to ask you to support this funding. It is the right thing to do for our families and
Jocelyn.
most importantly, for your community. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Arlene Martinez. I live in Ventura. Tonight, my kids are out bowling with their dad, and they're getting ready for school tomorrow. My daughter's in a play, so she's at rehearsal, and I'm really excited for that. They get to go to bed excited. They're going to get to wake up tomorrow and just be nervous about seeing friends. When I was their age, it would have been very different for me. My mother was not naturalized. My grandmother never became a citizen. She had a green card. I would have been living in terror. I would have been not able to sleep. That keeps me up a lot at night, too, when I think about the children now who are scared at every moment or just stuck in the house with their parents because they think they'll be picked up. My grandma died at 97. She never did become a naturalized citizen, but she had a green card. And she also had a cough that she developed working in the Paul Ecke greenhouses there in Encinitas and Carlsbad. If you know Paul Ecke, he became a very, very wealthy man. So did his family, thanks to that immigrant labor. And that's what I wanted to talk about today, is about this greed, this corporate greed that's at the root of a lot of what's going on here today. And these corporate companies are getting these huge tax breaks at the expense of all the public services we care about. 10 families in the United States own half the country's wealth. And so this administration is using immigrants as a pawn. They don't care anything about these brand families. And so because of that, we're here turning to our local and state leaders to fill that gap. I think many of you came to office because you wanted to help suffering people and make the lives of your constituents better. I urge you to do that now and approve this money in a few months and approve even more. Thanks.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Supervisors. I'm Lucas Zucker, Co-Executive Director at CAUSE. The data shows us that immigrant legal aid funds work. In just 3 years, LA County has prevented thousands of deportations of people who immigration courts found should have the right to stay in this country and remain united with their families, jobs, and communities. Data from LA immigration courts shows immigrants are 4 times as likely to be successful in their case if they have access to an attorney, going from 16% to 63%. A fair justice system with due process means that no one should be torn away from their children just because they couldn't afford a lawyer. We've seen the success of these funds in other counties. It's a common sense solution that's growing across the political spectrum, from LA County to Orange County. They've evolved over time, starting with only deportation defense, but later adding resources for affirmative legal services because of how cost efficient and effective it can be to help people adjust their status proactively rather than just responding to ICE raids. Many people in our community qualify for programs to get visas or work permits, they just don't know it. And helping people get citizenship can boost our local economy by making it easier for them to advance their careers, become homeowners or business owners. An investment from the board today can leverage additional funds from philanthropy and cities. There are countless people who legally qualify to remain in a country they've called home for 10, 20 years, but who can't afford a lawyer because they work backbreaking work as a farm worker in our region's most essential industry. You can help them keep their family together. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Laura Espinosa, Santa Paula, President of Santa Paula Latino Town Hall. Santa Paula Latino Town Hall is grateful to each of you for the respect and dignity you strive to achieve with this proposal. We strongly support the proposed recommendations presented today. As an organization situated in what appears to be an area heavily targeting the 3rd and 5th District, although actions have been throughout the county and California, we are keenly aware of our residents in dire need of the legal defense, humanitarian aid for basic food, shelter, and educational support. Since January, when the current national administration declared on day 1 executive orders issued to harm a particular segment of the community, all of us, citizens and non-citizens alike, have been carrying the weight of fear and heartbreak that neighbors and family members will be separated without due process. We ask that each of our representatives vote yes today. Additionally, you may want to consider to make a clear, consolidated plan to coordinate among the identified groups in the proposal, as was done during COVID, a monthly meeting to help solidify all of the great ideas that I'm sure people will have.
Thank you, Laura, for your comment.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, respective supervisor board members. The name is Maria Elena Saldana Aldana. I'm a resident of Oxnard and a county resident for all my 76 years. I would like to first begin by stating a great thank you to Supervisor Vianney Lopez for not only stepping up once again to serve the community of the voices that are not being heard. Thank you so much for presenting this. It was not only bold, but courageous. And like you, even though we have a great year of difference, I am the daughter of an immigrant, a father who came here, Vianney, like your father, through the Bracero program in the late 40s. My father had great respect for this country. And one of his ultimate goals, once coming into the Bracero program, obtained his, what you call, the green card, and then proceeded to do what he needed to do, because again, for the great respect for this country, to become a naturalized citizen. And I remember when he took that oath to become a naturalized citizen. As soon as we left LA City Hall, there were the tables set up for
Thank you,
individuals to
Maria.
register.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Thank you again, Biane.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Erin Merrill. I am a resident of Oxnard in what is now District 5. Every resident of the United States, regardless of their legal status, has the right to an attorney and their day in court. This is a principle as old as the roots of our democracy. Even the redcoats in the Boston Massacre were represented in court by John Adams. Immigration offenses are not even a violent crime and should have not less representation than that. It is our patriotic duty to ensure that people know and can exercise their rights no matter how or when they got here. I urge the County of Ventura to invest $2 million in legal support for immigrant families by providing $1.3 million for residents facing deportation and $700,000 for education, outreach, and legal help for families to adjust their immigration status. Thank you.
Erin, can you state your last name for record again?
Merrill, M-E-R-R-I-L-L.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I am the daughter of immigrants and a taxpayer. I pay a lot of taxes. Supervisors, this is not the time for hesitation. Federal immigration raids are terrorizing our communities. Tearing families apart, driving workers from their jobs, and fearful for leaving the house. This is happening right here, right now in Ventura County. I strongly support Supervisor Lopez's bold proposal because it stands for justice, fairness, compassion, and dignity for all. Protecting immigrant education programs, even in the federal funding is cut, invests in children who will strengthen their economy and communities. Redirecting Supervisor Lopez's salary increase to fund this leadership action is walking the walk and talking the talk. As your county's mission states, we must enhance residents' quality of life, ensure a safe, healthy, and vibrant community. Here in Ventura County, we stand shoulder to shoulder and move forward. Ventura County's strength is in diversity. Our immigrant neighbors are part of the fabric of this country. If we believe in justice, equality, and human dignity, we must approve this plan in 2 weeks. You work for us, Ventura County. Listen to our comments.
For your comment. Would you like to give your name for record?
Vote.
Your 1 minute, 30 seconds are up. I'm sorry, but you have a long line behind you. Would you like to leave your name for record?
Janie Alberg, Newberry Park.
Thank you, Janie. Next speaker, please.
Yes, good evening. Barbara Macri Ortiz from Oxnard. First, I do want to thank Supervisor Lopez for your courage and for bringing this to us. It's very important. I personally have been very saddened with some of the dialogue after our break, because what's happening to some is trying to change people who happen to be here without papers into objects that have no respect or no right to be respected. And that really hurts me, because this community has been a community. And let's not forget that. And let's have our actions speak as loud as our words. You know, what's going on, it's a disgrace. The masked men are the ones that are being supported. It looks like kidnapping to me. Nobody even wears a badge anymore. So, I mean, let's get real. There's a lot of suffering, a lot of pain that's going on, and a lot of need. You know, rights without representation are just an illusion. We need that legal fund to help real people who have worked for this county for many years. And to be talking about the farm workers, remember, they were essential workers. And now what? They're trash? let's balance this. We need real support based on where we're at. And not just, we don't want you to, just look at it or think, well, I'll look the other way or do something. You've got to face it. And you've got to stand up for your community. And this is the community that has made this county rich.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
I'm having my partner, my husband here. We can expedite things. Mine's short and sweet, and he'll speak on his opinion. My name is Laura Gallardo Jimenez. I'm a retired high school math teacher. I'm here to endorse and to strongly support the proposal in front of the Board of Supervisors. It would make good economic sense. Looking at the figures, a legal defense fund to be approved for $2,500 and an additional $1,300,000 to be used on an annual basis for the Immigrant Defense Unit. The other mentioned figure was $1,900,000 for a 3-year program that would be a migrant education program. I just wanted to say something on a real personal level. I come from a family of 3 generations of farm workers. My great uncle and my grandfather came here with papers from the Mexican consulate in Zacatecas, Mexico, because they were going to work. This was way before the Bracero program. But I will tell you, of the 3 generations, the second generation of my great uncle, his family, 8 boys, 2 girls, 10. Of those 10, only 1 did not get cancer. They worked in the fields daily.
Laura, thank you for your comment. Can you give me your last name again?
Yes, Laura Gallardo Jimenez.
Thank you. And your husband?
Victor Gallardo.
Victor, okay, thank you, Victor.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. Yes, I am Victor Gallardo. I'm a retired longshore walking boss on the waterfront. I also support this program for these funds to be directed to the farm workers. I do believe that in Ventura County, like in other counties up the Central Coast, we have many small farmers who need farm workers. They not only grow, the farm owners not only grow the product, but the farm workers harvest it. We need to have all this food for many, many years and decades to be on our table. So please vote with your good heart and your mind, and let's get this done so we can be an example to the rest of the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, Presidenta Parvin y supervisores.
Good afternoon, Supervisors and President.
Mi nombre es Irene Gómez.
My name is Irene Gomez.
Soy gerente de programas en MICOP.
I'm a program manager on MyCop.
Residente de Oxnard por más de 25 años.
I've been a president in Oxnard for more than 20 years.
Fui testigo de la injusticia que sucedió al pueblo que estaba defendiendo a sus miembros de la comunidad el día 10 de julio.
I was a witness on July 10 about the injustice from all these people that were defending their community.
Recibimos llamadas de desesperación.
We received phone calls from with desperation,
con dolor,
with pain,
e impotencia,
and being helpless, feeling helpless.
Esto fue algo muy difícil de procesar.
This was very difficult to process.
Ahora niños que se quedaron sin padres, que vivían en este país por muchos años.
Now there are children that are without their parents that lived here for a very long time.
Ventura es el hogar de muchos inmigrantes, indígenas, trabajadores del campo,
Ventura is the home for many immigrant, indigenous people, field workers.
que contribuyen a la economía de California y de este país.
They contribute to the economy, to this country and this county.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And
Hola, muy buenas tardes a cada uno de ustedes,
Hello, good
los estimados supervisores.
Good afternoon to all of you,
Mi
my
nombre
dear
es,
supervisors.
Ofelia Flores.
My name is Ofelia Flores.
Quiero contar la historia del señor Hilario, un padre de familia, que como yo trabajadora con mi COP, como organizadora comunitaria, recibí una llamada.
I'm gonna tell you a story about Hilario, a father, a family, and they just like
Que sus hijas fueron arrestadas
her
en
daughters
10 de
were
julio
arrested on July 10
como trabajadoras agrícolas.
as workers, field workers.
Él llorando pidió ayuda
He was crying, asking for help.
para que alguien fuera a abogar por sus
So
hijas.
somebody could go and help him, help his daughters.
Y eso da cierta incertidumbre e impotencia por la barrera del lenguaje,
So you feel helpless with this language barrier
por hablar una lengua indígena.
to speak an indigenous language.
Nos gustaría que ustedes aprobaran invertir 2 millones
We would
en
like you to
apoyo
approve
legal
to invest
para
$2
las
million
familias de
to
los
support the families of the immigrants.
1.3 millones de dólares para residentes que enfrentan la deportación.
$1.3 million for residents that are facing deportations.
Y $700,000 para educación, extensión y ayuda legal para las familias que ajusten su estatus migratorio.
And $700,000 for education extension, for legal help, and for help with people to adjust their status.
Hace rato un señor que estaba en contra de esto decía que los inmigrantes no daban apoyo aquí económicamente. Es mentira.
There was a person speaking earlier today
El
that immigrants
70%
don't
de
help
los
to the
trabajadores
workers.
agrícolas son inmigrantes
60% of people are immigrants and
y aportan
workers, and they
2.3 millones de dólares a
contribute
el condado de Ventura.
with $2.3 million to Ventura County.
Es por eso que les exhortamos a que aprueben este
We
presupuesto.
urge you to approve this budget. Thank you.
can I get your name?
Su nombre, por favor. Ofelia Flores.
Ofelia Flores.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ivan Vega, and I serve as the Associate Organizing Director for Future Leaders of America. I'd like to start off by saying, if you had any food today, if you ate, thank a farm worker for harvesting your food. I'm here today to call on the board to invest $1.3 million for legal defense funds for Ventura County residents facing deportation and $700,000 for affirmative legal support to help eligible families adjust their immigration statuses. Like many here today, I am outraged by the violence that ICE has brought into our community, from the glass house raids and the ongoing raids happening as we speak. Ventura County is a mixed status county. Many families here, including have members who are undocumented, have DACA, are primary residents, or have any other immigration status. Immigrants are our neighbors, our coworkers, our classmates, our loved ones. We must protect them. Just a few years ago, immigrant farm workers were hailed as essential to our society by the federal government. And today, those same workers are being hunted by that same government. Immigrant workers make up 1 to 10 workers in the county, contributing $8.2 billion to our local economy and pay $1.4 billion in taxes annually. They are the backbone of our economy. My own family has been impacted during the class house raids. My family members were stopped by gunpoint by the National Guard. Thankfully, they were let go and they made it home that day. Many others were not.
Thank you for your
Children that
comment.
day were left alone.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair Parvin and members of the board. My name is Yahaira Arroyo, and I am the Civic Engagement Coordinator here on behalf of MyCOP. I was born and raised in Oxnard to immigrant parents from Michoacan, Mexico. As a recent UC Berkeley graduate, I was not physically present in Oxnard on July 10th, 2025. Still, the fear and emotional distress our immigrant community felt transcended any city, county, state, and national boundary. Growing up, I often heard stories of my parents and family members who worked in the agricultural fields along Laguna Road. For them, these stories were full of hope of building a better future for themselves and their children. But now, these stories will be filled with the trauma our federal government has continued to perpetrate. What happened on July 10th will be remembered as a racially targeted attack on our immigrant community. As the county and state elections approach, the events of July 10th will not fade. They will be remembered at the ballot box by voters, by families, and by the children who were separated from their loved ones. No amount of money can undo the trauma these families have experienced, but we can and we must invest in helping them move forward. This is why we urge the County of Ventura to invest $2 million in legal support for immigrant families, $1.3 million for residents facing deportation, and $700,000 for education, outreach, and legal help for families to adjust their immigration status. Please stand on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, supervisores.
Good afternoon, supervisors.
Mi nombre es Jorge Toledano Ortiz,
My name is Jorge Toledano Ortiz.
organizador comunitario de labor con el proyecto místico indígena, o MICOP.
I am the manager of community organizers of MyCop.
Estoy aquí para apoyar firmemente la propuesta de coalición 805, dado a los ataques de nuestros vecinos, familias y comunidades inmigrantes que están sufriendo en estos tiempos.
I am here to firmly support the proposals about the coalition of Immigrants 805 and due to the attacks about our communities, our family, immigrants, they're suffering in these times.
Ver a nuestra comunidad perseguidos como criminales me parte el corazón.
Seeing our community to be persecuted like criminals, it really breaks my heart.
No pensé que trabajar honradamente fuese un delito.
I never thought that working honestly was a crime.
No pensé que trabajar y hacer a grande a este condado, a este país, a este estado fuese un delito.
I never thought that making this county, this state, and this country great was a crime.
Este país está hecho de inmigrantes.
This country is made out of immigrants.
Desde 1776, con los 13 colonias británicas que llegaron aquí ilegalmente.
From 1776, all the Britain colonies, they came here as immigrants.
Como dijo la persona de Chumas, aquí solamente los Chumas no tienen derecho de corrernos.
Like the Chumash person that spoke earlier before, only them have the right to say that they were from here.
Urgimos al condado de Ventura invertir $2 millones en apoyo para las familias.
We urge the County of Ventura to invest $2 million in legal support for the families, for immigrant families.
Para residentes que enfrentan las deportaciones.
1.3 million for residents that are facing deportations.
Y 700 para educación, extensión de ayuda legal para las familias que ajusten sus estatus migratorios.
And 700,000 for education extension and legal help to help the people to adjust the status to immigration. Thank you.
Apóyenos a decir que solo el pueblo, ayúdenos a no decir que solo el pueblo ayuda al pueblo.
Help us to say that only the people save the people.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, Presidenta Parvin y supervisores.
Good afternoon, President and supervisors.
Mi nombre es Julio Almazán, soy organizador comunitario con MICOP.
My name is Julio Mazan, and I am a community helper with MyCop. With MyCop? No. Yes.
Y estoy aquí para apoyar firmemente las propuestas de la coalición de inmigrante 805.
And I'm here to strongly support the proposals for the Immigrant 805 Coalition.
El 10 de julio fue un día horroroso para nuestra gente trabajadora del campo en Glass House.
July 10 was a horrible day for our people, our working people from the fields at Glass House.
Y también el 10 de junio fueron afectados en su lugar de trabajo. Los agentes estuvieron persiguiendo a los trabajadores en el campo de fresa y verduras.
And also June 10, it was affected in their place of work. The agents were chasing all the workers in the fields, in the strawberry fields, the vegetable fields.
Pero lo más triste de esto es que se llevado a parejas, mamás, papás, dejando a bebés y niños desamparados, algunos de un año.
The saddest thing of everything that happened was that they were taking the couples, they were taking the moms, they were taking the dads, leaving the babies, the little kids behind. And they were all, some of them were almost 1 year old.
Mensaje especial. No se puede hacer nada para remediar lo que pasó, pero se puede hacer mucho para cambiar lo que viene por delante. Gracias.
This is a special message. You can't do anything to fix whatever happened, but you could do a lot to change what's coming ahead.
Gracias.
Buenas noches, supervisores. Mi nombre es Jesús Noyola, organizador de Respuesta Rápida con MyCap y soy de la comunidad afroindígena. Estoy aquí para apoyar firmemente la propuesta de la coalición Inmigrante 805.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Jesus Noyola. I'm the organizer from Rapid Response from MyCup, and I am a community Afro-Indigenous, and I'm here to support firmly the proposals from Immigrants 805 Coalition.
Como poeta y miembro de la comunidad, estoy comprometido con la justicia social. Voy a compartir parte de un poema que titulamos La Casa de Cristal.
As a poet, I'm gonna share, in my daily life, I am committed with life, with justice, and I wanna share with you this poem that is based in the raids from July 10.
La Casa de Cristal, 10 de julio, desde Ventura en aquella enorme llanura, Camarillo, Oxnard, era insegura para las familias, en memoria de las vidas abatidas.
The Crystal Hunt. July 10, from Ventura to all these fields, Camarillo, Oxnard was insecure for the separated families in memory of the affected, of the lives that were affected.
Por los que labran en tierras lejanas, por los que piscan fresas que no comerán, los que cortan el césped en casas ajenas, los que construyen viviendas donde no vivirán.
To those that work in faraway lands, for those that pick the strawberries that won't eat them, for those that cut the gardens in other homes, for those that build homes where they will never live.
Por los que rentan un espacio para poder soñar. Somos perseguidos por la migra y policía, por los que luchan por el pan de cada día, aquellos que usan uniformes para oprimir a un pueblo trabajador que no puede dormir.
This is us, that we being chased by la migra, for the police, for those that fight for the bread for every single day, for those that use uniform to oppress people, working people that cannot longer sleep.
Por los que arrastran los soles como cobijas, son la luna y las estrellas sus almohadas, delato al sistema opresor capitalista por privarnos de la libertad y el amor.
For those that drag the suns as sheets, the moon, the stars, their pillows, those are their pillows. So I say that this is the system that oppresses, the capitalism to keep us away from liberty and love.
Desde aquella casa de cristal, recuerden hoy, si en sus mesas tienen frutas y verduras, recuerde quienes la cosecharon, dignidad para los campesinos. Desde aquella casa de cristal, con flores y pétalos de metal, para el mundo en memoria de Jaime Alanís, el campesino que perdió la vida. Jaime no ha muerto, su pueblo lo recuerda con unidad, solo duerme por una eternidad.
From that home of crystal, remember, on your tables, you enjoy the fruits and the vegetables. Remember those who were cultivating them, the dignity of the field workers. From that home of crystal, with flowers, with petals, with metal, for the world in memory, for Jaime Alanís and his story. He hasn't died. His people is united. No, he has not died. He sleeps in an eternity. Jesus Noyola.
Thank you. We're going to take a pause, and we're going to hear from a couple people that we have on Zoom who have been waiting. So, un momento, por favor. Okay. So we're going to allow Audra Bowman to speak.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me. My name is Adra Bowman, and I'm a resident of Oxnard in District 1 and a volunteer with BC Defensa. I'd like to thank Supervisor Lopez for sharing her story and for putting forth this proposal, which I think is a critical step in the right direction for our county. I'm a lifelong Californian and was raised in the Jewish faith, and I did not grow up learning about the Holocaust and speaking the refrain, "Never again," to sit back and watch the forces of fascism once again try to take root. The dehumanization and terrorizing of immigrants, among other vulnerable populations, are textbook examples of the steps that lead us to full-blown authoritarianism and fascism. So let's be clear about what is happening and that we need to stop it. I'm also married to an immigrant who became a naturalized U.S. citizen just a few months ago. He has a PhD from UC Santa Barbara, and we had to pay thousands of dollars to navigate the impressively complex immigration system in this country. Attacks on the immigrant members of our community are atrocious and have no place in a democracy. It is incumbent upon every single one of us to do everything in our power to protect our neighbors, even and especially when the threats to them are coming from our own federal government. The provisions of this proposal are vitally important to protect our community and send a message that Ventura County believes that diversity is our strength and that every person who lives here deserves to do so with safety and dignity. So please vote to approve Agenda Item 69. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker we're going to allow to speak is Jolisa Pena. Can we allow Jolisa Pena to speak?
Good evening, County Board of Supervisors. My name is Julissa Peña, Executive Director of the Immigrant Legal Defense Center and member of the 805 Immigrant Coalition. I address you today with deep concern over the escalating crisis facing our immigrant community. ICE is targeting families in this county and across the nation through work raids, courthouse arrests, and street-level operations, making it clear that no immigrant of color is safe from this administration's aggressive enforcement agenda. Meanwhile, detention facilities are expanding, funneling people into remote locations where legal counsel is difficult to access, systematically stripping communities of dignity and silencing due process. Without local investment in legal representation, these abuses not only continue, but go unchallenged and unseen, hidden behind locked doors and quiet overnight removals that strip people of their rights before anyone can intervene. And so I want to emphasize that this is not a political issue, it's a human one. The question is whether we'll protect basic rights or allow fear and power to silence justice. This is a time to act with the seriousness this crisis demands, and so I urge the county board to invest at least $2 million in legal support for immigrant families. We are at a turning point, not just for immigrants, but for the rule of law itself. When due process is denied to some and endangers the legal protections we all rely on, I urge this county to lead with principle by investing in legal defense for our immigrant community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker we're going to allow to speak is Rachel Zetkowski.
Hi, my name is Rachel Zetkowski. Good evening, Board Supervisors. Thank you especially to Supervisor Lopez for her leadership. I'm a medical provider for Clínicas del Camino Real in Oxnard and proud volunteer for BC Defensa. I am urging you to vote yes on item 69. The presence of ICE in our community and in healthcare settings can negatively impact immigrants by creating fear and deterring them from seeking medical care. I am personally experiencing people not showing up for appointments or cancellations due to the fear of ICE in the community. This measure will help in supporting legal services and other aspects of immigrants' lives, including healthcare. But personally, I have a patient right now who is 36-week pregnant. It's at the end of her pregnancy, and she's a high-risk pregnancy. She's calling to ask me if she doesn't have to come in for monitoring of her baby and her prenatal care because she's so afraid to come into our clinic. I'm urging this board to please vote yes on item 69 and to protect our community and our neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just an announcement to the caller ending in 1868. If you need to speak tonight, if you can't attend the August 26th meeting, please press *9 on your telephone keypad. The next speaker we're going to have on Zoom is Zuleth.
Hello.
Hi, Zuleth. Please proceed.
Hi, everyone. Residents of Ventura County are increasingly afraid to carry out everyday activities due to the high presence of ICE in our communities. We are the epicenter for unlawful detentions. This fear is widespread. Even U.S. citizens have contacted us to express how unsafe they feel. Many are missing work, medical appointments, chemotherapy, and essential errands due to fear encountering ICE. Families of my children in school did not attend the graduation ceremonies because they were afraid to be there. As part of a volunteer-led organization in Santa Paula, we do what we can, but we have seen an increase in calls about attorney fees assistance, food insecurity, utility assistance, and general fear in the community. We need more funds that need to be directed to provide assistance our community needs. Residents are also expressing deep concern about the role of local law enforcement after witnessing or hearing about masked, armed men in civilian clothes detaining people and taking them away in unmarked vehicles. This erosion of trust is devastating. For years, community groups have worked to build trust in our local institutions, and it is disheartening to see the progress unravel. I too have felt the fear and anxiety that so many in our community are experiencing. It's heartbreaking to see how far we have come and how quickly fear has taken hold again. I'm worried this erosion can have lasting consequences. This is impacting our local economy and stability. This situation has created a crisis. We are going through a pandemic of racism that has been perpetrated by our own government. I urge you today to stand with our community. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. We have one more speaker, Elian Tolteca, on Zoom, and then we're going to transition back into the boardroom.
Hello?
Hi, please proceed.
My name is Aileen Tolteca, and I am a community member and coordinator of the Tequio Youth Program of Mixteco Indígena Organizing Project, also known as MyCOP, and I am here in strong support of the 805 Immigrant Coalition's proposals to the board. Someone spoke earlier about thinking about the youth and their future. In that same regard, I will talk about the youth and their present. I will not exploit my youth's trauma in order to convince you to do the right thing. However, I will tell you a small story of justice in the middle of all this. Ever since January and this administration's implementation, the presence of ICE has been felt heavily in our community. For the youth, they have felt its impact in and out of the classroom. Several of our youth have felt the need to organize protests, workshops, and host spaces to discuss how to protect themselves, their families, and their community members. These same youth have had their family members kidnapped and stripped away from them. The tactics used by ICE should not be defined as detentions. They are kidnappings. People are being taken against their will and disappeared, often without due process or communication with their loved ones. While this crisis has unfolded, we have witnessed prolonged deliberation and hesitation from those in positions of power. In the absence of decisive action, our community members, many of whom are young people, have been forced to step up to protect one another. I've seen it personally in working with my youth. While this council debates whether or not to support our undocumented community members, our young people are living in fear and are being impacted in every capacity.
Thank you, Leanne, for your comment. Your 1 minute, 30 seconds are up. We're going to transition back to the boardroom. Next speaker, please. You need translation?
No, I'm
okay,
good.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Parvin and Supervisors. My name is Alondra Mendoza, a community advocate of MyCOP, and a woman of the New Savvy People of the Rain indigenous community. I'm here to share an anonymous testimony from a family separated by ICE. The mother and the baby moved to Mexico to reunite with the father. These are her words. When ICE took my husband, our whole world fell apart. Even though we're together now in Mexico, the pain hasn't gone away. We had dreams for our baby, for her to grow up in the US, learn English, and get a good education. But that future was taken from us. My husband had only been working for 2 months at the glass house in Camarillo to support our family, our newborn, rent, bills, food, when he was caught in the raid. He was mistreated, held for days with little food, and told by ICE that he was targeted because of his skin color, because he was not white. They pointed guns at his head, yelled at him harshly, and pushed him. Now he's in a country he barely knows. He grew up in the U.S. He arrived when he was 8, and now he's 25.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Jorge Rios, and I am Radio Indígena Station Manager, a program of MyCop, and I am here in strong support of the 805 Immigrant Coalition's proposals to the board. Last month, on July 10th, I had the opportunity to document the immigration raid at Glass House Farms for our indigenous radio station, Radio Indígena. During our live streams, I was able to witness how the sons and daughters of the people trapped inside the warehouse were tried to get inside the building to get a hold of their parents for the last time. It was sad to witness how these families were separated in an inhumane manner. I asked the County of Ventura to help its residents. The people that work in the fields play a vital part in the county's economy. I request the county to treat our farm workers with dignity, decency, and humanity, and to support the policies proposed by Supervisor Lopez and the $2 million requested by the AOFI Immigrant Coalition and its partners. And also a reminder that we are all immigrants to this country. We all came from somewhere. Down the line, if you look at the history of your family came from this place to come for a better life, to look for a better life in this country. We all are immigrants. We all are brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Shikobans komendo na kumichinyo nyo Ventura nyabashia ndiki nyamanino hondo atona konando animando tsa konisondo nsku nyakando shintume kihibitiranya na kuitando shaana jibi na nyusabi gente de la lluvia. Good afternoon, Chair Parvin. Thank you. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Chair Parvin and Supervisors. My name is Juan Carlos Diaz. I'm a community advocate with MyCup, and I'm here in strong support of the 805 Immigrant Coalition proposals to the board, given the attacks our immigrant neighbors, families, and community are experiencing in these times. Since the July 10th raid, families whose relatives were detained have been calling us seeking support, such as food, financial assistance, and other household items since they live here paying rent, and our families, they do fulfill their duties. My siblings, relatives, and friends are returning to school tomorrow, but my parents are fearful of whether it will be safe for their children to leave and return home. What else needs to happen so that you can do something to protect our vulnerable communities? So I want you to think of this. Every time you go serve yourself a plate of food, think of those hands that harvest your vegetables. Every time you go to sleep, think of those hands that build your roof. Those are the hardworking people being kidnapped and deported, not the criminals. We urge the County of Ventura to invest $2 million in legal support for immigrant families by providing $1.3 million for residents facing deportation and $700,000 for education, outreach, and legal help for families and adjust their immigration status. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Noemi Tungui, a proud immigrant. I am the program manager for a mental health and domestic violence prevention and intervention program within MyCop, and I'm here in strong support of the 805 Immigrant Coalition's proposal to the board. I was born in Mexico and became a permanent resident through my dad's construction job, but many of my family do not currently have a viable path to citizenship, not because they're criminals, but because of our broken immigration system. Currently, domestic violence programs are getting severely federally defunded, and so is the heightened fear of reporting situations of domestic violence. In a recent case, a woman was violated by an ICE agent impersonator. ICE was present this morning at this address, making this an unsafe space currently for community to report crime and access resources. According to Democracy Now!, at least 11 immigrants have died in ICE custody in just this year alone, not including Jaime Alanis, a former Glasshouse Farms employee. July 10th, I witnessed ambulances leaving Glasshouse Farms with my community members inside. My young friend stood next to me, frozen in tears as her mother was inside. To this day, her mother is one of the 71.7% detained without criminal record in an unsafe for-profit detention center. July 10th.
Thank you, Noemi.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Vanessa Teran, MyCop's Director of Policy. According to the Migration Policy Institute, more than 72% of California's undocumented population has lived here for over a decade. That means most were here during the last census. Today, we urge the county to invest $2 million in legal support. However, arguably, the most urgent need would be $1.3 million for legal defense against deportation, although the well-being of our children should always be prioritized. We also ask for your support to amend the county's 2025-2026 state legislative agenda and platform regarding immigration to the following key bills, if not already included. AB 49, the California Safe Haven Schools and Child Care Act. AB 1108, the Forensic Accountability, Custodial Transparency and Safety Act. SB 98, Sending Alerts to Families and Education Act. And SB 635, Street Vendors Business Protection Act. We respectfully ask you to serve as a model of leadership and commitment to human dignity by advancing the recommendations presented by the leadership of Supervisor Lopez and our 805 Immigrant Coalition today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hakuaku, Giantik, Gakti Marianne. Hello, my name is Marianne Para. I'm here today in strong support of item 69. In 1916, my grandmother was born in the San Ynez Valley. She was considered not a citizen, not because she wasn't a citizen, but because that was the law of the time. Many of these laws we have in place are not ethical and they're not moral. They severely hurt our community members. My grandmother worked within the fields because at that time, there was only about 3 or 4 jobs available for Chumash people. One of them being field work. Her hands were as brown as the soil that she worked in and as damaged as the wooden boxes that she filled daily. Our immigrant community and the Chumash community have always shared experiences from migration to distinct histories and displacement. Migration is ancestral. Migration is sacred. Our people are being hunted down in broad daylight by masked men without identification and refuse to identify themselves. This should terrify you, and if it doesn't, you need to ask yourself why. High school starts tomorrow. My son goes to school tomorrow. He is in the 11th grade, but he stands about 6 foot tall, about 210. He looks like a grown man. I'm terrified to send him to school because I cannot protect him there. People are literally scared for their lives and asking you to please put these adjustments in place to help save them. They need a legal fund because it is very expensive to fight for yourself.
Thank you for your comment.
Mia, before the next speaker, I just want to confirm, does the technology automatically shut off at 8 o'clock? Is it a hard?
We have a 12-hour stream limit that ends at approximately 8:15. So we have a little bit of flex room, but it is cutting it close.
Okay.
YouTube does not allow us to go beyond 12 hours. So we had to stop and start a new stream at that point.
Okay. So, Chair, your board will have to take a motion to continue this item. So we'll need to do that before the live stream ends. Yes. Thank you.
I'll make a motion that when the time comes, we continue it to our 9 a.m. time certain on August 26th.
Yeah. Motion and a second.
I apologize. I was not prepared to put a motion into the
We're on the
voting
wrong
system.
Sorry.
We're doing it now because it says we have 7 minutes.
Yeah, we have a little bit of flexibility, but
Wanted
to
to
put
do
it
it
on the
before
record,
the cutoff
okay.
period.
So it'll let you now put your motion in the system. I apologize. And now you can vote.
Really? Not on my screen, but hold on.
Oh, is it a yes?
It's a yes.
Okay, thank you. That motion to continue
Okay.
passes unanimously.
So,
all right.
The motion, so the item, as we've just said, the item is being continued for additional public comment and discussion by the board at the August 26th meeting at a 9 a.m. time certain. We'll continue for a few more minutes to get some more public speakers before we need to stop for the evening. I do say if anybody is here that wishes to speak and is unable to because we have to stop, you are also able to submit your comments in writing, and they will be part of the record. They'll get distributed to all the board members, and they'll be part of the record by submitting them to the clerk of the board at venturacounty.gov. Thank you.
Tiffany, can you also address if they've spoken already on this item, then what happens?
If someone has spoke on this item, it's part of this item today, but they do have the right to speak on the agenda next week, or at the next board meeting. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bev Dransfeld, and I serve as the chair of the Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park Board. Today, I speak as a private citizen of Camarillo, home of 3 ICE offices and the July 10th ICE raid. I am a proud volunteer of the 805 Immigrant Coalition and proud daughter of my immigrant mother. She came to the United States not knowing the language nor how to read or write in any language. She was the first of her family to immigrate and only had 2 pairs of clothes and worked in the fields, cleaning homes, and the cannery, wherever she could to make ends meet. I grew up in poverty, but had the luxury of being born in America. I don't need to tell you the importance of passing this proposal. 245 comments emailed, 391 signatures, and 139 people willing to speak here today, not to mention the numerous people present to show just their support or those at home who are too scared to come forward. I am here to implore you to unanimously support Supervisor Lopez's proposal. I stand in solidarity with the many elected officials here earlier and previously present at the Stand in Solidarity press conference held over a month ago, and those present at the July 10th ICE raid at 645 Laguna in Camarillo, California, 93012. Supervisor Lopez has demonstrated brave, bold leadership that is so desperately needed during such trying times. What is happening around us touches every part of our lives. Passing today's proposal will be a start in providing support to a countywide crisis. Supervisor Lopez is a light during these dark times. Please join her in making our
Thank you for your
future
comment. Can you
brighter.
state your name for record again?
Bev Dransfeld.
Beth? Okay.
Bev, like Beverly.
Oh, Bev. Thank you, Bev. Next speaker, please.
Terrible things are happening outside, and poor helpless people are being dragged out of their homes. Children come home from school to find that their parents have disappeared. No, that's not my quote. That's Anne Frank, written in January 1943. Good evening. My name's Haley Lightsay, and I am supportive of Agenda Item 69 because I'm frightened, not just by the ICE raids, but at the level of ignorance in my community. I've heard people justify these raids with racist, uninformed remarks, quoting Fox News and a convicted felon who currently occupies the White House. They say that their concern is about crime, but what I really hear is that they're uncomfortable with people that sound or look different than them. That's not concern. That's racism hiding behind patriotism. And mass deportations don't make us safer. They actually do the opposite. You rip people out of their communities, you break apart families, and what happens? Poverty rises. And when poverty rises, crime tends to follow. It's not rocket science, it's basic sociology. You can't destabilize entire neighborhoods and expect everything to magically get great again. This isn't about politics, it's about cause and effect. We need to stop pretending that this is normal and call it exactly what it is, government-sponsored terror. And if we can't keep and offer safety to the families who live here, if we can't protect people from being hunted in their own homes, what exactly is our government for? Thank you so much.
Okay, can you state your name for record again?
Haley Lightsay.
Haley, okay.
Thank
We
you.
have time for one more speaker, and that's it. Our network is giving us an error.
Good evening. I'm Julia Malach.
Only the people save the people. VC Defensa and 805 UndocuFund are great representations of this. These organizations represent the humanity in this inhumanity. I am in favor of voting to approve Agenda Item 69. Let's be clear, this fund is crucial. ICE tears families apart, targets working class communities, and criminalizes survival. And it's part of a larger system that we are all under, where racism, xenophobia, and imperialism are normalized and ignored, which are its tools to control and to instill fear, division, and to silence us. It is the same system that uses our tax dollars to fund war and occupation abroad, to fund the kidnaps of our people, and one that funds genocide. We fight for justice for all. That's why this fund matters. If we claim to care, we need to act. Legal resources for immigrant families is necessary. Our people need protection, not punishment. Don't tell us there's no money. There's money for war and genocide, but when it comes to defending human beings and rights, suddenly it's seen as a budget issue. We see through it. We will not be silent. We will not let our privilege turn into apathy. Defend immigrant families, fund the legal defense, dismantle oppression, and be on the right side of history. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair Parvin, Dr. Johnson, so we are getting a network error saying that it's too slow. I don't know if we want to chance it and take a couple more speakers, or just don't want to lose our meeting.
You're getting errors?
Yes. Our IT support is reporting an error message from our coders.
The board has taken the motion to continue the item, so if there's technology errors, you can continue because we do have all the board members present, but it is a matter of how much longer you're able to continue to maintain a quorum this evening.
I think our quorum's up. Well, we do, but
So that the public can hear it.
yeah.
I think we would better just stop now and then move it to the 9 o'clock on the 26th. That way it's fully.
You said if we couldn't come back to get mine. We have students here who will be in school.
I will, and we've said we were going to try and get through as many as we could by the time. If you're not able to give your comments this evening, you can submit them in writing, and they will be part of the record.
There is also an option on the 26th to attend by Zoom, and I will sincerely apologize. We tried to get through as many as we could by 8 p.m., understanding that we would have to continue this item. I am very, very sorry, but you do have the options of sending in your comments to the clerk of the board. You can call in through Zoom on the 26th. I do apologize. That's why we announced it when we came out of break. Thank you.
I've been sitting on Zoom and I drove here when you said that you were changing it so that I could be here in person.
I apologize for that. We will be here. We technically have a
But we
quorum.
no longer have the technology because the live stream.
So after 12 hours, we cut off. And so we've been here since, 8 o'clock this morning, unfortunately.
Yeah, and we've been watching.
I'm
sitting here since 8 o'clock.
And I apologize. I do.
Well, we really can't change that, and there was no way of really knowing in advance how many speakers we would have. So again, there's been some challenges today, but I think we've accommodated a great deal of people, and this will be continued. You have the right to send a just send us the information, and then try to connect.
Start at 3, but then you actually start at 4. We should be allotted that. Yeah, we were an hour late.
Well, I'm not gonna argue with
We are
you.
not going
but
to-
there was a closed session item that was also critically important too. So these things happen.
Say 3 and then start at 4.
It's-
then that takes an hour from us.
It's at 3 o'clock or as close to. It just means it would not start before 3 as listed on the agenda. I understand the frustration. I encourage you, if you have comments you would like to submit them in writing. They can be of whatever length you would like. You're not timed to a time limit for those, and they will be distributed to the full board and made part of the record. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will continue this. And thank you all to all the speakers. Thank you. We're adjourned for now.